Shahrani. He will be talking about the future of Muslim societies in the age of empires by invitation.
Making it here, much appreciated. As you all know, the topics have been given to us. It was not our choice, but alhamdulillah, the topic that was given to me is the one that I would have probably chosen as well. So in that respect, it's a good choice for them and for me. What I would like to discuss about the uncertainties of Muslim political situation in the world today requires really a little bit of a historical background into how the world order has transformed over the centuries. And the current form is a continuation of the structures that were imposed in the world as a whole, in Muslim world in particular, several centuries ago. The world order for the longest time in the history of humanity, at least from the rise of centralized states, were empires of faith, that political structures were based on religious faith and continued for many, many centuries. That particular imperial structure had certain features that made it durable. The Roman Empire is said to have lasted for 700 years. The most recent empire, the Ottoman Empire, lasted 500 plus years. So there was something about those political structures, the world order, that had durability, and I think the most important feature was probably, although these empires wanted to be centralized, but they couldn't achieve it. So as a result, they allowed decentralization of power structure, and that made it durable. But something happened in the 18th century in Europe. That, of course, was followed by industrial revolution and production of commercial goods. And what happened in England in 1668, which they themselves refer to as the Glorious Revolution, was the fact that the British people essentially denied the right of international commerce to the royal family and claimed the possibility of international trade to the people, to the citizens. And that resulted in the creation of something I'm sure all of you are familiar, and that is East India Company and many other companies, which started a new form of imperial structure, that was empire of commerce, that these private companies managed with a new technology of seagoing trade, seagoing boats, or what do you call I suppose boats, or the larger sort of commercial entities that managed to go across the oceans. And that created, in India at least, for Britain, a very lucrative colonial environment from which they extracted huge amounts of wealth and brought it to UK, and also other Europeans followed as well. And that particular enterprise was so successful that they essentially asked their government to come and protect their interests wherever they went. So what happened was that the empire by commerce, or empires of commerce, turned into military empires of colonial nature. The governments went with military, took those countries where their traders were in, and protected them. And that, of course, continued for several more centuries, from 17th, 18th century all the way to 20th century. What happened, of course, in the process was that people realized what these military empires with commercial interests were doing, that they were extracting a lot of wealth from these countries and transferring them to Europe. And they rebelled. So what we have all witnessed by the 20th century was wars of liberation, that people clearly see what European colonialists were doing to them. And they resisted it. And the Europeans, in turn, came up with a new way of essentially addressing their problems in colonial world, and that was formation of new so-called modern nation states. Something that Europeans themselves had done in the 17th century. In 1648, when they had Westphalia's conference, and after 30 years of war in Europe itself, they formed their own modern nation states, but those were peculiarly different kinds of entities than the ones they created in so-called post-colonial world. Those European states were supposedly homogeneous in terms of their language, religious sectarian formation, cultural makeup, and so forth, so that they created Germany for Germans, or France for the French, and Italy for the Italians, and so on. And we know how much suffering in some of those countries went through to have homogeneous countries like France. France was not French, but it was made into French, with a lot of war and violence and other things that happened to them. But what they did in post-colonial world in the beginning of the 20th century to middle of the 20th century was creation of nation states that were not homogeneous. They made sure they are not homogeneous. They drew borders through groups, linguistic groups, sectarian groups, and whatnot. So they created a whole lot of them. And in the process, of course, they destroyed the last empire of faith in the Muslim world, that was the Ottoman Empire, and divided up into multiple Arab nations. And of course, in East Europe, you all know how many nations were created there and so on. But something else happened after World War II. Well, I should mention, actually, the modern nation states in Europe that they had fought for and built eventually turned this idea of nationalism into fascism. So that you had two wars in Europe based on fascist ideologies. For World War I and World War II were in fact the result of nationalist ideology, which in my opinion, nationalism is one of the worst poisons, ideological poisons, that Europeans introduced and realized in Europe what they had done. But they were very happy introducing it in the post-colonial world, in Asia, Africa, Latin America, everywhere. Because by World War II, they transformed the old military empires into a new form of empire. It's called empire by invitation, or empire of trust. Americans call it their own empire, empire of trust. And they say they have modeled it after the Roman Empire. the characteristics of Roman Empire in the American Empire is that they don't directly invade another country. The first thing they do is create dependency. Make other states dependent on them, politically, economically, culturally, ideologically, in every way possible. And they also create situations in those dependencies of conflict mostly, that those countries invite them to please come and invade our country. The one country that I'm from, I can give you example, and that's Afghanistan. I'm originally from Afghanistan, and I've suffered the situation over the last 45, 50 years of how they created the original so-called Afghanistan in 1880 is a buffer state between Britain and Tsarist Russia in 1880 and after that. And then, of course, 3 generations later, those of you who are familiar with Afghanistan's history, in 1919, Amanullah declared independence. But in 1880, they had given money, they had given weapons, and they have appointed the king, Abdurrahman, Amanullah's grandfather in Afghanistan. And of course, in 1919, when Amanullah declared independence, the British stopped the subsidies. No more arms, no more money. What happened? He couldn't last even 10 years. He had to increase the taxation, people rebelled, and he had introduced some reforms. With all of that, the regime was essentially destroyed, and Amanullah fled to Italy, and a new government, again, was introduced by Britain with weapons, with money, and they brought and set up a new government. So this is the dependency that I'm talking about. That dependency is such that in some small countries, and Turkey may be an exception because it was an empire, and it got essentially split into pieces. But at least part of it managed to hold on and did not become so dependent. Although dependencies vary, but there was dependencies for a period of time, but not as bad as in other places. And so what happened was and then after World War II, the Cold War came. So the world became bipolar, and each of the poles essentially created their own dependencies, based this time in a really nonsensical ideological split of the left and the right, the capitalists and the communists, or socialists and so forth. Each of them tried to create dependence of their own in Africa, Latin America, Asia, and all the rest. But what's most important is America emerged as the most powerful new form of imperial system, empire by invitation, in competition with former Soviet Union, and shortly, unipolar, and then now it's becoming multipolar. But what's important for us to realize is that European countries are, in fact, have transformed themselves into a new form of empire. It's an imperial structure, whether we like it or not. It's just a lot of countries are dependent and are also suffering. In Afghanistan, that ideological split in the 1960s, when I was at the university in Afghanistan, turned the Islamists, the Marxists, the nationalists, and so forth into each other's throat. And they were fighting on the streets, on campus, everywhere. And eventually, the communists won in Afghanistan, the battle. And they invited the Soviet Union to come and take the country because they couldn't survive. The national movement rose, and the jihad movement in Afghanistan in the 1980s also turned into a capitalist, essentially, tool to fight against the Soviet Union. And eventually, when the Mujahideen won the war, at least, the military side of it, they did not allow them to win the political side. So 1990s was turned into a war of factions within Afghanistan, fighting each other. And eventually the rise of Taliban, and of course 2001 was another moment in which America and NATO invited itself to invade Afghanistan. And they ruled for 20 years, and at the end of the 20 years, they left billions of dollars worth of weapons, and America has been funding the Taliban at the rate of $40 million a week to keep them in power. Why? Again, it's a question of dependency. Those of you who remember Trump, towards the end of his last term, he said, Taliban are a war machine. Whoever pays them, they will fight for them. So America is keeping Taliban as a war machine to be used against its own enemies in the region. That's China, Russia, Iran. Whenever they wish, they can do whatever they want in Afghanistan, and neighboring countries will suffer from that. So this empire by invitation is, I think, the most vicious form of contemporary imperial system with colonial intentions that we often don't really realize, because this form of empire does two things simultaneously. One is fight a war, a hot war. America spent $2 trillion in Afghanistan fighting a war, including testing its mother of bombs, all bombs, non-nuclear bomb, in Afghanistan. And of course, all kinds of other weapons. But at the same time, it spent $180 billion in reconstruction. Those of you who know Afghanistan in the 1990s, it was in rubble. Kabul was destroyed. There was nothing standing on there. But in the last 20 years, Kabul has been rebuilt. It's a modern city with all kinds of amenities that they handed over to Taliban. It has universities, colleges, hospitals, all kinds of healthcare system and so forth. And of course, Taliban destroyed some of those during their 20 years of so-called war against America. But the strange thing is, while America was fighting Taliban, it also funded the Taliban. There is a very, very important book for those of you who want to look at it. It's by somebody who actually lives in the town I teach, Bloomington, Indiana. His name is Douglas Wissing, and he has a book called Funding the Enemy. Funding the Enemy, how America funded the Taliban while fighting it. It's a fascinating book because it's about 300 pages. About 150 pages of that is text. The rest is actually sources, where he actually documents how America funded the Taliban while it was fighting it. So this is the nature of this empire by invitation. It's so subtle. They build and they destroy at the same time. We don't know whether they are our enemies or our friends. When you don't know your enemy, you cannot that I referred to, called Empire of Trust, which describes America. And there are several articles by Europeans that they refer to America as empire by invitation, because in both world wars, they invited America to come and invade Europe. So we need to really take a look around the world order that we know today and try to realize that and see how it operates and why it creates instability in the world. Our uncertain horizons in the Muslim world is something directly related to this reality. So if we come to understand it, I think we will have a chance to plan how to react, how to defend, how to do something about it. If we continue not to understand that this is also an imperial system, one that is very destructive, very vicious, we will continue to sort of let it go. So I'm essentially trying to remind us that let's look at the nature of the current world order, whether it is, it's obviously European, it's obviously in the north. If the East, Chinese are coming in, it'll be part of the same structure. They will be even more vicious imperial structure by invitation. Because look what they're doing in East Africa with all the facilities, what do you call them, the shipping facilities. And what they're doing in Pakistan, what they're also one belt, one road issue. All of these are really structured after the American empire by invitation or empire by trust. So we need to, as Muslim countries, I think we are the victim, the worst, perhaps, victim of this imperial structure. And we need to understand and call it what it is. That they're not our friends. They pretend to be friends, but they are also enemies at the same time because they throw some things to us and confuse us. In that sense, I fear the horizons of uncertainty in the Muslim world may continue for a while, unless we realize it, unless we also plan it, unless we do something to remedy it, if we can. I'm not sure whether we can, because they are also, in the Muslim world, have been supporting dictatorships. The last one we just saw falling apart in Syria. But when these dictatorships fall apart, they fall apart by the support of the worst terroristic Islamic movements to undermine Islam even further. And we don't know what follows the fall of dictatorships, except by example, because in every place where dictators have fallen, something worse has happened, not something better. So that also is not, unfortunately, telling us a very good news about the future of the Islamic polities, Islamic world, Islamic nations. And my own personal fear is that we're going to be in this mess of uncertainty for a long time, unless we come to realization and do something. Thank you very much.
Teşekkür ediyoruz Nazif Şahrani'ye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nazif Sharani. He attended from Indiana University. I think he touched upon many important topics. I will not repeat what he said, but particularly dependency is always being created again and again in the Islamic world, and this is dynamic. In the Islamic world, we are confronting this threat all the time, even though the font changes. Because he also marked some of the transformations throughout history: colonialism, First World War, Second World War, Cold War, industrialism again. So it's like a new world order is being established, but this is also similar dependency relationship, not only for the Islamic world, but also the other countries. So because of the instabilities of politics, it results in a dilemma. You try to be stable, but this is the root of instability, and instability, as you face instability as Muslim countries, in order to ensure stability once again, you invite European countries. So this is a dilemma, this is a circle. So in Q&A part, if there are any questions, we can ask questions. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Nazif Sharani. Now, without further ado, we will continue with our second speaker, Mr. Kamran Gökdağ. He's coming from Mardin Artuklu University. He will be talking about rethinking of the justice circle, information, power, economic, and society. Thank you for your introduction. We know each other. With Nazif Sharani, we were together with him in India, Indiana University in the United States. Normally, I would be in the other hall, as the speakers didn't arrive today, couldn't come to the session. I passed to the session. And Nazif Sharani is living in the United States, but he is actually supporting all the students going from Turkey to United States. So in your presence, I would like to extend my gratitude to him once again. Mr. Nazif Sharani, our professor, already touched upon many important topics, new order and reflections of the transformations on Muslims and how heavy the prices. Now, I will be talking about patterns and the covers. This world order is supposed to bring us human rights, liberalism. It is marketed to us with these covers, with these patterns. So if you look under the cover, you see the landscape as Nazif Sharani mentioned. So, justice is one of them. Justice is a very general concept, very broad concept, I would say. So, we need to enunciate it. So, it is not possible for us to analyze the justice in all aspects. I will be touching upon the concept of justice through economy and society and politics due to the time limitation. First of all, I presume some theses. I will mention some of my theses. I have 5 different theses, and after that, we will look at the definition of justice in the classical term, and then we will look at the logic of justice, and we will look at the risks, and we need to make an addition, and I will suggest this, and I hope that I will be able to come up with all of them. What I presume, let me read it. First of all the scholars talking about state and justice, they think that this is a covered convention and agreement before Hobbes and after Hobbes. With these conventional philosophers, this is not related to them. In any kind of reflection or consideration of justice, we see that it is intertwined with state and political regime. It is associated with a state regime or a government regime, but normally it is not possible to have an independent concept of justice. It is really important that the justice is the basis of the state, but state is also the justice, also the basis of the justice, vice versa. Again, the logic of power is not able to acknowledge the concept of justice. And last but not least, as five aspect, justice is not limited to. There are many equivalences. Justice is not God. Justice is not queen. Justice is not king. Justice is not law. Justice is not order. Justice is none of them. Justice is broader than these. I will not be able to explain or dive into any of these concepts, but these are the norms that I accept. Justice means that everything should be in order. Can you hear me clearly with the microphone? So, the justice means that everything should be as it should be. Everything should be in the place that it should be. So, this is the definition of justice in general concept and a broader concept. But until today, in each and every culture, we see that this definition has been acknowledged. But after this definition, we see when we ask more questions that the definition is dispersed or collapsed. So what is the place of something? If everything has a place, then how can we define this place? So this is the first question. And another question, prioritizing this question, is that if you would like to place something to somewhere, so you need to define that. So when you ask these two questions, then the definition of justice, the alliance on the definition of justice is dispersed. And again, throughout the history, there are many answers to these questions. I think one of the most important answers is the understanding of the Department of Justice. According to the cosmology and according to the morality and with the accumulation of this knowledge and this wisdom, it is built on the accumulation of this information. And cosmology and morality contributes to the definition of Department of Justice. And Ardeshir, Aristoteles, Armoshivan contributes to this definition. Sometimes they also mention Ibn Haldun, and they think that there is this kind of department for justice of Ibn Haldun. And I think Ibn Haldun is not related with the circle of justice. Sometimes just it is mentioned. That is all. Not more than this. And we see that they sometimes organize the tables and they write Ibn Haldun under that. So, for the Department of Justice, there are some concepts and some norms, and it is differentiated, but in the final phase, it is composed by 8 different circles. Justice is the world order of the world. If you follow that, you will understand that. Justice is the order of the world, and the state is preserving the order of the world. And the state is preserved by the rules, by the law. And again, rules are preserved by the government, by the power. and the government is preserved and protected by the military, and military is protected by economy, and economy is formed by the people, and people only continues to prevail with justice. So the circle is followed in this way, and we form the circle starting from the justice and ending again with justice, with the concept of justice. So we see two different logical aspects, and these logical aspects, one of them is about motion, and we receive this understanding from cosmology. Again, for the principle, we have the science of morality. For motion, for classical cosmology in the universe, we have the universe before the moon and after the moon. And for all these things, the motion, the moment is circular. So this circular movement starts from one point and ends in the same point. So it starts again. Circular motion starts again and again from the same point. So if this circulation is perfect, then it means that it does not have any center. So this is the idea of circularity. This is the idea of circle. So that is why decentralism is very important for the theory of justice and classical cosmology, and this attribution over the moon and the circulation and the movement of all the particles in the moon and over the moon. And again, this is also correlated with morality. And you know, we have the ethics. Ethics is very important. And again, the virtue is very important. There are some kind of analysis and operations about virtue, about morality. And according to the classical understanding, the humanity have some kind of domes. For example, mind is one of the domes of the person. So in different two ends, we have the results. For example, you can be either generous, or you will be some kind of you will either waste the money, or save the money. So these are two characteristics. So it is like two domes, two opposite domes, two ends. So you need to take all of these domes to the center. There will be no exceptions. So when we take all of these domes to the place, then these powers and these forces will be called as justice. So for the classical morality, if you construct this, the concept of justice is determined, and there are other concepts which are also included in the broader term of justice. This is the classical view. But in the modern political philosophy, we have the founder, as we acknowledge him. Thomas Hobbes is acknowledged, as you know. And Thomas Hobbes advocates modern moral theory. And he is also acknowledged as the founder of modern moral theory. Even though there are some derivations, Thomas Hobbes, in a sense, also approves the classical term of justice. because you know the emergence of state is also related with justice. So what should we do? There should be total obedience to the power, to the state, and this will also cover the justice. Everything is justice. Whatever the state does, whatever the power does, all the actions are called justice, and we should obey to that. And Thomas Hobbes says that in this theory, there is not any differentiation for Thomas Hobbes. As Nazif Sharani, our professor, said, these are modern Western philosophy. This is the decision also like the rough power relation. I beat you, I defeated you, and I have all the power to think about you, and this is called justice. So if you call it justice, then if you call this right, then this is right. So Thomas Hobbes also advocates for that. There are three reasons about the circle of justice, and there are different flows, and these flows are blocked now. So we don't see the movement of circle anymore. First of all, we have the socio-political conditions, states, political regimes, and whatever we have today. That, apart from differentiation, we don't have any similarities right now. And secondly, because of the difference of the positions, and it is taken from the Greek understanding, and there is the principle of distinction, and it is based on archae, nature, birth, richness, information, and these are now functional, and we understand these privileges, these concessions right now. And in Islamic understanding, the circle of justice, as we couldn't purify this Islamic thought from those parameters, that is why justice before justice, I would call that. It is the idea of order. It is the problem of power, so justice before justice. So it is very similar, very simultaneous formation with state and with order. So justice is related with order, with power. Sultan, you cannot reason the decree or the decisions of Sultan. You cannot reason or object it. That is why I think that the circle of justice is blocked now. And this non-circular movement is not happening right now. It is plugged, it is congested. For the circle of justice, again, each sentence has a carrier definition. And what we have here, when we mention justice, we need to be fair. And we need to look at the order, state, law, power, military, economy, people, and obedience. These are the absolute terms which should be defined together with justice. And God willing, we will be able to define all of these terms, and we are actually working on a project, and we will write a book about these definitions related to justice. The correlation of these terms, of these definitions, because these are all sub-definitions. So if you take this all of these can all be analyzed, but we have time limitation here in this hall and this panel right now. That is why let's focus on three different blocks, definition blocks. One of them is power, the other one is economy, and the third one is relation, the correlation between justice, between power and economy. Justice, in the essence, in the core, is a problem of system between the state, the power, and economy. So justice is based on a theory regulating the power and economy, the relation between the power and economy. So what should be circulated, what should be mobilized or moved in this circle of justice. So this should be in circulation. These terms, these definitions should be circulated. One of them is power. Power should be circular. The second one is economy. Economy should be circular as well. So if you congest, if you block the movement of economy, or if you block the movement or the circulation of power, then the circle of justice will be shattered and we will see the violence after this. So, for the circle of justice, there are some theory academicians, and they don't talk about the obedience and the role of obedience between the power and economy. The logical convention, there is a logical agreement for obedience to the economy and the power. The justice is the order of the world. Obedience of the people is only ensured with justice. That is why order is definitely related to justice. So, justice is ensuring all of these circles. That is why, in order to actualize obedience, what are the conditions? What are the prerequisites? In the Islamic understanding, in the Islamic philosophy, there are some answers, but I think that we need to answer, we need to find response to this question. I think that there should be a theory of convention, and the obedience is the result of a logical convention between the power and economy. So we need to look at the conditions of the agreement. So if we don't see the conditions of the agreement, then the theory of justice will only be related to order. And Mr. Nazif already mentioned that. And there is a new power, and this is based on this justice, this balance is based on power. It is not fair. And now this order is now defined as justice. This power is defined as justice. This power is defined as freedom. That is why if we cannot find conditions, then this circle of justice will be the theory to legitimize injustice. And what is this convention? What is this agreement?
Bir iktidarın nasıl var olduğu
So this convention contract is about how a power ensures its continuity. But before that, it's about the question how that power existed in the first place. So what is our share as individuals or public in terms of making sure that power exists and how we transfer that power.
sürdürdüğü sorusu birbirinden
So
farklı
these questions are
ve
two
her
different
biri
questions,
kendisine özgü bir adalet fikrini barındırır.
and these questions
İktidarın
also
nasıl
closely
kurulması
relate
çok
to
uzun
the idea of
sürgüler
justice.
çok.
So how
Oralara da giremeyeceğim maalesef.
power is
Fakat sonuç
established is
itibariyle
a
insanların
long subject. I'm not
hak
going to go
talebini
into
bir
detail,
rekabet ve çatışma
but
alanına dahil olarak aynı iradeyle bir çatışmanın neticesinde,
as a result
rekabetin
of a
neticesinde iki
competition or a
farklı konunun
conflict,
meydana geldiğini gördük. İlk
in a
başta.
group of people, we
Ben
see two
bunlardan bir
different
tanesine iktidar
positions
konumları diyorum.
coming
Diğerine
out.
de ekonomik
One
konumlar diyorum.
is the power, the
Yani
other
iktidar
is about
konumlarında
the
yöneticilerle
economy.
yerleşik,
On the power
eskiden
side,
belki daha işte
you
sultan
have
diye doğrudan desteklenirdi ama
politicians,
bugün
maybe previously
yöneticilerin çok daha
sultan,
geniş bir
etc., but
kapsamda
now
almamız gerekiyor.
the power is
Aradaki vekalet
much
süreçleriyle
wider.
birlikte. Yani iktidarı
There are
aşağı doğru
different
akıtan o vekalet süreçleriyle birlikte almamız lazım.
proxies of
Bunlara
it,
iktidar
of
konumları
power.
diyor. Bir de ekonomik
And
konumlar,
there's also
ekonomik konumlara da halk
economy,
yerleşir.
an
Dolayısıyla
economic position. And
halkın
that's where
yöneticilerin
the
ve
public is
yöneticilerin
located.
konumsal olarak birbirinden bu
So the
şekilde
public and
ayrılması
also the
aslında bir
rulers
sözleşmeye dayanır. Dolayısıyla da o
divided from each other
sözleşme
and
o
being in different
sözleşme
position is based on
halkın
a contract
yönetilenlerin
between them.
yöneticiler lehine
Basically,
iktidar
this is a contract
konumlarından
between
çekilmesi,
those who rule and those who are
yöneticilerin
ruled.
de yönetilenler lehine ekonomik konumlardan çekilmesi demektir.
So they
Bu
basically, both sides
sadece konumsal bir
give
değişim arkadaşlar.
the other their
Burası
position
çok önemli. Yani
and they
sadece
accept that
konumsal bir
as
değişim.
a contract. So this is a
Varlığı itibarı,
positional change.
efendim, ontolojik bir değişim değil.
It's not
Adalet
an
dairesinin içine düştüğü zaman
ontological
zaman, her
change.
zaman değil adaleteyiz tabii. Zaman zaman içine düştüğü sorun da bu. Efendim, Hobbes'un teorinin dolayısıyla
And
bugün
Hobbes
batıda bütün
and
siyaset teorisinde
his
en önemli
theories, and
kaldıran
of
bir
course
tanesi olan Hobbes'un teorisinin
Hobbes and the
içine
entire
düştüğü yanlış da bu. Bu konuların
basis of that is
ontolojik
that's
bir değişim değil.
where
Yani
they
sen
are
buraya
a bit
geldin, dolayısıyla da
misleading
artık
because
yerler
they
bu
see
böyle.
it
Sizi
as an
görebildiğim
ontological
kadar ben
change.
buradayım. Yani ne zaman
So they
bu
focus
iş
on the
biterse,
idea that now
adalet
that
diye
I'm
bir şey
here,
değil. Bir başkası gelir kendi
I will
adaletini
be
kurar.
here
Böyle bir çatışma
forever.
teorisi yani. Ama benim bahsettiğim şey biraz farklı. Benim
But
bahsettiğimde
what
şöyle,
I'm saying is a bit different
konumsal bir değişim.
in that
Dolayısıyla
it
da
is a
vatandaş kendinden
positional
bir pay,
change.
iktidar
So
konumuna bırakır. İktidar konumları da kendinden bir pay,
basically the
ekonomik
rulers
konumlarında bırakırlar ve hiçbiri
leave
temsil ettiği şeyin
a
sahibi
share
değil,
of themselves
mülkiyeti
in the
devralmış
other side, and
değil.
those who are
Onun
ruled
için temsil edilen
leave
burada
some
adalet
share
bizim
in
örneğimizde
those who
iktidar da
rule.
böyle, ekonomi de böyle. Yani adaletin doğası, iktidarın doğası
So the
ve
nature of
ekonominin doğası
justice
birbirine çok benziyor.
and
Dolayısıyla
economy
da
and
üçünün
power
de
is very similar to
doğası
each other.
gereği
So
mülkiyeti alınamaz şeylerdir. Yani
these
siz
three things are the
iktidarı,
things that
mülkiyetini birisine ya da bir
the
yere
ownership
tahsis edemezsiniz.
can't
Aynı
be
şey adalet için, aynı şey
transferred.
ekonomi için de geçerli.
This goes
Dolayısıyla
for
temsil
justice,
edilen
economy,
şey,
and
için
power.
temsil edilen şeyi baktığımızda temsil
So
eden,
looking at what is being
temsil ettiği
represented
şeyi
and
her
who is
zaman
representing it,
geri verme sözleşmesi üzerine aslında mantıksal olarak bu şekildedir. Bunun mizaç teorisiyle, klasiklerin mizaç teorisiyle
and
bitti mi?
my
Tamam,
okay,
toparlayayım.
I'm wrapping up.
Şöyle hemen toparlıyorum hocam. Aslında sonuna geldim zaten.
Okay, I am already at the
Bunu
end. I'm wrapping
klasiklerin
up. So
mizaç teorisiyle açıklayabiliriz. Mizaç teorisi şu,
there's
yani
what
doğal bir
they
oluşumun
call
doğal dengesi gibi. Yani bir oluşuma katılan unsurlar arasında mutlak bir denklik söz konusu olduğunda
a theory
oluşum mizacını edinmez. Mizacını
about the
tamamlamaz.
Mizaç
Yani
theory,
tamama ermez. Rekabet, çatışma, kaos, kaotik durum
focusing
devam eder.
on
Dolayısıyla da
this
bu
temperament
iktidar alanında
theory.
bu taleplerle katılan
So
her bir unsur
every
aslında
aspect
aynı özdeş taleplerle katılıyor. Dolayısıyla
that
da
joins
bunlar
this
arasında
power
dengelilik
struggle
kuracak bir
has demands, and
unsurun baskın gelmesi gerekiyor.
one
Bu baskın
party
gelen
out of them has
unsurun
to
iktidar olarak
dominate
benim adalet
so
ötesi
that
adalet dediğim şey
they can rule.
adaletin temeli olabilecek mülk olarak inşa olunuyor ve bundan sonraki süreç
And the process, okay, I only ask for 2 minutes. So the
tamamen
process after that
iktidarın kendi şahsında
is all about
teşebbüs ettiği bu kişinin
the power
karar ne
and the
olacak?
person who
Yani
represents power and
toplumsal
what's
ekonomik,
his decision,
ekolojik, politik varoluşlarını muhafaza edecek,
and how does
altına
he
alacak, güvenceye alacak, nasıl
ensure
kararlar alacak? Bir,
the
iki,
existence,
kaba güç
what kind of
teorisine
decisions
başvurabilir.
he make take. For
Kaba
example,
güç
first he
teorisine.
can
Yani diyebilir ki ben sizi yendim,
do
dolayısıyla da
brute
size
force,
güçlüyüm
brute power. So he can
ve
say, I
ben
beat
sizi
you.
yönetme hakkına sahibim.
That means I
Benim bir
dominate you and I
hakkım,
can
servettir,
do
haktır.
whatever I
Dolayısıyla
want, and
benim
that's
eylemim
justice.
adalet dışı hukuk
That's
dışında
fair.
tanımlanamaz.
So he can
Bu
say, what
adalet
I
dışı
do
hukuka sahip
can't
tanımları
be
nedir?
defined
Bunu der.
as
Ve
unjust.
modern batı felsefesi Hobbes'tan
And
beri en
since
azından
Hobbes,
buna
modern
dayanır.
Western
Bu
philosophy,
şekilde bir adalet halkın
this is
çıkarlarını
the
kabul eder.
definition of their
İki,
justice. That's the
diyebilir ki bir kişi,
so it's
o
their definition is based
iktidarın
on
kendi
brute
şahsında
force.
teşebbüs ettiği kişi diyebilir ki
And
ben bu kaba
the
güç ve
power's
irade olarak
representative
ben sadece
can
nasıl
also
var
say,
olurum sorusuyla ilgili
in
değil,
addition to this
varlığımı
brute
ve
force,
ülkemin varlığını nasıl sürdürürüm
he can
sorusuyla da
also
ilişkili olarak
try to address the question of
kaba
how
gücü ilaveten, bak bunun
can
temel
I
adı ne biliyor
exist and
musun? Bizim
also
yaptığımız
make sure
hatalardan bir
that the
tanesi
others
o.
exist.
Gücünüz yoksa istediğiniz kadar
So
adalet
this is
politikası
the
yapın.
second
O
is
güç hiçbir şekilde
on
ayakta
top of
duramaz.
the brute force,
Yani
because
kendine
without
adalet
brute force
edemez. Bir
you will
sorun bu.
you have to
Yani
have
kaba
the
gücü
force,
yapmıyoruz,
otherwise
böyle küçümsemiyoruz,
you will
kullanacağız.
never
Ama buna
exist.
ilave
So
olarak
it's
diyebilir
something you
ki bir
have to
kişi,
have.
ben sadece bu
But in
güçle
addition
yetinmem,
to
aynı
force,
zamanda adli
someone can
yasalarla,
say,
raporlara
I don't
müracaat
only
ederim.
lead by force, but also
Bir kişi diyebilir ki ben
apply
sadece
with
kaba güç, sadece akli
ethicals
yasalar,
or
bunların
mind
hepsi bizim
or
geleneksel
logical
karşıtlıklar var.
approaches.
Akli yasalarla değil, aynı
So he
zamanda
can also
bunlara
say,
ilave olarak
on top of
ahlaki
brute
ve
force and
siyasi
logical
yasalara da
rules,
müracaat eder
I
ve öyle
also
yönetirim. Ahlaki
use
ve siyasi
ethical
yasalara müracaat ettiği andan
principles
itibaren
as well and
koskoca bir
political
tarihsel
principles.
tecrübe karşısına çıkar. Ve o tecrübe mesela adil hükümdarlar var, sultanlar var,
And
sorunlarla
that
karşılaştılar.
in
Bu
that
tür
section there are a
tecrübeler,
lot
bu
of
tür vakalar
experiences
yaşarlar.
in history that
Onların
he can
tecrübesini de tarih
look
üzerinde
for. He can
temellük
basically
ederek hikmet
benefit
dediğimiz
from
şey, hikemiyat dediğimiz şey,
others' wisdom,
yani geçmişten
others
senden önce aynı sorunlara
from the
girmiş bir
past.
sürü
We have a lot of
buradaki
examples
sorunları, çözümleri
who led
Avrupa'dan da
fairly,
uyarladım diyebilir.
and this way that
Veya
the ruler can also apply
dört
to
ya da
those.
üç neyse
Or, in addition to these things,
diyebilir ki
he
o
can
kişi
also say, the
ben kaba
representative
güce,
of power, he can
akli
also say,
yasalara, ahlaki
I
ve
follow
siyasi yasalara
brute force,
ek olarak
logical principles, and
bir
also
de dini
ethical principles.
yasalara
On top of these
referans
things,
alırım
I
ve
also
buna göre
take
yönetebilirim.
religious
Bakın bunların
principles as
hepsi bu
reference. So that's
yönetecek
the next
kişinin, yani
stage.
iktidarın kendi şahsında taşabbüs ettiği kişinin kararına bağlı.
These, of course,
Bu çok önemli bir şey.
all of these things
Kararına bağlı.
depend on the decision
Dolayısıyla bu
of
dini
that
yasalarla çok
representative of
ilgili.
power.
Evet, bitiriyorum. Son cümlem
Just the
zaten.
last few
Yani
sentences.
dini yasalar. Dini yasalara göre
As I've said, the
yönetimde
religious
kişi
principles, when he applies
bizim
religious principles as well,
içine düştüğümüz en çok içine düştüğümüz
and this
hatalardan bir
is
tanesi
where we
sanki din
also
varsa birbirinin karşıtı
fall
yönetimi,
into a
din varsa
mistake,
akıl yok, akıl varsa din yok gibi.
where sometimes
Halbuki
people think
üstüne gelen bir ek
religion
bulunmakta.
and
Bunun için
logic
karşımıza
is
şu
opposite to
çıkmakta.
each other, but it's not.
Dini
They go
yasalarla
hand in hand.
yapılan bir yönetim
So what that
aslında
brings us
mahiyeti
to is
itibariyle
that a
referans
kind of
kaynakları
ruling
itibariyle
system
en zengin yönetim ve
with
iktidar gücü.
religious
Onun için
principles
İmam
is the
Şafii
richest
der ki
and the
adalet
most efficient
insanın
way of ruling. So
gücü
Imam Shafi
ölçüsünde
says
Allah'a
justice
benzeterek eylemde bulunmasıdır diye tanımlar.
is all
Adaleti
about
bir fiil, bir eylem olarak tanımlar ve buraya
justice is
bağlar.
an action, he says,
Teşekkür
and
ediyorum.
the more you can do that action
Evet, biz
as
de
people,
Kamran Hoca'ya teşekkür
the more
ediyoruz.
just you are. So that's what I want to end on.
Kısa bir şekilde özetleyeyim ama
So we thank Mr.
ama
Kamran Gökdağ.
şu
We don't have
net
too much
kendini
time
gösteriyor.
left,
Gerçekten bir
but to briefly
adalet dairesine
summarize,
çöktüğünü, çarkların
he
dönmediğini,
mentioned
bunun
how the
dönmesi için
circle of
ne gerektiğine dair
justice is
bir
not
çok
working
açık bir
anymore, it's
öngörü
not
vardı.
turning, and he had some clear
Kaba güç dışında
proposals
ahlaki,
and
siyasi,
examples.
bir takım ülkelerle
And he mentioned brute force on top of logical,
mevcut Batı merkezi
ethical, and religious principles on top of those.
adalet değil.
He also touched upon the Western idea and approach to justice and the definitions regarding that. He made some important remarks. Hopefully we'll get a chance to listen it in more detail in the future events. So we have very limited time, but maybe we can take a few questions.
Şöyle yapalım. Soruları çok kısa bir şekilde lütfen
If you
soralım.
can ask your questions
Değerlendirince
very quickly,
şey yapın.
I'd
Sorularınızı
appreciate that.
tutarak alacağız.
We'll
Tekrardan
collect the
sorarız.
questions and then
Buyurun siz.
at once, at the end, we will answer the questions. This is Hamit Erdem from Didim Aydın region. Brute force, my scholar here mentioned brute force, and that reminded me the Prophet Muhammad's efforts when he was trying to establish justice. We also know that he used his force, the force of his tribe. So when dictating justice, he used the force of his tribe. So that's also a form of brute force, right? This is Ubeydullah Aleyhisselatü. Selamun Aleyküm. I'd like to ask this question to Mr. Nazif. So, you explained it really well about imperialism, and in 1979, there was an Iran Islamic Revolution. This is seen as anti-imperialist, but then, of course, things happened in Syria and Afghanistan. In Syria, for example, in 1980s, Hama, at the time, basically they destroyed a town where Muslims were there, so it was a huge massacre. And now we see what Assad, the son, is doing. So Assad family is representing Baas political party, built by Michel Efla. I'm not sure, but he wasn't a Muslim. He was a Christian, or maybe he was Jewish. His party was established by him. So we thought that Islamic Revolution was anti-imperialist, but also Muslim. They also supported the Baas party. So what can you say on these things about the Iran Islamic Revolution or the Baas party in Syria? Hello. In your last sentence, towards the end of your speech, you also mentioned how logics and religious principles are not opposite to each other, but they go hand in hand. So, does that mean we put religion above logic, or how do we understand it? Or there's a logic to religion? How do you understand that? Okay, that's another question. One last question.
I'm Mudassar from Qatar-based think tank. I would like to ask my question to Dr. Nazif. You mentioned how the United States as an imperial power, I mean, if I can rephrase what you said, has sort of not been a very benevolent imperial power. Now, my question to you is that something which is just the nature of power, and the fact that United States had an unprecedented unilateral sort of power and this is very unprecedented. Is that the reason why United States behaved this way? And perhaps any other would have been in this place of United States with that kind of unprecedented power, perhaps it would have behaved exactly the same way. So are we really targeting United States just because of the fact that it was in that place and maybe any other country would have behaved exactly the same way, or there is something very unique about the United States in this matter? Thank you.
Evet, biz teşekkür ediyoruz. Now şey yapalım, soruları cevaplandıralım. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for excellent questions. When Kamran was speaking, it reminded me of actually Qutad Gubilik and Balsaguni. We sort of go back to what Hobbes said and Europeans said and so forth, but our own have said the same thing in better 1,000 years ago. We need to really come back to our own circle of justice. In Qutb League, Balsagoni says actually in order for a state to be stable, four conditions have to be available. One is a large army, both on horseback in his time, of course, and also on foot. To have a large army, you have to have wealth. Okay? In order to have wealth, you have to have justice. So you can see the logic, okay? And he says, if you have justice, then you will have a stable government. If you don't have any of these four things, the state will collapse. It's just simple. Justice is necessary for production of wealth. Wealth is necessary for having essentially the means to resist chaos and also other kinds of things. And you need to have the means in order to be able to maintain these things. So it's that simple. And I think the question that was raised about Iran is a very fair question. And I indicated something, that we have been placed in reactive mode, the entire world, because by what the West and the imperial systems have done, we are always in a knee-jerk sort of thing. We have to do something. And the easiest thing for Muslim world has been to rely on Islam. Mobilize people in the name of Islam so that you can respond and react to Western, horrors. And we haven't really thought through. Imam Khomeini has a book, those of you who have read it, about the new system of governance based on what the mullahs have done in Iran. But it's not appropriate for the kind of impositions that the West has brought about in the Muslim world. We really are not prepared in terms of having a blueprint of our own for how to manage our own affairs, in how to deal with in the context in which we live, which is, again, imperial, transforming itself constantly. We can't catch up. Every time we react, there is something new that they bring about. So what did they do with Iran? Impose all kinds of restrictions on Iranian behavior and undermine it. So the mullahs, even if they had the good intention, they haven't succeeded. So it is that unfortunate simple. The nature of power, we can assume that power is evil, and the more power is more evil. But there is something called ethical principles. You can manage power better if you also had ethical principles of good and bad. I have lived in the United States more than half a century. The United States has a double standard. One is domestic, where they need to act ethically. If any powerful person in America does not act ethically in America, he'll be taken to court. Even Trump has been convicted of various crimes. But internationally, there is no ethical principle doing anything to American power. In the name of national interest, the American governments can do anything they wish, and Americans, citizens, don't pay any attention. They don't give a damn what America does internationally. That's the problem of the United States. I have many times, when I've asked, especially about war in Afghanistan and other things that I've spoken, especially the seniors, the retirees who are very much concerned. I said, you contact your senators and say, ask the United States government to act ethically internationally. And they don't. So that's part of the how power is managed in the United States, unfortunately. It's unethical in its behavior internationally and very ethical within the domestic politics. And that sort of double standard, is terrible.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz Nazif Bey'e. Vakit kaybetmeden Kamran Hocam buyurun siz.
Eyvallah hocam, teşekkür ediyorum. Soru.
So thank you very much, and thank you very much for the questions. When it comes to the question about Prophet Muhammad using his tribe's brute force to rule, can that be considered as brute force? Yes, I think so. And of course, to briefly say something about it, and that brute force of his tribe played a role on his prophecy as well. When Hazreti Abu Bakr was chosen as the first caliphate, there was lots of discussion and arguments, and in the end they resolve it by referencing that Abu Bakr is from Quraysh region, which references to his power. So without that tribal power, maybe he wouldn't be chosen as the first caliphate. For example, the other tribes, the weaker ones, maybe instead of being from Quraysh, maybe if he was from one of the weaker tribes, most likely he wasn't going to be chosen as the first caliphate because there were other stronger tribes, regional tribes, including Ümeyyoğulları and Haşimoğulları. Those tribes wouldn't let him. So basically, again, even during that, even when Hazreti Abu Bakr was chosen as caliphate, it was because of his strong tribal force. And secondly, what I can say is that there is an intentional distance created between us and the political power. Nazif scholar mentioned power can be considered evil and more power can be considered even more evil. And then he mentioned how you can use that power using ethical principles, for example, and that determines everything. So that might mean the power itself is not bad, but how you use it and in what principles you use it is what matters. So there is this distance being created between us and power. So we have been here talking about lots of issues for the last 2 days, and not just for the last 2 days, but we have been talking about these subjects for years now. But in the root of all these things lie that we lost that political or physical power. So once you regain that power, you will actually see that those things we see as crises are not crises. And so the power itself is not bad by itself, in my opinion. Looking at the Prophet or the first 4 caliphates, it's all about power. Ibn Khaldun, for example, says if those people weren't from strong tribes, they couldn't lead. So Ibn Khaldun actually sets relations between those concepts, between brute force and rule and principles. And he says if brute force is not being checked by ethical or religious principles, it's just like a human body, but naked human body. So you have the body as power, but you also have to dress it with clothing to make it more refined and use it better. So also additionally, I mean politically, you have to have that body. That's power. So you have to dominate. You have to have that body. But once you have the body, once you have the power, you have to dress it. You can't be naked. You can dress it with logical principles, ethical principles, religious principles to make it more refined and use it better. But again, logical principles and religious principles, they are not opposite, or you don't have to choose one over the other. On the contrary, they go hand in hand. So when you put logical principles and you put religious principles on top, you will get a better result. And in that sense, brute force, logical principles, religious principles, they are like the layers of an onion that go on top of each other. So religious principles are at the top and they have a bigger reference. And that's what I can say about it. Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt because we are very late. I would like to thank Mr. Nazif Sherani from Indiana University and also Mr. Cameron. I'd like to thank my panelists, scholars. Also, thank you all for listening and being with us. Thank you. Dear guests, we have some gifts to our panelists and our moderator to remember this day.
Hilafetin ilgasında günümüzde 100. yılda İslam dünyasının otorite arayışı başlıklı sunum.
Now, we are starting our session titled 100 years from the abolition of the caliphate to the present, the search for authority in the Islamic world. The presentation will be delivered by Ovamir Anjum and Cemil Aydın.
Misafirler simultane çeviri için kulaklık temin
If you need simultaneous translation, you can pick up your headsets. Otherwise, please remain seated.
Tamam geliyor. Cemil Hoca geliyor. Niye?
Dışarıdan çok çakıyor. Dışarıdan çok çakıyor. Sahnede elini cepte olunca böyle. Alışkanlık muhtemelen. Göze çok çarpıyor.
Ne diyeceğim? Bir şey böyle takdim oluyor.
Takdimi sen çağıracaksın konuşmacıları. Ben çağırdım, söyledim konu başlığını.
Ortanıza oturayım.
Tamam.
Bir şey olmaz.
Ben
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Please have a seat, and we are going to start for the panel now. Okay. We need a couple of minutes. We need to wait here. Bir iki dakika bekleyeceğim. Lütfen o kapılardaki arkadaşlarımız da kontrol ederlerse giriş çıkışları da kontrol yapalım. Paneli başlatmak için biraz salonun yerleşmesini bekliyorum. Kulaklık alacak kişiler de var galiba. Onların da hemen hızlıca almalarını bekleyelim. Okay. Again, good morning, everyone. And now we have a very special keynote panel today with very prominent panelist speakers, Cemil Aydın and Uwe Miranjum. As you see at the title, we have a very important issue, 100 years from the abolition of the caliphate to the present, the search for authority in the Islamic world. As you know, the caliphate abolished in 1924, and then it has been 100 years. The Muslim world, the politics of Muslim world are looking for a new authority, and who is the governor? It should be an individual or institutions. These questions started very beginning of the abolition of the caliphate. As you know, the first caliphate congress was in 1926, and afterwards there were many kind of attempts to bring again back to caliphate, and it still remain many questions unanswered for the caliphate, for the authority issue in the Muslim world. And then I think this panel is very important to discuss, to look what we are doing now for the caliphate issue. And this panel, we have two speakers. I know their approach is different to the caliphate issue. Now we don't have too much time. And this kind of discussion panel, as a firstly, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ahmet Köroğlu, and teaching at Istanbul University at Political Science Department. And I am going to give for each panelist 15 minutes as a first round, and then they will give their arguments. And then as a second round, again, I am going to give for each of you 8 to 10 minutes to respond your arguments or some other contributions to your presentations. And then we will have maybe 10 minutes at the end of the panel, kind of contributions or Q&A sessions from audiences. Now, I would like to start with Uwe Miranjum. Uwe Miranjum is professor of University of Toledo, and he is also the founder of the Ummetics Institute. And last 5 years, regarding our panel title topics, he has published many articles, but most of important one is Who Wants to Caliphate, and then raise up against this caliphate issue, especially in the Western and Muslim academia again. And then, yeah, please, Uwe Emir Hocam, you will have 15 minutes as a first round. Yeah.
I'll actually stand up. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah. It is a pleasure to be speaking to you all today on a topic that is very fitting to be spoken of in Istanbul. It is in fact the story of my talk today starts with an article that I wrote that was published in 2019 called Who Wants the Caliphate? It was published in the United States. But before I published that article, as I was in the process of writing it, I came to Istanbul and spoke to a program that was also, in fact, organized by Dr. Ahmed, where he kindly allowed me to speak on that topic. And so this is where I first tried out my argument, which at the time, thinking of the idea of the caliphate in the West is not something that one typically does. It's not easy. And being in Istanbul and talking to people, in fact, the room in which I was talking to had people from 20 different nationalities. And, and that was really fascinating and wonderful for me to present my argument. So why that argument? Why, who wants the caliphate? Why talk about the caliphate? So let me first begin by cutting a good part of my talk where I argue about the importance of Muslim unity. Not everybody will agree with that point, but in this conference, I have seen over the last 3 days that there is a convergence on one point, that Muslims are not doing well and that Muslims need to be united and that there is an urgency. So because of that convergence and agreement, I'm going to go right into the question that raises, if you will, more disagreement. Which is, what form should that unity take? The argument that I make in my article is that the caliphate is an obligation in Muslim tradition without any disagreement among Orthodox Muslim scholars, whether they are Sunni or even if they are Shia or Ibadis, for example. In different forms, they agree on the basic idea. This is one of the things that Muslim tradition has come to a consensus on. So I argue, one part, that it is an agreed upon obligation. But secondly, I argue that it is a necessity to solve many of the problems that Muslims are facing today. And that is most of my talk today. And the third argument that I make is that it is a feasible idea, that we can do it. That's also something that I will talk about. So first, why call it the caliphate? After 9/11, 2001, and global war on terror, the United States, the country where I live, where I'm a citizen of, and where I write, took it, in fact, as its mission to redefine the contours of Islam, and part of that redefinition of Islam included defining who is a good Muslim and who is a bad Muslim. And part of that conversation was that people who, there were good Muslims who were perhaps Sufi or and maybe modernized and not concerned with hard and fast rules, not concerned with Muslim unity. And bad Muslims were all the other ones. That included the Salafis, it included Islamists, it included the Obandis, it included Taliban. But in the process, certain key Islamic concepts and words such as jihad, such as the Sharia, and such as the Khilafah became bad words. And of course, I do not need to repeat the history of United States and US imperialism in the Muslim world. The two Gulf Wars in particular, in Iraq and the second, of course, and then in Afghanistan first, and then in Iraq. And that led to the rise of a terrorist outfit called ISIS or Daesh, which used the term Khilafah and made it an extremely difficult word to use, so much so that one simple way to put it is that, a new kind of a license was now given as a result of this new discourse to all the rulers around the world that you can do whatever you need to do to take care of your Muslim problem. This included Israel or India or Myanmar or China, but also it included the UAE and Saudi Arabia and the rest of these autocracies that used their Muslim problem or used this war on terror to redefine their role. A new social contract was, if you will, a new social contract was authored to effectively say to the West, we will give you the silence of our populations in return for your support for our rule. Now, it is in this context that it became increasingly difficult to talk about Islam on its own terms. And it is also in this context when a terrorist outfit with dubious origins like ISIS, when it uses the word caliphate, Muslims become terrified of using words that are central to our tradition, that are in the Quran, that are in the Sunnah, that are in the Hadith, that are throughout our tradition. And so that is why I found it extremely important to write about Muslim unity in terms that are authentic, terms that are indigenous, while also recognizing the difficulty In fact, precisely because I think it was important to wrestle that word back from the likes of Daesh and Al-Qaeda and so on, that I used that term in that article. And of course, what I was surprised by is the response of both Muslim and non-Muslim intellectuals, not to mention other Muslims at large, who found that almost a major sea change in how you can talk about Islam. If you can talk about the caliphate in the United States, can you now really express yourself? And I think so that was a change. But at the same time, I want to also challenge some of the ways in which the word caliphate is used by many Muslims that is ahistorical. So in that article, I present, for example, at least 4 or 5 different ways in which the caliphate was institutionalized or embodied. There is the early Rashidun Caliphate, there is the imperial caliphate of the Umayyads and the Abbasids, and then there is the more symbolic caliphate of late Abbasids, and then a different kind of caliphate that re-emerges with the Ottomans. In these various institutional formations, the caliphate was not one thing. So normally when people think of the caliphate, they think of one absolutist kind of medieval ruler who has all the power. But I argue that that, in fact, is not the essence of the caliphate. And in fact, in most cases, the caliphal power was not absolute. But that aside, the question now is, whatever the caliphate is, the ummah must be at the center of the discourse. That is why the institute that we established in response to my article and the response to the article, called the Ummatics Institute, is not called Caliphate, but Ummatics, precisely because the Ummah has to be at the center. And I argue also in my book and my articles that I've written before that Islamic political discourse should be critiqued. Medieval Islamic political discourse, pre-modern Islamic political discourse, which is, I argue, is important for us to continue and engage with and revere, yet also to critique. And I argue that the starting point of our political, our future caliphate, our future unity must be the ummah and not the person of the caliph. So that said, what are the challenges to the idea of ummatic unity? There are external challenges, obviously, and internal challenges, and we often talk about external challenges. We often talk about Israel will never let this happen, or the United States will never let this happen, but I think that those are really irrelevant challenges. At the end of the day, the real challenges that we must attend to are internal. So what are those internal challenges? There are some conceptual changes that I think are necessary, a reformation of sorts. One is a sense of learned helplessness of the ummah, a sense that we cannot become united, that we as Muslims are almost an exception to history, exception in how incapable, incapacitated we are. I remember when I talk about this idea, and I was talking to a very high-ranking cleric, a scholar, and I mentioned to him about the idea of ummatic unity. He said, brother, this is impossible. And so then I changed the conversation. I talked to him about colonizing Mars and how Elon Musk has announced that, by 2030, we will colonize Mars. And this is also announced on NASA website. This is the United States government's goal to colonize Mars. And I asked him, do you think that is feasible? He said, why not? So I said that you are telling me that for Muslims to do what almost everybody else has done, the European Union fought 2 world wars and after that came together for economic and cultural benefit, and you're saying that it is impossible for you to imagine that Muslims can be united. So he almost backtracked and realized what he was saying. So there is of course, I think a result of war on terror and other things. That's our biggest challenge. Second, of course, there's theological forms of defeatism and messianism, end times, and sectarianism in which is part of our challenge. Third, there is an internalized Orientalism by which we think of history as a glass ceiling. So if something did not happen in history, then it cannot happen in the future. But everything that we are doing, in fact, the entire world has done things that were historically considered inconceivable, including the fact that we are talking here today in the English language, and Muslims from so many different backgrounds can speak to each other, can travel. This has never been possible in history. So we are already doing many things, including the simultaneous translation that is going on, that are things that were unthinkable until very recently. But it is the practical challenges that I want to draw your attention to, and that is what the Omatics Institute is for. How much time do I have left? Sorry, I did not keep my own time. 2 minutes, okay. Okay, very good. So the practical challenges, I will mention 4 areas that the Omatics Institute is working, recognizing that these are our primary challenges. Number 1 is the question of what we call managing deep differences among Muslims. Muslims have deep differences. They are sectarian differences, Shia, Sunni, Sufi, Salafi, Hanafi, Shafi'i, and so on and so forth. Then there are ethnic differences, Turk, Kurd, or Arabs and Persians, and so on and so forth. These are all differences, and the question is that we need a scientific approach to studying the history and management of these differences. So when we go to Islamic seminary or even a normal place of education for Muslims, there should be a subject where we look at Muslim differences and learn skills and learn knowledge that is necessary to manage those differences. Number 2, there is the question of economic integration. Currently, the trade between Muslim countries is extremely low. One number that I was told is as low as 3% of our total trade is with other Muslims. There are, of course, a number of very interesting initiatives on Islamic economics and economic integration that we are working with. Number 3, I think there is one of the major challenges is our research in science and technology is extremely limited. And in part, it's not so much a matter in this case of lack of freedom, which of course ails nearly all Muslim societies, but also a sense of a lack of civilizational motivation and ethics that are necessary for research. And I think that political illegitimacy and instability play a major role in that. And then there is a question of forms of political unification. Should it look like European Union or the United States or some other form of integration? We need to invest in modern institutional design so that Muslims from all different backgrounds and despite, given their diversity, can find a way to work together. Obviously, a lot of what I have said sounds like science fiction, but at the same time, I believe that it is important for us to have that vision. Many things, that we thought were impossible today, in one lifetime, they have become possible. And I believe that the unity of Muslims in a form that is pleasing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and one that will be able to protect and prevent Muslims against genocides and massacres and otherwise the prisons of the dungeons of Syria that we have seen. It is a necessity that we need to dream big and work for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Anjum. I'm going to give a second chance. And now our next panelist speaker is Cemil Aydın. Cemil Aydın is the professor of global history at North Carolina University. And he has a book, The Idea of Muslim World, is a famous original book, and translated to Turkish. Cemil Hocam, Cemil Hocam says there is no one type of caliphate in the history, but there was a caliphate always in a different sense. Maybe you are a historian, you can draw some historical perspective of the caliphate issue, and you will have also 15 minutes for first round, and then we'll continue the second round.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Ahmed, for inviting me. So for the sake of the time, as a historian, I want to maybe highlight the main points. I would agree that caliphate was abolished at the peak of its popularity. The Ottoman Caliphate, March 2nd, 1924. This has happened in the context of the end of the Ottoman Empire. We are in the 100th-year anniversary of that moment within this year. And caliphate meant a very progressive, positive, humanist Muslim internationalism, Muslim unity at the time of European colonialism. However, I would like to historicize this moment. I try to highlight why, first time in history since the time of the Prophet Muhammad, miraculously, many Muslims from Indonesia, China, Philippines to Europe and Africa agreed on a concept of a caliphate, agree on their respect for the Ottoman Caliphate. I want to argue that this was a unique moment from 1870s to 1924. 1924 decision didn't have to happen. There could still have been a caliph living in Dolmabahce Palace today, but this decision was made for various reasons. But looking back after 100 years, any talk of creating Muslim unity by a caliph will be counterproductive. I think that era is over. In fact, I will argue that in order to achieve some sort of Muslim solidarity, unity is always impossible, some Muslim cooperation to solve the common problems, including genocide, we should think differently, focus on the goal, but not the means. The caliphate was a mean in the late Ottoman Empire to achieve a purpose. It achieved some of the purposes. We need to understand what that purpose was. And in that sense, I think we should declare the end of the era of caliphate, because any attempt of creating Muslim unity through a caliphate will be very divisive, unnecessary. It's not true that all Muslims agree on a caliphate. I don't have to tell this audience about the Shia Muslims or Ismailis or even different Sunni branches. So my point is the following, maybe to summarize in a short. As a historian, first to highlight, and I'm going to come to this spot again, Muslims were never politically united. This wasn't necessary in order to be Muslims. Muslim societies after the time of Prophet Muhammad were ruled by different empires. In fact, that division of Muslim societies were more important, more natural after the end of the Abbasid Caliphate. But the Caliphate that was ended in the Abbasid period was also very different than the Caliphate of the Hazreti Abu Bakr. Second, Muslims always were creative in creating political institutions. I highly recommend, not of Turkish nationalism, because I now advocate that we should forget about the Ottoman Caliphate, but if I am a Turkish nationalist, I'm very proud of these two brilliant scholars. One of them is Professor Hayrettin Yücesoy, who wrote about the caliphate in Abbasid period, and he argued that actually during the period of the Abbasid Empire, there was a very sophisticated Muslim political theory around the notion of siyasa. That Muslim scholars already went beyond the early juridical ideas of the caliphate. So this is one good example that not only that there were Muslims outside of the Abbasid Caliphate, like in Andalus, but the Muslims always had much more complex ideas of caliphate. Second scholar, Professor Hüseyin Yılmaz, wrote about the Ottoman Caliphate. And this is a question that the Ottoman Empire was not the Muslim world. Muslims were never united under Ottoman rule. Süleyman the Magnificent did not try to unite them. And the titles of sovereignty, political titles of Muslims, Muslim kings, were Shah, Padishah, which was according to actually juridical theory, it's shirk. You cannot say someone is Shah or Shah, you have to be Caliph. Or Hakan, that's inherited from Genghis Khan. At the peak of the Caliphate movement, Abdülhamid was always praised as Abdülhamid Han Hakan in the Indian Muslim literature too. What Hüseyin Yılmaz shows that, yes, there is a notion of caliphate at the time of Kanuni Sultan Süleyman, but this is more of a mystical caliphate, an emperor who has some sort of a sacred mission to create peace and order in the universe. But to highlight, the caliphate was not a political sovereign title. You do not rule a place as a caliph, and I will explain what then the caliphate does. So why did caliphate came? And because it's shorter, I need to highlight one important position. The Ottoman Empire was an empire. It had, until 1517, until it conquered Egypt, actually have almost half Christian, half Muslim population. And after 15, Ottoman sultans did not use caliphate title consistently. There were people who claimed to be caliph in Morocco and other places, and the majority of the Muslims lived outside of the Ottoman Empire. So why did then suddenly, miraculously, there is a global ummah consensus about the spiritual caliphate of the Ottoman Sultan? This happened gradually in the 19th century, and it has something to do with that problem of colonialism and racism. Muslims were colonized across the world. Some of the big empires, like the Mughal Empire, the Babur Empire, was collapsed. And it's in that context, Muslim societies were trying to solve, they need a unity like Palestine, unity for Palestine, solve their problems. And what these problems are: humiliation, racism, discrimination, exploitation, division. If you're an Indian Muslim, you went through hell of a British rule, or if you're an Algerian or Indonesian Muslim, you're facing Dutch rule. It's in that context that the very fact that there is a modern monarch in Istanbul who is part of a European club of empires, Ottoman Empire was a member of the European Club of Empires, who was Sultan, Padishah, and Hakan, but at the same time also a caliph ruling over Mecca, Medina, Jerusalem, and Najaf, became very important as a means for Muslim societies to achieve a goal. And these goals were equal rights, freedom and emancipation, equality in a global context. So ironically, Muslims were more united, and which in the late 19th century than ever. We see this as a good example is that the Shia Muslims began to support or sympathize with the Ottoman Caliphate. If you ever go to Karbala, Imams will tell you that during World War I, Shia Muslims supported the call for jihad by the Ottoman Caliph because they were also ruled by the Ottomans. But I should remind some of the leading pan-Islamic intellectuals. Jamaluddin Afghani was Shiite. Sayyid Emir Ali was also Shiite. The person who actually wrote a letter to Ankara not to abolish the caliphate was Aga Khan himself, who wasn't even supposed to believe in a caliph because he was Ismaili. And Shekib Arslan was from a Druze family. He was actually the father-in-law of the current leader of the Druze. So why did all these people wanted Ottoman caliphate? Misconception, what is wrong, is that we think that there was an Islamic world led by the Ottoman Caliph, and that Islamic Ottoman Caliph defended the Islamic world against Europe. Islam versus Europe. This is a clash of civilization thesis. That never happened. The reason why Ottoman Caliph become so important is that it's precisely because he was a member of the European imperial order. There was no Islamic international order at the time of Sultan Abdulhamid or Sultan Abdulaziz. But this caliphate was very important because Muslims were racialized. They were subjected to Renans and Gladstones and other form of racism, the Dutch racism. These were institutionalized racism. And why was Ottomans important in this context when we see the Ottoman Sultan Abdulaziz with the French emperor with a fez, and this is the opening ceremony of the Suez Canal. You are an empire in Europe, but then caliphate becomes important because he becomes the wakil, the leader of this brown race of Hindus and Muslims. This is the age of empire, but also racism, yellow race and black race. And the caliphate achieved a lot for Indian Muslims or African Muslims. It allowed them to talk back against European racism because Ottoman Caliph was the Caliph of the Tanzimat. It already reconciled every aspect of modern governance, of a civilized government, and it responded all the accusations. It was a good medium to respond all the accusations against European claim that the Muslims are uncivilized. I want to give you one example. This is Shibli Numani, who came to Istanbul in 1890. And he's a big admirer of the Ottoman Caliphate. The first book that he wanted to be translated, the biggest person that he admired was Fatma Ali Hanım, who wrote Nisvan Islam, and he allowed it to be translated into Urdu and then Arabic. When you read his memoirs, he's very proud that Ottoman Sultan is more civilized, more democratic, more tolerant than the British Emperor. And Indian Muslims had a list of Christian bureaucrats in the Ottoman Empire, ministers and ambassadors. Indians knew that. And then they will consistently say that our caliph is more civilized than the British Emperor, which they weren't against. And because they will say, where are the Muslims and Hindus in your government? In some ways, then, for Muslims outside of the Ottoman Empire, caliphate represented tolerance, good governance, and the modernity and civilized, progressive nature of the Muslim societies, including the question of women's rights. And I want to highlight one aspect. One of the most forgotten aspects of the global Muslim public opinion is the attention to international law. Muslims know that the Ottoman Empire was a strong empire, but it did not have enough military power to defend the Ummah. Russian Empire was much stronger. As a result, then Muslims highlighted the importance of international law. Those Turkish audience who watched Payitah Abdülhamit, there's always an image of Abdülhamit as someone who's slapping the British ambassador, which is not true. But they forget that the Abdülhamit's foreign ministry is one of the first foreign ministries in the world who instituted international law to solve the problem of international inequality and order. And in that sense, I find South African foreign minister who's a Muslim, remember the Naledi Pandor, who started the case against Israel in the International Criminal Court. I think she's a good representative of that Ottoman Muslim internationalism, using international law to create justice for Muslims. And it's in that context, we also see that some of the Ottoman symbols like crescent and the fez is adopted by all the Muslims around the world as a symbol of pride, as a symbol of cultural unity of values. These values are equality and justice. And if I were young, I would have done a dissertation on the history of the Fez, which is a great topic. So what I'm trying to get at is that before caliphate was established, this is too much just for me to, what I was arguing, that we establish a system where Ottoman Caliph emerges what we call the spiritual sovereign of all Muslims in the world, not a political sovereign. But here I see also a brilliant Muslim Indian anti-colonial strategy. What they do with this notion of a spiritual sovereignty, which sounds like you're deviating from juridical law, because according to Islamic law, there is no spiritual sovereignty. What they're telling to the British or the French and the Dutch is that, yes, you may be ruling my empire, but I'm not alone. You cannot oppress me. I have someone in Istanbul who can speak on my behalf, who can articulate my rights, my emotions, the injustices in the world. And the spiritual political division, mezhebi or versus siyasi, becomes a good strategy because British always claimed that we are not against Islam. Muslims have full religious freedom. And it becomes very smart for Indian Muslims to say, if I have a religious freedom, I will follow my caliph in Istanbul because it's my religious duty. But Brits will go insane about this. They say, what do you mean by another empire's ruler is your spiritual sovereign? How many minutes? 1 minute, very good. So what I'm trying to get at is that even after this moment, which we will discuss, came as a result of the success of the caliphate movement. And there are two actors. We, in this Turkey, we owe Lausanne to the idea of caliphate. Two actors, the Indian Khilafat movement, probably Obama's grandparents donated money and gold. And the second one is the Enver Pasha, Jamal Pasha, Talat Pasha. They created a kind of Islamic internationalism after World War I. As a historian, I should say that everything you attribute to Abdülhamid today is actually Enver Pasha and Jamal Pasha, not Abdülhamid himself. But at the peak of his power, his achievement that created Lausanne, Turkish government decided to abolish the caliphate for various reasons. I'm not going into the detail on this. But I want to go into, in my last minute, so why did the caliphate come back? For about 50 years after the failed congresses, it's forgotten. Muslims struggle for justice, for liberation, but they think that they could do this without the caliphate because there's no way to recreate this magical formula of the Ottoman Caliphate. A caliph, which is Hakan, Padishah, but a member of European club, which is also ruler of Mecca, Medina, Jerusalem. One thing I want to highlight about the legacy of the spiritual caliphate is that after caliphate was abolished, all the Muslim rulers wanted to marry the daughters of the caliph, but no one said, I want to marry the son and make him a king. We should also think about the femininity of the idea of caliph. These are the Ottoman caliph's daughters or nieces who married the richest Indian Raja, who was very loyal to the British, the Nizam of Hyderabad. But my summary for this is that it's hard to recreate the caliphate, so why did it come back? It came back also through the Palestine question. Where's my slide on Palestine? Because the purpose of Muslim internationalism was emancipation, hurriyat, as the Syrians today wanted and achieved, mashallah, last week. But there were places that we haven't achieved that emancipation, and Palestine became one of them. And for a long period of time, Palestinians used every strategy possible, including socialist internationalism. You see Haji Emil al-Husseini meeting with the Chinese communist leader. And I think after the great crisis of the turning point in the 70s, that we couldn't liberate Palestine, then there was this new call for Muslim internationalism, as a result of which some people call for a revival of caliphate. But if you actually think about what that goal was, then we might achieve it with other means without recreating the sectarian, divisive nature of the caliphate that might be too late to revive at this point. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Cemil Hocam. Is it okay? Now, Cemil Hocam, you will have 8 to 10 minutes. Okay. You will continue with your arguments or to respond some Cemil Hocam's arguments. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much Professor Aydin. Okay. So I wish I could go into all of the examples he gave, because I do admire the depth of historical knowledge, and we can talk about the interpretation. So to be very quick, because I want to give Professor Aydin a chance to respond and to hear from you all. Number one, think about it. All of the examples that he gave are kind of like saying, go to Tatarstan, go to India, and talk to a guy on the street. Do they pray? No, they don't pray 5 times a day. Therefore, you don't have to pray. In fact, prayer is not part of Islam at all. So the method of argument that's made is non sequitur, meaning that just because the reasons why in the 19th century the idea of caliphate became important had some benefits, and those benefits were the reason why they were trying to do it, and therefore we should not do it, or that we should try to figure out, the benefits of praying. For example, it makes you, it makes you spiritually more alert. It brings you closer to God. And instead, we could do yoga or something else. The point is that while all the examples that Professor Aydin gave are valid and interesting, they just don't speak to the point. What is the point? Number one, the point that I have made is that it is seen by Muslims as an obligation. That's number one. How do Muslims determine an obligation? How they have done so? Now, we may disagree it's an obligation today. Modernist Muslims disagree with a lot of things. But Muslims did not disagree on this point. Muslims disagreed about every possible point, not on this point. For centuries and centuries, you can look at, each of the different madhahib in law and theology in different centuries. They are repeating the same thing. They agree on that one thing. So that's one point. Second, I'll give you 3 stories really quickly. The first response to the Crusaders was not Salahuddin. It was not even Nuruddin. The very first person to respond to the Crusaders, only a decade or so after the Crusaders came in the year 1099 of Common Era, was a man by the name of Ibn al-Khashab, who is a scholar and a qadi of Aleppo. And he wants to start fighting back, make jihad. The ruler of the time of Aleppo does not agree, so Ibn al-Khashab goes to Baghdad, to the Abbasid Caliph, who is very weak at the time, and asks for help. And the Caliph is not able to help, so Ibn al-Khashab comes back and raises an army or leads an army and starts jihad for the first time, in fact, and is able to have a victory for, even though it's small. Ibn al-Khashab was not a Sunni, he's a 12er Shi'i. So the idea that Shia-Sunni unity or Shia recognition of a Khilafah is a new idea that the Ottomans invented is not correct. Number 2, in the 14th, 15th centuries, India, the Delhi Sultanate, at that time you have an Abbasid Caliph in Cairo who is only nominally a Caliph, but because Muslims believe that it is an obligation, as soon as a king, whether it's a Malik or Shah or Shahin Shah, as soon as they become religious, they ask themselves, who is the Khalifa? And they ask for a letter of investiture from the Khalifa. Final story, in the beginning of the 16th century, in Aceh, Indonesia, the king has recently become a Muslim and is facing competition from other local kings. So he sends an embassy to the Caliph Suleiman, in fact, at the time, and asked for help. Suleiman Qanuni does actually, or the Ottomans do send help back. It arrives in the form of ships, which allows, it teaches technology, not only weapons, but technology of cannon making. The problem is that it takes nearly 20 years for this back and forth to take place. But once the technology gets there, it kind of empowers that ruler of Aceh, the Muslim ruler of Aceh, who recognizes the Ottomans as his caliphs and asks for help. But if it takes you 15, 20, 30 years to communicate and get reasonable help, that means you have to make it out on your own. All of these examples show that Muslims from different parts, different centuries, recognize the idea of a caliphate. That includes even the Shia, and that it was not often practical because of long distances for one ruler to in fact affirm or assert their sovereignty. When the Safavids came to power, that's one of the reasons some historians speculate they chose Twelver Shiism and not Sunni Islam is because they were afraid that if they chose Sunni Islam, they would have to give their allegiance to the Ottoman Caliph. Now, this is a dubious, perhaps, interpretation. I'm not an expert on Safavids, but the point is that that idea is, in fact, alive throughout. So the point that I'm making is you can look throughout Islamic history and find three things. Number one, did Muslims believe in a caliph? We're only talking about religious believing Muslims because that's the basis of the argument. The answer is yes. Number two, did they actually try to achieve that kind of collaboration and coordination? The idea of political unity, the way we think of in the modern world with a single state and administration, did not exist. So that's not what we are talking about. These things took different forms. But did they try to achieve political solidarity of the time that was relevant? And the answer to that is yes. The third question is, did they succeed in doing so? And the answer to that is, well, they succeeded not as, it was probably they succeeded as much as Muslims succeed in telling the truth or praying 5 times a day. Meaning, not always. So, the final point I want to make is think about the Prophet, Muhammad, peace be upon him. How many of us believe that Muslims should emulate his example, should try to be like him? You all agree? I'm assuming if you understood what I'm saying, you all raise your hand. We all want to be like the Prophet, peace be upon him. How many of us, in fact, claim that at some point in our lives, we can be like the Prophet? We can be exactly like the Prophet. We'll reach that status in ethics and morality. None of us. In other words, we believe in a form of morality that we know we cannot achieve. Right? So believing, in fact, that precisely is what makes it worth achieving. Muslim unity is precisely that kind of ideal. There will always be differences, but just as piety and good morality is something that we seek, and we seek as part of our religion and part of foundation of our social and political existence, in the same way that people who talk about democracy are constantly asking and saying, well, we don't have democracy today. Democracy is corrupted. Big money has come and taken it. Or the nationalists are taking democracy. So democracy is always incomplete. It's always fugitive. There is, in fact, a term that political theorists use, fugitive democracy, because it appears only very now and then. And yet you live by this notion of democracy. That's how political ideals are. So I think that Professor Aydin is applying different kinds of criteria to answer that question than we ought to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cemil Hocam. Now it's your turn, Cemil Hocam.
as I understand your argument, is that the theory was never applied since the time of Prophet Muhammad, with some exceptions. But it doesn't mean that it could be applied. You're right that American political science departments are like madrasas. As we teach caliphate theory in madrasas, they teach democracy theory, which never applies to reality, but they still teach it. Here are my two major concerns about this, to be brief. One, actually, Muslims do not agree on the caliphate. That's not true. Sunni Muslims, Shia Muslims are Muslims, Ismaili Muslims are Muslims. And even among the Sunni Muslims, there are opinion differences. Muslims are not a member of a small tribe as a family. Every person has a family who knows that you cannot even have a caliph within a family. Kids don't agree. Nobody listens to the father. It's a very old political model. It's not in the Quran. It was decided on the spot after Prophet Muhammad died. I don't see caliphate as a religious obligation or a truth. Yes, some Sunni Muslims think that the caliphate is part of the faith, which is not true, which was never applied. So I think that argument that in order to be a true good Muslim, you have to believe in caliphate is not accurate, which also I never thought that it was your argument, because I read your piece before this panel. It's more sophisticated, so you're also doing injustice to your argument. But let me get to the sophisticated part of your argument, was that international ordering is in crisis. The promised European universalism and enlightenment was never delivered. There are too many injustices in the world, and you argued that if the European ideas are not saving us, we need to go back to the authentic Islamic ideas to decolonize the world and to bring peace and justice. With that second argument, what I'm worried is this, is that if you put the bar too high to say that I only solve this problem if Muslims become truly believing Muslims, and there are 1.5 billion of them, and then we can solve the problem. But if we have the real good faith and we can unite the Muslims around caliphate, we can liberate the Palestine, this moment will never come. There actually becomes impediment to achieve your goal. I cannot tell the Palestinians that, brothers, I'm sorry, the world failed you, Ummah failed you, United Nations failed you, and in order to liberate you, wait for me, I'm going to go around and create the caliphate. That would be an unfair question to those people. Meaning that the idea of a Muslim unity now became so apolitical, it becomes very self-destructive, very divisive. And we also cannot forget what was done in the Middle East in the name of the caliphate, and what was done in Asia in the name of the caliphate, or in other places, that the Muslims live in states, they have obligations to do with states. So I do think that it's better to think about Muslims as like any other human being who believe they have values. In order to achieve their values, they need to work, they need to do politics, they need to create solidarity. So the biggest pan-Islamists who are very effective for me, Abdul Rashid Ibrahim, who is a great traveler in Korea and Japan, he talked to Chinese, he talked to the Indians and the Japanese. He said that we are not the only people who are oppressed, we need to have a solidarity. With the South African struggle, if we thought that apartheid will end only if all the black people in the world unite and they create the black caliphate, then South Africa will be free, we would have waited much longer. They did something more. And on that front, I think the actual experience is much richer than we give credit to. Let me give one example then, and I also don't want to talk only about Turks in Istanbul. I lived in Malaysia for a year, so I knew about the man named Tunku Abdul Razak, who is one of the first prime minister of Malaysia. A Muslim in his own way, he's a prince. But what he did is amazing. When I read a dissertation recently on his achievement, because he's the first Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Conference. He knows that Malaysia will be free, but he then that takes that freedom first to British Commonwealth, so that's not the only community. Within the British Commonwealth, he fights against South Africa's discrimination of Muslims and Africans, and together they kick South Africa out of British Commonwealth. Then he works to kick South Africa out of United Nations. We need some notion of Muslim internationalism who can work like him to kick Israel out of the United Nations. We don't need to wait for the Ummah to be united under whoever that caliph be. And finally, he thinks that, again, in the new world order, we need a Muslim unity, so he became the champion of the Organization of Islamic Conference. So Muslims should always act on their belief, fight for faith, taqwa, justice, tawheed, but caliphate was a tool, useful. It's no longer serve that purpose. We need to think differently in order to achieve our goals of justice and freedom.
Okay, thank you, Cemil Hocam. If I want to use for some concluding remarks, maybe I can give 2 minutes, only 2 minutes for each of you. You have any need 2 minutes questions? No? Okay, that's enough. Okay. Now, it is, oh, very, okay, 1, 2, 3, but please, we have only 10 minutes for the Q&A sessions. Just very short and clear questions and contributions. Okay. Yeah.
Merhabalar, ben Doktor Abdurrahim.
Hello, my name is Dr. Abdurrahim. I am directly involved. My question goes to Ovamir Amci. For the International Strategic Center, you worked there for a while, and in your book, Chess, and you said that in the 21st century, USA is the superpower. So it's about the possibility whether United States will be the superpower in the coming years. So there are some kind of options rather than United States who can be the superpower instead of United States. So there are different options, and one of the options is will be emerged by the Middle East, and one Islamic State will take the power of United States. So this is elaborated. This is expressed. So in the last 10 years, we see the Arab Spring, we see the upheavals of different peoples. And in Syria, Michael Hayden, the former president of CIA, he had an assessment which attracted my attention. The best option for the United States is that Assad will be in power. If Assad goes, then the borders of Sykes-Picot Agreement will once again be redrawn. And Levant region, Jordan, Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, and some part of Turkey, the Levant region in the political science literature, and he uses this definition. This will be the explosion of Levant region, and the area will be unmanaged by the United States. And again, please, not a comment, just the question. So again, another question. So I am the last castle of secularism. If there is any kind of fraction, there will be a new geopolitical order starting from Morocco. Now, Mr. Anjun, in the Islamic area, in the Islamic world, we have different leaders following up these decisions. So in the Western, when we talk about these concerns, so these estimations are hidden by the people. The Western powers have their estimations and predictions, but the Ummah of Islam, as you just attributed to Elon Musk, so why don't we acknowledge this historical reality? Why do we have these suspicions? Thank you. Now let me ask the question once again. My question is that in Western powers, people have predictions for the future, but in the Islamic intellectual world, unfortunately, we don't acknowledge this as a reality. What is the reason behind it?
I think that, so if I understand your question correctly, I am sympathetic to it. I think that Muslims are not fully appreciative of the potential that we have. And it's a challenge of our, it's internalized Orientalism of sorts, I think. That we need to address. We need our institutions and intellectuals who are able to think broadly. I think that Muslims don't do futurology. We don't think big about our future. I think that's important to do. I hope that answers your question.
Şanlıurfa'dan Çetin.
My name is Çetin Güren from Şanlıurfa. Thank you very much for your presentations. One question goes to Mr. Anjun and the other goes to Mr. Cemil. So if we had a caliphate regime right now, so do you think that if Palestine was like that, if we saw the massacre again in Palestine, so would we say that we cannot help you because we don't see the wahda, we don't see the union of Ummah? Would it be our words? So now the question is to you. Well, we have, if there was a fairer caliphate, again, the imperialists would continue to do whatever they are doing right now. Again, so the Palestine's case would be like this. Thank you.
I got the question. Was there a question for you? I was just going to collect more questions. Okay.
Hi, Bilal Salam, Istanbul Ticaret University, English lecturer, Ibn Haldun PhD, sociology student. This question is for Professor Iden. I appreciate what I'm hearing to be like an almost non-materialist or idealist interpretation of how the caliphate can be. My dissertation actually uses altruistic signifiers such as the fez to syncretize Islamic sects like the Moorish Science Temple, which I spotted on one of your slides, with Ottomanism and Islamic unity more broadly. How would you say a conceptualization such as this aligns with your presentation today and your intellectual work in general surrounding how you think we should think about the caliphate in a different manner?
Hello. Yeah, hi, my name is Mudassir. I am from Jisr, a Qatar-based think tank. And this is my question. There was a discussion on the practicality of caliphate, given that now we are living in a very different environment. The values on which distinctions are made among different groups are very different. We're talking about democracy, equality, those kind of things, and it's not really religious values which perhaps defined the geopolitical ecosystem in the medieval ages, which made perhaps the caliphate more feasible. But looking at the trends, especially in throughout the world, actually, but including even in the collective West, there is a move towards the far right. For example, in Europe, we are seeing almost everywhere move towards populist and far right. Even in the US, you see the election of Donald Trump. It's a sort of validation of the fact that people are moving towards their religious values, their conservative values. So given that this transition is happening, do you think that the atmosphere is perhaps a little more ripe than what it has been in the past century for a concept like caliphate to perhaps take fruition? Thank you. Either of you, actually.
And the last one. Yeah.
Do you mind passing it?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Taskeen Nissa. I'm from Kashmir and I'm pursuing bachelor's in international relations and political science. So my question to you is that there was a lot of discussion here about the greater ummatic, all of the unity that the Ummah should have. And there's something that Allama Iqbal has said on this. He has said that the flags that the Muslim nations pertain right now, they are the neo-Buddhs, the neo-idols. But at the same time, he has also said that nationalism, if we know properly like how we can use it, we can build, we can create some sort of a greater Muslim of a greater Muslim unity. So my question to you is that, is something like that possible? Like, if we don't go out there like nefariously, just go out there and strap and take like all the separate identities of the people out of them. Like, I'm a Muslim first and then I'm a Kashmiri. Now, if someone comes tomorrow and says to me, no, you're only a Muslim. So that, in today's time, is literally not possible, and people won't accept it like that. So do you think that if we just go out there and respect that people, they come from different nationalities, they come from different races, if we respect those, if we build a more inclusive environment, we will be able to create that greater Muslim unity? Thank you.
My question is directed to Professor Aydin. You said that the Prophet, peace be upon him, did not order his companions, the rightly guided caliphs, to establish a caliphate, something, the meaning to that effect. But I want to recall the famous hadith in the book of Imam An-Nawawi, the 40 hadith, in which he said that, follow my sunnah and the sunnah of the Khulafa Rashidin and hold on to it, with your teeth. So the four caliphs, Prophet peace be upon him, was saying to his companions that their sunnah should be followed also. And they, as you said that they were not instructed to establish a caliphate, but which they eventually did. So I don't know if you want to reply to that.
Merhabalar, Mevlüt Kayabaşı.
Hello, my name is Mevlüt Kayabaşı. I am attending from Aydın. You talked about Selahattin Eyyubi, two actionary names, and during them in Al-Quds conquering, the only obstacle was the Caliphate himself. So, in the coming days, during the Ottoman Empire, as Ottoman Empire represented Caliphate, and we knew that we went through the same thing during the people of Ottoman Empire, when the Caliphate was abolished, the Indian Muslims and other, I think most of the Muslims They didn't take any action through against the abolition of caliphate. They didn't take any action, and why is that? And again, secondly, as our professor said, the cooperation agencies or institutions like Arab League, Islamic Organization of Cooperation, they cannot take action and we cannot organize them. And the Islamic world cannot create any policy. So how can we have a common solidarity to establish caliphate?
Questions. So maybe I start with Allama Iqbal. Of course, he's my hero. And I think what we see in Allama Iqbal is that he is a representative of the very productive, very humanist, very creative time in modern Islamic thought. I mean, throughout history, we have Muslim scholars, but the most productive period was under colonialism, under racism, which was these problems gave them this universalism, and he actually formulated Islam as a humanist alternative to colonialism and racism. But he did not have a particular notion of a state, and it's not clear how you would do that. I think he wouldn't have predicted how nationalism will be very dominant. So what I see, what we might need to do, and our colleague's question about the fez and the symbols, is that Muslims in the late 19th, early 20th century obviously inherited, reinterpreted their tradition to create a universal global vision of both politics, philosophy, ethics in the 19th century. Because in that context, the Ottomans became a magical symbolic head, or even though they were not the creators. Once it's gone, it's very difficult to get back to that unitive spirit. So going back to our colleague's question, historians of Muslim political thought say that the theory of caliphate evolved over a period of 120 years, and not all Muslims agreed. I would like to highlight, please do not exclude Shia Muslims. Caliph Yazid killed Imam Hussein. Don't forget that moment. That's a big shock. And I will say, yes, we have all kinds of problems geopolitically. We need to solve them. And if you say that let's create caliphate, or let's find the real Mahdi and Imam, or I say, you know, I'm grandson of Genghis Khan, I say it's Turks, let's create the real grandchild of Genghis Khan, who actually created a better world order than anything Europeans could have created, right? These are not going to solve our problems. These are actually escape from the problems. We should not escape. If we wait for the caliph to solve our problems, we will wait forever. And I think we should, I understand that the idea that if Muslims are believing more into their faith, it will be stronger, that we need that idealism. But if we channel that idealism to a theory of a medieval juridical theory of caliphate, we will destroy the political purpose of Muslim unity and liberation.
Okay, thank you.
So, real quick, I have only 2 minutes. The idea that we have to wait for the caliphate, for the to liberate Palestine, right? I did not even suggest it from 1,000 miles away. In fact, what I argue is that the process of unification, which needs to have all these goals of a modern institutional design in which there is a reasoned distribution of power between local and global institutions, that's necessary. That's what, in my view, a caliphate, a modern caliphate, would look like. But if we do not claim, if you do not work for a good caliphate, you're going to get many bad ones, and you're going to get them every decade. Because, unlike Professor Aydin, I see in every Islamic work, so long as people are going back to Islam and not perhaps reading some book on good governance by a modern Rawls or something, if they are looking at Islam, they're going to believe. Imam al-Ghazali said, like, if you don't have a Khalifa, all your social relations, your marriage and your contracts, all are null and void. People really emphasize the caliphate, and this goes throughout. So if you're going to throw out Al-Ghazali or Ibn Arabi and Ibn Taymiyyah, and you're going to Abu Hanifa and Shafi'i, you will have to build up a new Islam. And I will doubt whether in that new Islam you can get away from it, from the caliphate, I mean Islamic tradition. So that's, I'm not saying that, we need to wait for the caliphate, but rather working toward the caliphate. And as a believing Muslim, I say, when you do the right thing that God asks you to do, then God solves the problems, right? That's almost in every khutbah you hear that you don't always know. You go pray to God in the way God requires and not the way you choose. And in the process, you get benefits both in this world and the next. So I don't want to underemphasize that point. I know there are people who will deny the obligation of the caliphate, but that's a very modern phenomenon. And the claim that I'm making is that until the modern period, you don't have any major Muslim scholars known that are followed that deny that. And at the same time, I completely agree with the problem of sectarianism in the Shia. Is it possible for the Shia to also feel included in the caliphate? I believe it is. In fact, we are working in nomadics with some Shia scholars as well. It is true that not everybody will agree, but nobody will agree. I am certain that less people will agree on the proposal that we need to work on some definition of equality and freedom instead of, among Muslims at least, rather than working on Islam, which brings together, most importantly, an afterlife and not merely utilitarian for this life. So if we don't have a good caliphate, I'm afraid you're going to get a bad caliphate, a bad claim to caliphate every few years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all participants and the panelists for this good debate on the caliphate issue. Okay, now let's end up this panel now. Thank you so much again for your interest to this panel.
Evet, şimdi hediye taksimi için Cihanuma Genel Başkan Yardımcısı Yavuz Selim Kurt Beyefendi'yi sahneye davet ediyoruz.
Friends, former Turkish National Grand National Assembly Chair is among us. Welcome. Dear friends, I would like to salute you all, and I would like to salute you all one by one. I already met some of our friends here. First of all, today is the third day of these meetings. I think they are all very fruitful, and our friends also mentioned that these sessions were fruitful. I also tried to watch them online. This meeting is organized for the first time, and for such occasions, I think. Can you also open that? Okay. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to everyone who organized this meeting, who speak in these meetings. Thank you so much for your efforts. I would like to congratulate you, and inshallah it will be a good beginning, and such meetings and such topics will be maybe in a narrow, or in a deep discussion. I hope it will be more organized more. And my topic is about law, and I will talk about it in three main headings. The first is the existence, the reason of existence of law, or what is really. So, as an introduction, I would like to talk about. And secondly, law, the word we use, the law culture, and the word view of people. And thirdly, I will talk about in detail about some law systems and their comparisons. And of course, we will talk about constitution and constitutional movements. And of course, I will not be able to talk about all the headings I thought, but maybe I will go out of context, but I hope I will give you a well-structured speech, and maybe, I don't know how the procedure is. Will we have a Q&A? But if we have it, of course, I will be glad. Okay, dear friends. The law, I am not saying that because I am a law person, but law is not only an ordinary branch of science. Being a law person is not something, ordinary profession. And so I would like to talk about it and with references to Imam Azam. And we can say that law is actually the other face of the life. Because, like, for example, it's like a coin. And one face of this coin, with some similarities, the written part, and the other part is law, and the other part is life. So we think that law is the unseen part of the life, but then we understand that only coin is reversed. So I would like to give some examples about that. Every minute of our life, everything we have done, and they all have a legal outcome and result. Even when you go to buy bread in the morning, you make a contract for buying and selling something. So this is something you made a contract with your speech. So what does it mean? So what is the importance does it have? So we have some empty seats here. You can come in. Okay. We have one more hall, and we are making a live broadcast in the halls. You can go there too. Yes, when you make a buying and selling contract, when you give someone money, there is a contract here, and if there will be a liability occurs, for example, if you see something in the bread and you get some damages, of course that you can use some responsibility ways for about that. Or if someone gives you this bread without any price, and there will be some other responsibilities which will born out of this contract again. So, for example, when you are coming here, or if you want to use a intercity bus, yes, you will have another responsibility. There will be a legal responsibility born out of this contract. Or if you are driving, for example, all the traffic law of the high roads actually governs your drive. When you understand it, then the traffic police, for example, stops you, and when they give you a fine, for example, it just writes down the article of the related regulation, or which subparagraph A, subparagraph B, etc. So you understand that you made a violation of a rule about not turning left, for example. So the minute you operate your vehicle, you all have a legal outcome. So maybe you don't know it, but when do you know it? When you are forced to know it, when the things gone wrong. So, for example, marriage, the relationship of kids with the family. Oh, it is again a purely legal concept. When they understand it, when a divorce occurs, the responsibility given to the parents, for example. And so it is solely a legal relationship. And also, it's not only a part of the events we had, but it is also, again, governing all our lives, starting from your birth till your death, even after your death. And law is related with us. For example, when you are formed in the body of your mother, then in all law systems, the fetus have actually a responsibility, our legal framework. So it's all actually, the embryo actually has a responsibility. When you open an iPad, for example, there are some programs. You write something in Word Office, for example. You see a very chic and useful program. There are keyboards here. But behind this program, there is a code and there is a software. And if someone looks at it, you will not understand. There are figures, numbers, but this is law. And the thing we see, the software we use, the life itself, and law is actually these codes. So the legal people, actually, the legal experts are the people who are who looks these points of life together. An English lawyer, they are a bit experienced about that. They say that a person who studies law will not be the same person again in their life, because they do not think about, oh, yes, there is a game I am playing on computer here, but they also see the coding of the software of this game, and this also comes into the mind of these lawyers. So, in general, it is valid for all law systems. It is also valid for Islam law, for example. So, there is a reference to Imam Azam and Ebu Halifa. It is something that he's defining fiqh, for example. He's saying that it is something that a person is aware of the situations that will born out of their actions. So it is actually the things which emerge after your behaviors, which you use your will. So why law exists? Why it exists? So, maybe it's not our topic, but I will not give some details. I will just give you some info about that. If law didn't exist, what would it be? What would life be? Now I am talking, you are listening me. Why? Because there's a rule here. We don't say it, call it as a law, but in wider terms, yes, I am talking according to a rule. I am invited here as a speaker. You are here as listeners and audience, you know. So, in the normal function of life, is a person lives alone. Maybe they don't need law. Maybe, I say, because they still use air, water, land. They have interaction with other non-human beings, etc. So there is still a law that can emerge from here. So let's leave it aside. So in a place where more than one person exists, of course this is fate that conflicts arise. Of course, because two people cannot agree on everything. They cannot demand the same thing at the same time. Of course, they will have some disagreements and they will demand other things the others desire. So how then people will decide about that, or which way they will use? So if the person, whoever the powerful one, then of course he will be the one who made it happen, who make it happen. Of course, maybe he's more powerful, maybe there is a relationship of power there, maybe he's a parent or the other is kid. So it is actually a matter of power, and the person who has the power will make it do. So it can be a solution now for these conflicts. So there are, of course, some problems emerged from this relationship, because formerly you don't know how your demands or desires will be responded, because the person in rule will decide about that. So it's not foreseeable for you to decide on it, because maybe they agreed about that, but then they can disagree about the demand, so you cannot predict it. So, on the other hand, if there's a conflict among somebody between you, of course, the same problem can be solved with another solution given by take the decision of this person. So, this unforeseeable thing, and also because the order is not realized in a well-functioning way, of course, there's something also the obedience, because a person is subjected to the decision and the will of the other person here. And so people do not like it generally. So a French public lawyer said that people, when they don't want to obey someone else, they actually created the state because they don't want to obey to someone else. So we can also say it. The law is also something like that. A person people created the rule in order not to obey to someone else. So it is in the wider context, but of course for different word we use, there are some distinctions about this definition. So, but generally, this is the framework, the obedience to the rule. And maybe I will talk about it later, but I just want to give a hint. We have also professors here. You can correct me about that. In Nisa Surah, in 19th verse of it, I think you all know the first verses of the verse. It is I think you all know the first verses of this point. Obey to Allah, obey to the Prophet of Allah, and to the people who are in rule. Obey it. So, in the following, it says, it's more interesting for us, it says, if you have a conflict, an issue with someone else, if you have a conflict about that, so in the first part of the ayat, it's about the obedience verse of the verse. It is about an issue about the rule, about the managing, the obedience to Allah, to the Prophet, to the rules they invented, and the obedience to the state, to the rule, or to the order, whatever you say. So, but of course, order is something when conflicts also occur. So you can have conflicts among yourself, or it can be a conflict with the state you have. Because in the second part, where we can take this conflict, we can take this conflict to the rule that Allah and the Prophet brought. So, first, conflict can be between the people. So, and in this sense, if you want to take it to Allah and Prophet, then to the rules they created, then it will be okay. But when there are two different demands and two different wills, when it can be possible if they are equals, but if you want to take it to a counterpart of the rule, then you cannot talk about the order because there is a rule. So first time it is like that, and secondly, it is about being subjected to a rule and taking it to the rules of Allah and His Prophet. So here it is again like that, and in today's world, but there are some different law systems. Okay, so law exists because of that, in order to manage the life, the social life, to bring the order, and to actually manage the lives of people according to something foreseeable. And law exists because of that throughout the world, in all systems. So, of course, law is something, I will also talk about that with some examples. Some concrete, events that we can see with our eyes, we can sense with all our organs. But law is something actually that cannot be seen very well, because in the normal functioning, in normal dynamics of your life, you go on. So then you have the conflict, then you are aware of law. But in the life we're having, it goes from the concrete to the abstract one. And then the importance of law emerges more and more in front of our eyes. Then some things are only solely legal, like Jahannama is an association. It is not a physical entity, Yes, they have a building, they have tables, chair, management. Yes, it is an entity, but the system calls them as legal entity, hükmü şahsiyet, actually. So they are not a legal person, but they are, in legal context, we accept them as a person. So we give them some authorities, some rights, etc. So when you have a transition from the concrete to the abstract one, then you see law more and more. So it is like associations in foundation, in the state, State is also something like that. Of course, state is always perceived something as a physical power, but there are some mechanisms, some people and buildings in the state, of course, but in reality it's not something like that. The state is a legal entity, and between the discussions, among the discussions of German philosophers, some law philosophers say that state is the law and law is the state. And they say that state is the mushahas of law, you know, the foreseeable events of the state. So, in social life mostly, or in political life and cultural life, we see that law gaining more and more importance. So, some cultures, civilizations, when we are talking about them, some people say that there are some civilizations which has more physical power, or in terms of historical context, they have prominent features about architecture, etc. So we sometimes actually ignore some topics here. So if you want to define a civilization, for example, I can define Islam civilization as the civilization of fiqh, Islamic law, and all the others are actually the ones shaped around the skeleton. And this is the measure of everything. Fiqh, law, you can go beyond it, you can go below it, but in the center, the skeleton is always the law of Islam. So, dear friends, of course, when we talk about the state, because it is also an abstract one, of course, law becomes more and more important. So, it is important for the person who is in rule, because it's not easy to manage a state. There need to be some rules, there has to be something that you can predict, but also you have to have interactions and manage and order your relationship with the people you rule. And so, of course, in the next sections I will touch it again, but if you want to, it is important to obey to the rule voluntarily, because if you obey something by force, you can make people obey something by force, but it will not sustain it, of course. It will not have a sustainability. Maybe you can have some consistency, but there will be some other conflicts emerging from these issues. So, whatever happens there, even the biggest dictators, even the tyrants, they still, all the managers actually tried to make their people to obey these rules voluntarily. They all tried to do that because they tried to make the rules that people can obey. They actually avoid about putting rules that people cannot obey, and they also sustained the continuity of these rules because they don't want to change it as much as possible. So, from this perspective, of course, we have democracies, we have elections in many countries, but in the era where the monarchies exist, of course, people didn't need anyone else for managing the state, you know, but even those times, they still tried to put some rules about that. So, here, of course, Constitution is important here. It is still discussed in today's world. It's not only discussed in Turkey, it's also discussed in Syria, for example, or in other countries. Maybe the US will also continue to talk about new constitution. Why? Because at every place, they all interact with people, and when the relationship between the people and the state is on the table, you have to discuss it in the framework of the constitution, of course. So you still make a legal discussion now in an area of law. So the constitution and the constitutional movements are actually, we discuss them mostly, first of all, in the Western Europe, in the continental Europe, actually. So in Germany, France, in the axis of these two countries, it emerged in this context. So, and of course, it was also discussed in USA, and then they made the same discussion in France, and the second constitution was made in French. And how did it occur? And we can widen our perspective about that. I would like to say that. So in Turkey, in the Ottoman period, when the first discussions about the constitution on the table, and Ziya Pasha and Nami Kemal said that we don't need a constitution. We have Quran, we have Sunnet, and we say that they object to that.
Benim yaşıma yakın olanlar.
There are some people whose ages are close to mine. You will remember in our youth, we were reading Ivan-ı Muslim, and we wrote the poets and all the works of Memdudi and Hasan Ebla. You will remember the words. In his declaration, our constitution is Quran. So it is very similar to that, as Nami Kemal and Ziya Pasha said in 180s, 1800s. So we read them during the high school and during the college. We remember our professors were talking about it, but it was not possible for us to put together the Quran and the Constitution because they didn't go along together at that time because it had a different definition and etc. But later on, as we learned better and deeper, we understood that this was not the way we thought at that time. So they were right because they looked the constitution in the functional manner. In the continental Europe, there was German law, which was adopted at that time. Rome and German law. It starts from the Rome and then it goes to the tribes of Germany at that time, German tribes, and these were associated, and this was the accumulation and order of law at that time. And state political power creation was there. It was humanistic, and this is like a creation of humanity. This is the order of law in Rome, in German. It is the same, maybe. Church law is different. Let me talk about that, and I will bind this concept with the constitution. In the religious law systems or theocratical law systems, these areas were not examined or scrutinized. When we talk about theocracy, we generally think Islam. And it is also not about against religion. It is people also think that it might be against Islam. So in Turkey, the discussions are not deep. The discussions are generally shallow. So again, for Islamic law, for Jewish law, so these are the distinctions in Christian law. I think that making such distinctions, Christian law cannot be analyzed together with Muslim law or Christian law. For Christian law, it is not a comprehensive law for Christians. It is the Catholic law because there are sects in Christianity, for example, Orthodoxism. They have different lives and they were in interactions with the other issues. For example, East Rome, Byzantine, was very strong, very powerful when Orthodox system was first spread, especially for the 1st century to 2nd century and 5th century. With the revival of Roman law, they have the strong culture, powerful culture of justice system, law system. And we see this emergence again in the continental Europe when Christianity was spread, Frank Empire was collapsed. And again, small countries were collapsed. People adopted Christianism not only in religious or metaphysical issues, they also used law for their conflicts, for their internal conflicts. But Christianity didn't have any law order because, you know, there is the Talmud, and the first part is about Torah, and the second part is about Bible. And again, Jesus, about Sharia, what we call law, actually this is present in a Jewish religion. And again, I am not, or the Christianity is an individual religion, as it was built not on the basis of Jewish religion. So that is why you don't have the basis of law, because the clerks at that time didn't have any understanding of law. Normally the communities or the gatherings were generally related to religious affairs or metaphysics. Starting from the 11th council, as far as I remember, they start to put forward or put out some of the judicial regulations, some of the rules. And again, of course, it is. These are generally based on revelations. These are not based on the revelations. These are not based on holy books. These are the rules based upon the opinions of the priests at that time. And again, I would like to take your attention to that. In Judaism or in Islam, we have the common law, we have the rules, there are revelations. These are generally based on, for example, the Holy Book or revelations. But here in Christianity, it is different for them, because their rules are not based on the rules or books. They are actually putting these rules according to authority they have as the religious men. So there is not any difference between Orthodox and German way of understanding, or Roman or German rule. So that is why they have the political authority due to the religious affairs. So this is a humanitarian activity to put these rules. That is why secularism is a very meaningful discussion throughout the time. Even though you are not a religious person or you are not a priest, those secularists said that you are putting those rules, you are deciding on the rules, and you are deciding on these rules according to your own views. So if you can do that, why not? We can also do that. So the secular people can also decide on the rules. This is the point they reach. This is in the Catholic world, in the Catholic law. I think this might be very meaningful, but if you are outside of this world, then this decision or such kind of discussion would lose its meaning. And again, in Christian law, or maybe narrowly Catholic law, it is called canon, which is canon, law. And again, in the continental Europe, we see it is canon law. They don't have any other kind of rule, any other kind of law other than this. So throughout the time, the balances change, and then the balance of power changes. Aristocrats live in a richer environment, and again, bourgeois comes up. So that is why we see that the decision makers change. And again, for example, the people need a guarantee on 3 different topics. First of all, right to live. And again, second, freedom, so that that person will not go to the exile. And again, the third one is about belonging. So what is, for example, belonging for the commodities, real estate. So they make some demands. So they think that that there should be some guarantee. It shouldn't be arbitrary decisions. But again, the authority decides on the rules. What happens then? For example, if there is a guarantee, again, the authority can modify the decisions, can change the decisions. So we need some rules which will be binding for the authority, so that there will not be any arbitrary decisions. And again, some scholars gather and they say that there should be rule of law, and they put up some theories. The most precious one is, of course, for the natural law understanding or comprehensions. So always there is this law, regulations regulating people's daily lives, and this is called natural law of nature. So that is why we should stick to that. If it is not in line with that, then we can question the legitimacy of that law. So there are those advocating for this. But again, what is the nature of natural law? What is the elements of natural law? Again, people come together, people look at their rights, maybe they'll give up their rights, and then they organize, they make an order, and then they fight back their rights. So there is this French scholar who is one of the founders of public law. He is known with his title as anarchist, and again, people generally deem his decisions as nonsense things, and they think that for example, in his work he touched upon public law. There are different theories, but we would like to have a binding effect on the state, on the government. So there are some Jewish lawyers, for example, or they also contribute to this natural law, and they say that, for example, they think that most of the things are included in the natural law. Maybe this might be another topic of discussion, but again, in order to bind the state with law, we need to position law something in some place far away from the state. So it should be above the state, but in practice we don't yield any results. So they take one further step, maybe 70, 80 years ago. Then we see the separation of powers. This is a new concept. So if the ruling power is deciding on all the rules, we need to separate the relation in order to create a balance. It's like checks and balances system, because there will be some kind of formation of the states, there will be some rules. Again, for the execution, there should be another entity or another structure who will apply the decisions, who will apply the rules, but it's like the distinction or separation between legislation and execution. And this is Montesquieu understanding, Montesquieu spirit of the rules. Montesquieu mentions the separation of powers, and after that, the management administration system of the United States, it is the checks and balances system, and this is how United States is built on. Again, this is another theory. This is again not the positive regulation of the rules or the law. And again, these discussions continue. Natural law, law of nature, separation of powers. These are both theories. Again, these theories are not sufficient, but maybe we can convert them into a positive rule of law. And again, after that, constitutionalism is the concrete example at the end of 18th century, so that constitutions are made of two different concepts. One of them is the natural law. Again, because as human beings have their rights, and due to the natural law, we have the fundamental rights and freedoms. And again, the other thing is about constitutional architecture of the state, and it is the legislation, execution, and jurisdiction. This is called separation of powers. And again, we have the constitutionalism. And as Namık Kemal and Ziya Pasha said that, if you look at the content, so the content of the constitution should be binding beyond the state, above the state. So this is about functionality. And that is why they say we don't need at that time. And for sometimes Ottoman Empire, in some of the scholars at that time didn't need a written constitution. And again, in the United Kingdom, they don't have a written constitution, but they have a constitutional order though. And again, in our law system, in our faculty of law, the law that we learn is the European law, is the continental Europe's law. Again, in the law of continental Europe, if you just learn this foundation, it is not possible for you to understand the Ottoman law or the Islamic law. But if you learn British law besides Europe law, then you will be better able to realize the Islamic law, Chinese systems, Japan system of law. So there are different kinds of system. Continental Europe and law of Europe is only one system. So if you just think it as one system, and if you could see the others, then you will have a general concept. For British constitution, they don't have written. For example, in 1988, we took some lessons. In 1982 Constitution, you know, after the 12th of September coup, he was the president of Constitution, and his PhD thesis was also about the Constitution. And as it was 1987, I think the Constitution was written. He was also the dean of the Faculty of Law in Istanbul University. Maybe you already know that because I have talked about this before. While they were preparing the Constitution, he paid a visit to UK, and again there was this British man, the member of the Chamber of Lords, and then he said that in the politics, most of the concepts, most of the issues are related to the political history of the UK, of the Britons, of the English. As I just also touched upon, Montesquieu, the spirit of the rules of law, and it says that it is about British Constitution again. But there is not any written British Constitution. So as a French, Montesquieu analyzed British Constitution, and he was able to come up with separation of powers. That is why he named the book as the British Constitution. So there were many things mentioned at that time. Aldıkaş'ta at that time, I said that the crown, now at that time queen, but now we have the king, and they have the king. So there is this annulment, and then after that there should be elections. These are not written. So if he doesn't go to the election, so what will happen? At that time, Queen, if she announces the parliament and if she doesn't go to the election, so what will happen? And again, for example, the administration will be under the custody of Queen, so what is going to happen? The man says that no one asked this question in the UK. The annulment of the Queen, the annulment power of the Queen is not written anywhere, but the opposition will also accept that. And she will go to the elections soon. She will also have the elections. This is not written, but we don't have any hesitations. No one comes with these questions in UK, but outside in Turkey, we can question this. For example, we have rules, we have laws. Sometimes, even though we have written rules, we can interpret them according to different people. So even though we have written law, sometimes these rules depend on the situation, depend on the person in Turkey. So the law system in the UK, as I will not, of course, go into detail with that, but it is different. There are different developments in the UK. For example, it is independent than Europe, the European law at least, because it is not based on the rules endorsed by the power. At that time, the common law, and after that, for example, Minister of Justice, Secretary of Justice. In 1875, there is this process going on. So, the Constitution is shaped not only with these rules. So, if you know the British law, then you will be able to understand the Islamic law. The constitutionalism didn't start in the UK. They already had the rules. Those rules also shaped the natural daily lives. There are also customs, norms, and these are all enriching each other. So these are all in parallel with each other. But in continental Europe, for example, in France, these norms, these traditions are abolished, are collapsed, then they started to process at that time. This is why they needed constitution. Let's make it a constitution, and then the first republic starts, and then there will be a reaction to that constitution, so there will be second constitution. So with these developments, you need to write down this, so that if it is written, then people will be able to abide by those rules. And again, one issue is that the state should be there, but the rules should be beyond the state, above the state. And again, the norms, the rules should be stable, and before Second World War, this ended. Because the political will to shape the rules, the law, if that system can also manage the state, then there is also a chance to change the constitution. So after Second World War, there was a new area, so human rights, universal declarations, universal conventions. So the constitution makers also had to adopt this and abide by these norms and universal values. So that is why the law, the order of law, is composed by two things. For example, there are some stable norms and there are some changeable values. So in the continental Europe, I think the biggest concern is that all the rules and all the norms can change. So then it is not possible to talk about basic or stable rules. In each and every law system, there are different approaches. For example, there is a student and he is cheating during the exam, and then the teacher comes and then it is wrong, do not cheat, and then the student asks why, because cheating is wrong. It is forbidden, it is not allowed. Because there is this regulation on exam, and should I follow that procedure, the student asks. So, if there is this rule, if there is law on the procedures, so this is like the measurement of our behavior. So, it is about the legitimacy of our behavior. So, this is an area of legitimacy. But for the legitimacy of the rule, we can discuss, should I abide by this rule? So, according to different echoes of philosophy, and as a system, positivism, the positivist approach, and Hans Kense, this is the positivist legal approach, and again, the teacher should say this is the regulation, this is the law, and this is based on law. And there is this law regulating higher education, and this is numbered blah blah law, so that is why you have to abide by this. So what is law? Should I follow? Should I obey that law? And again, now the student asks the legitimacy of the law, but the law is based on constitution, and again constitution is important, and it is written in the constitution. So if the student asks about the legitimacy of the constitution, so this is the positive explanation, hierarchy of the norms, hierarchy of the rules, and again each norm is also supported by the other norms. So this is the approach and understanding, and after that it is kind of problematic, because you cannot come up with any positivist solutions later on. Constitution is an agreement. Constitution is based on an agreement. Again, this is not a powerful explanation, because there's the constitutions or the preparation of constitution is not like that. So in order to regulate the legitimacy of our behaviors, and it can also be questioned. So there is a need for explanation on legitimity. So there should be norms superior to the other norms. This is not only about the answers and the institutions, the organizations. There should be some kind of legitimacy, reasoning. The law should also be legitimized with these explanations. And again, the culture of law, and in a broader concept, the opinion, the view of world, the perspective. And we started from the reverse. Let's start from top to the bottom. While we are establishing these norms, these rules, these are all about the world opinion. So in some systems of law, you can we see broader mechanisms needed to regulate that, and in other mechanisms this may not be meaningful. For example, there is this prosecutor at that time. In Roman time, we can see the prosecutors, but in Islamic law we don't have that. And in Ottoman Empire we have the prosecutor's office as of 1876. Now I will explain why. I'm talking about the legitimacy of the behavior. So in a total order, the culture of law and worldview, we have this system. So if this holistic structure is kind of destroyed, then it will be really hard for you to ensure law. For example, we have faculties of law, we also have other economics, political science, and social science. And there is another lesson called the Introduction to the Law. And in this lesson, it is said that there are different groups of law, groups of rules. These are generally regulates and manage the daily life, and then there will be some religious rules, there will be some ethics, there will be some norms. And again, we will see that you also impose on some penalties as a result of that. And again, for the continental Europe understanding, now can you show the first slide? We have these chambers, and again, there are different groups of rules, and then you see these are different norms, these are different clusters, and we see that the religion is here, and then we see the tradition, and we see that those are also intersect with each other. They have their own worlds, for example, about religion, about tradition, about law, and again, most of them are only law, rules of law. And then, so how will you ensure that people abide by these rules? How will you do that? So how will you guarantee that? In order to do this, you will have effective systems.
So these two things are developed in continental Europe. So they have follow-up monitoring institutions to follow up if people are obeying, and if they're not, then the punishment institutions and systems and enforcement systems are really developed. A lot of people say when they visit to Europe, they say they are so obedient to rules, and like in the pedestrian crossings, etc., they are so orderly. You see a lot of videos on social media, like in one of the Scandinavian countries, I think in Sweden. There was a video that I saw showing the case in 70s in Sweden. There's a woman trying to cross the road with a child, but she can't. None of the cars stop. She is having a very difficult time in the video. She can't really cross the road. So how did they achieve this state that they're in? They monitored it closely. They punished the offenders without any exception. So then people realize that, okay, if I keep doing this, I will be punished every time. So this is how the system works, and then people get more disciplined about this, and that's how it works. And that's how they manage to become so orderly. So Islamic law is, of course, not the law offered by a government. Islamic law is a legal system outside of government legal. For example, the main aspects that are called as nas, they are completely outside of the government approach. And also ijtihads are, again, outside of government norms as well. So these legal experts are not official government members in terms of talking about the religious law. And their job was not an official one. So it was completely civil production of law. And there's also another aspect given for written law. For example, the Ottoman written law was also another aspect. So mainly there are these nas, and secondly, talking about penal code, there are different kinds of approaches. In the other section, there's what we call ijtihad, legal precedent set by the previous people. And the third area is the official government's authority space. Again, giving you an example from the penal code, for example, tazir violations, for example. The Muslim judge would give a tazir punishment. But of course, as the Muslim world grew, new kinds of crimes have been committed and observed, and the government had to have a more extensive approach. For example, when people create a fake document, that requires another approach because it's not available in ijtihads or other nasses. Coşkun Çok, for example, one of the leading figures in Turkish law, legal history, gave lectures in Ankara. In 1940s, he has written 3 different articles about the Ottoman legal system. For example, in the legal system, in the Ottoman times, let's say, stealing another person's animal, a goose. So what is the punishment? So depending on the economical status of the person, they give different kinds of punishments on how much money that they have to pay back, also in addition to whipping. But for example, also there's this discussion that in Islam, they discussed, for example, they say the normally stealing from someone requires for their hand to be cut off, but they apply it differently. For example, at first giving whipping as a punishment, and then later on punishing the offender by giving him a fee to pay. So, for example, selling agricultural goods. Instead of also the goods that are stolen have to be under protective status, also to be for the hand cutting punishment to be given. So what I'm getting at is there is the space where fixed rules are in place, including nasas, and then there's also ijtihads. And in addition to that, the government also has a jurisdiction where they follow their legal approach. So the government, the state, let's say the government violates a law, a rule, and that's a violation, and if it's against nas or ijtihad, the government doesn't have the capacity to change that. So when it comes to making the government and their actions legally binding, there's something different. But of course, we are really also curious about what went on in Europe in recent history, in the history of democracy, law, and sometimes we might feel like it's all about the European past, but we also have a history for about 600 years of history, and we have a lot of we have little info about our own history in that sense. In the Islamic world has very little knowledge about Ottoman's experience. Wherever we go, we meet with a lot of historians, Islamic historians, and experts. And when we talk about these things, they usually talk about the period before 1200s, and after that they don't know much about the Ottoman period. So the Ottoman period has more than 600 years of history with a lot of important developments that many people are not much aware of. So if you stop your studies at 1200s, then your knowledge on Islamic law is limited. In some of the meetings or events that I go to, I always talk about this, and sometimes I am shocked to see that is the case. I ask the experts, do you think Islamic law can be implemented as the legal system of a government, or Islamic law is something secondary to the official legal system of the government? I ask this question to experts, and they read the same books anyway. Ottoman legal experts and today's legal experts read similar books, including Münteka. But in the Ottoman system, if the person becomes a judge, Münteka is accepted as the official legal document to take to reference. So in terms of government and government being legally bound, we have different examples in Jewish experience and also in the British experience as well. There are some aspects that are not even written down. Also, there's also another different approach in the Islamic law about a person's situation. So in looking at the Islamic law, these are the groups of laws that are followed, the groups of rules that are followed. So you see different clusters. The red one is law, the orange one is ethics, and the blue one is religious rules. So when it comes to a violation of the legal rules, the law, it is at the same time a violation of ethical principles as well as religious rules. So when a person So you have to use internal mechanisms individually for people to follow the rules, the legal law, ethical rules, and also religious rules. So when you are punishing those violators, you don't immediately and directly punish them. In Islamic rules, there is also conditions for punishments, so it has to be clearly visible, and also you have to consider if it is damaging to the public or not. So the prosecutors don't start a legal process, but those who are harmed by the activity, they start a legal process. And when they are being punished, they are not immediately punished. Even our Prophet is known to basically send some people back and basically preventing them from getting punishment if they are if they admit and if they are sorry for their actions. And of course the crime is the main aspect of the penal code, and the concept of crime is also defined by the worldview of the person. For example, there is this one crime called getting drunk and drinking wine and getting drunk. According to Halafis, this is a violation, this is a crime. But for Christians, this is not a crime, because for it to be a crime, it completely depends on the person's beliefs and views. So for Christians, it is not a crime, but for Muslims, it is. So when you are defining a crime, it is all about the person and their beliefs and ideas. When it comes to the law, in terms of debt and financial issues, the main thing to consider is the goods, basically, themselves, depending on the goods. And when we define something as a goods, it's basically religiously accepted to use as such. For example, pig for Muslims is not considered a good because it is forbidden to sell it and buy it and make use of it. But for Christians, it can be considered goods. So it is all about the goods. And that is the main fundamental aspect of all the financial contracts and relations. And here at this level, people following up and people obeying the rules is something internal. So when it comes to constitution, the constitution was a concept, a legal type of text, a legal text, a legal concept that was developed in continental Europe. So we have to consider this function of it. So even considering that, even the Medina text can be considered a constitution for their time, but in the modern times, of course, they can't be considered as such. And when it comes to constitution, it's also about the culture of law, and also depends on your worldview. If your legal systems, your institutions, if they're not completely on the same page about the proceedings, then you have issues. And it's not something that can be solved by adding in additional legal legislation or additional institutions. It's not something that can be solved with that. So I have, for example, glasses, I have to wear it to read, but when I don't need it, I take it off. And that's a similar analogy to how a legal system might work in that case. So in Europe, for example, they developed this over hundreds of years. They monitor and they punish those violators if the rules are not being followed. So with us, it might be different. So because that's how the culture of legal system works. So you punish sometimes, but there are also a lot of exemptions, amnesties that happen. So when a legal system like this is completely integrated to life and social life as well, then it works well. So in that sense, this idea of constitution should also be discussed, not just from the perspective of continental Europe, but also from a more general overview. So thank you very much for listening. So thank you very much, Mr. Mustafa Şentop. We are going to present you with a gift. To deliver the gift, Mr. Cihat Atlı is invited to the stage, the chairman of the board of Cihan Numa Vakıf. We thank Professor Dr. Mustafa Şentop for this fruitful speech. So the next session will start after a short 5-minute break in this room.
Allah razı olsun. birlikte inşallah ekonomik bağımsızlık sunumumuz başlıyor. Buyurun hocam.
So leaving the floor to Mr. Abubakir Ceylan for this session on independence. So if you excuse me, I will be speaking in English because all our participants are English speaking in this panel.
I extend my warmest greetings to you all, and today we come together, we gathered here to discuss one of the most fundamental issues that has shaped the destiny of nations throughout history. It is the concept of independence. And this concept is not only a political goal, but also a symbol of societal, economic, and cultural freedom. Independence represents the cornerstone of a people's ability to determine their own future, and it is a legacy that every generation must strive to preserve. Our panel today is structured around 3 speeches, and let us start with our first speaker, Professor Hatem Bazian from Zeytuna College, and we have unfortunately 15 minutes. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. If I could get the slides for my presentation, if it's already there. Bismillah. Just on the introduction, I'm from UC Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley, in Middle Eastern Studies and Ethnic Studies. And I wanted to frame my talk today in relations to the colonial present and the lack or missing independence that we see, with looking at 7 themes that we can identify relative to the persistent durability of colonization. Even though that the 1960s and 70s, so many states gained their independence, but this independence have to be looked upon into a transformation of the structures of control and domination, from direct military control to distant control that has political, economic, and so on. So,
hocamızın slaytını koyabilir miyiz? Have you submitted your?
Yes, I did, and they said it was good to go.
They say no.
So let me begin with the first element of the 7 overarching colonial aspects. One is epistemology. The epistemological structure that we have globally is Eurocentricity dominates the epistemological structures, even as we speak about political discourses, independence, nation states, formations, everything related to the ideas are centered around Eurocentricity. We have not yet broken or actually offered a total unique independent epistemological structure. And so again, the colonial present and barriers to the will of political independence. And part of my work comes from the book that I published on erasing the human. And I quote Huntington. He says, the West won the world not by superiority of its ideas or values or religion, but rather by its superiority in applying organized violence. And when we talk about epistemology, we still think that the West is giving us ideas, and we have been almost having a West living in our mind, measuring everything that we actually do relative to whether the West accept us and accept us within Eurocentricity rather than having complete independence. One thing that I also wanted for us to think as a 500 plus years, when we talk about Columbus' journey across the Atlantic, many people say he discovered America, and he was searching for an alternative route to India to find spices. That's actually not what he wrote in his diaries. Columbus' diaries, he said on the 26th of December, 1492, Columbus says he wanted to find enough gold and the almost equally valuable spices in such quantity that the sovereigns will undertake and prepare to go to conquer the Holy Sepulchre. For thus I urge your highness to spend all the profits of this my enterprise to the conquest of Jerusalem. So literally, Columbus was planning a crusade to the west to come and counter the Muslim from the east, with the idea to prepare for the second coming of Christ, as well as preparing the end of time. I would say he said that this will be accomplished within 3 years. My sense is that the British were able to accomplish it in 200 plus years. What is critical, when the British entered Palestine, they said with this comes the end of the Crusades after 673 years of Muslim control. That's epistemologically we have to understand both the connection of the history of Columbus' journey and project, as well as the continued colonization of the Muslim world. The second, when we talk about colonization, it covers 85% of the globe. So the European colonial process was global in nature. It covered every continent, and it touched the known and brought the unknown parts of the world into the newly developed colonial system. So once we understand that 85% of the world's surface in 1914 have been actually touched by the European colonization. And we speak about the British having the sun never sets upon the British Empire, and still we are right now experiencing the extension of the British Empire to the American Empire that has overwhelmingly. With it also the rewiring of the world. Right, rewiring of trade routes, of communication networks, that takes place again over a 500-year period. The colonization of Africa. Just yesterday there was a discussion. 600 million people in Africa don't have electricity. Just let me repeat, 600 million in Africa don't have electricity. Yet Africa has been ravaged in terms of its resources, continued to be pillaged. It's one of the richest continents in the world, and yet it has been structurally made impoverished. Colonization is the structural underdevelopment of the global South. Let me repeat. Colonization is the structural underdevelopment of the South. It was not accidental. It was actually intentional and continues up to the present. We talk about the British Empire, all these fledgling places. We think about the road from South Africa to Egypt, which was a project of the British, that Cecil Rhodes, who had the audacity to name a country on his behalf, Rhodesia, right? Rhodesia gained its independence, it became Zimbabwe. So we're still in thinking about the networks and how the world is shaped by this reality. Now come to the present. The United States have military operation in 39% of the world's countries. The United States has bases, right? Almost 45 bases in the Arab Muslim world. So when we talk about why the Arab world and the Muslim world is not helping Gaza, because we are subject to the colonial present. Colonization does not mean that you have to have physical troops in everywhere, but you have strategic troops deployed in every region. And the United States, Great Britain, France, Germany, European, NATO have aided Israel assault on Gaza by providing intelligence, by providing protection, and providing the resources. So we need to understand that what's called war on terror has been transformed into expanding U.S. footprint across the Arab and Muslim world. Third, it's a racial project. Why is it that the West is not, when global South people die, we don't actually register? Because we belong to a subcategory of human being, right? So the colonial era was distinctly racial. It emerged at the intersection of the human and subhuman. We are deemed within the Western epistemological structure and the racial structure as subhuman. That's why 1.5 million people die in Iraq and nobody is taken to task. So far, up to today, 300,000 have been killed in Gaza. Not only the 53, but for the Lancet back June, it said 186. We are talking about 300,000 and total silence because we belong to the subhuman category. And we speak about the people who died in Yemen, people who died in Afghanistan, people who died in Congo, in Sudan, is the same because they belong to the subhumanist category. Human rights does not include everybody that is defined as a human, because the human rights does not extend to those in the global south. And again, my evidence will be nobody has been taken to task for the debacle that have taken place in Iraq. And I say in terms of what's taken place in Gaza today, we'll have to wait and see whether anyone is actually will be taken to task. Lindsey Graham said that the ICC was not created for global south countries. Was not created for the United States, was not created for Israel, was not created to take Great Britain, which basically saying that there are two different categories of people. There are people who have human rights, there are people who have meaning, people who are recognized for their political personhood, independence, and they have agency, and there are people that don't. We collectively, right, we do not have that recognition in the categorization. And unfortunately, we stand in front of the mirror every day and we say, can you see me? Right? The fault isn't us, not on the person that is already telling you that we can't see you because your status and your meaning, you're meaningless in relations to your humanness. So we have to understand that epistemology and that structure. So the white man burden is still there, even though the white man was always the burden and continues to be the burden. And that's part of the racial project in terms of race and racism and how it's a global phenomena. This is part of the long history of the dehumanization, right, that continues to be part of the reality that people have lived. Right? Race and racism, for Roman, the people classified above the line of the human are recognized socially in their humanity as human beings and thus enjoy access to rights, human rights, civil rights, women's rights, and labor rights, material resources, and social recognition to their subjectivities, identities, epistemology, spirituality, and so on. So that's again to understand what is this racial demarcation that exists. We belong to the category of subhuman, right, in relations to the Western colonial paradigm. And that's why you could actually engage in massive death and destruction without actually anyone having to answer for it. Colonial racism, we must say, this is actually from the Prime Minister in France. He says, we must say openly that indeed the higher races have a right over the lower races. I repeat, that the superior races have a right because they have a duty. They have the duty to civilize the inferior races. This was spoken in the French Parliament. You know, they celebrate the fact that the French Revolution, égalité, equality, fraternity, it's up to us. We think that it applies to us, right? And you think that because you enjoy possibly eating some French food and getting some French product, that all of a sudden you're included. It's just literally telling you in a specific way what it means. Fourth, economic capitalism and technology. The colonial era marshaled the fusing between newly developed modes of economic production and capitalism, technological innovation and exploration that is dissimilar to any pre-modern. And with it, you also include the military-industrial complex. The United States military budget is $869 billion. More than the 20 next countries combined. And that is a process of recycling massive resources. The business of war is war, and war is a business that is also making money out of death and destruction to be a maximum process. We are dealing with a death economy. So we have to, when we think about economic principles, economic ethics, economic morality, we have to challenge this process and not try to actually only engage in replication or imitation. All right? Now, also to understand that colonialism was a political and economic system, the need for outlets, meaning markets. And that continues. Most of the global South society are still raw material production that goes out to the global North and then finished product that are provided and dumped. Maybe there is an exception taking place in relations to China, but we have to understand what was behind the colonial system that continues to be the process of today. This is actually a map that comes out from the CIA page, which looks at Africa in terms of its resources. At least you give them credit. They know where the beef is. They know where the resources to get. And when we think about the Middle East, where we are, I have a problem using the term Middle East, but for purposes of this talk, we sit on the hub of the energy resources for the world, as well as the intersection of trade routes that continues to be in the middle of the global dynamics of the world. How Britain stole 45 trillion from India, right? The British actually sucked almost every element of resources. When they came to India, it was 24% of the global GDP. When they left India, it's 3% of the GDP. And India was the breadbasket for the British. And in order to take the supplies and materials from India, they had to conquer Yemen, they had to conquer Sudan, they have to conquer Egypt, and then also open the Suez Canal. So I have never seen a criminal cartel like the British who actually made sure that whatever they robbed and stole made its way back to the museums and to all the places in London. So as you visit London and you see the resources, massive, massive resources that have been taken from India. France and Africa's gold. All right, France has the fourth largest gold reserves in the world, estimated at 2,436 tons and valued at about 111.8 billion. France does not have a single gold mine. Mali has no gold reserves, very little despite having 860 gold mines in the country and producing 50 tons of gold per year. France has troops in Mali today and is fighting terrorism, right? So that's the boogeyman today. We're fighting terrorism is literally robbing much of the resources in there. I know that I'm being given 1 minute, so I'm going to go through it. Genocides, all right, the onslaught of global settler colonialism made genocide a fact. You cannot actually understand colonization of the past and the present without understanding genocide. So we speak about the Palestinian genocide. We speak about the genocide. For me, Iraq was a genocide that unfolded in relations to the United States. Right? La Casas, who actually I'm going to say genocide in the Americas, he says La Casas, who's actually a Catholic, describes how the Spaniards thought nothing of knifing Indians by 10s and 20s. And of cutting slices of them to test the sharpness of their blades. Two of these so-called Christians met two Indian boys one day, each carrying a parrot. They took the parrots and for fun beheaded the boys. All right? So literally, again, in terms of the history of genocide in the Americas, and you could actually speak about the genocide in the Congo with King Leopold, in Algeria, the Aborigines. In France, it was a habit to sever the heads of resistant fighters and take them to France to be exhibited and to be studied, especially in the Museum of Man. You remember how when the Muslim post-Arab Spring, they began to actually speak about how the Muslims are uncivilized and all this. This is a long history, and in 2019, some Algerian anthropologists discovered that there's a group of skulls of Algerian resistance fighters from the 1840s that were kept by the French, and they demanded for it to be repatriated. So the multiple genocides in here, these are just a factual record that has to be accounted for. In Congo, 50% of the population was eliminated, as well as in India and other places. Slavery, again, and how it became a demand-driven. Mother lode, when Columbus came to the America, he said he discovered the mother lode of slaves and continued to inform it. And Christianity, religion, and colonization. I speak about imperial Christianity. And I want to conclude with the following. Unless we account for colonization of the present and how transform these elements collectively to continue to extend the dominant European-American power dynamics over much of the global South, including the Middle East, we fail to understand what is the meaning of independence. We think independence is a matter of the UN recognizing us or going and doing tawaf around the White House for all of a sudden to be recognized as a junior partner in the nation-state development in the modern era. We have to understand, we have to reverse engineer the 7 pillars of colonization for us to reach independence and begin to put our ideas, our notions. Unfortunately, some of the best ideas are coming from Latin America. where they're beginning to contemplate their relationship to the colonial history and beginning to offer ideas of what a political system that is not dominated by Eurocentrism looks like. And I think that type of project we need to engage in order to make such transformation. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Hatem, for your outstanding presentation. You underlined the barriers to political independence. Now, I would like to give the microphone to Dr. Ibrahim Varde. He is a scholar and consultant in the fields of international finance and global political economy, and currently he is teaching at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So it's a great pleasure to be part of this great conference. The title of the talk is Sovereignty and International Financial Institutions. So point number 4 in Hatem's presentation is related to what I'm going to be developing, which is what's really happening in the world of finance. Now, I'm going to make some very quick references to history before getting back to the present. So, the year 1875 was an interesting year because there were two very major countries and one empire from this part of the world who went bankrupt. Okay, so Egypt was bankrupted by a policy of very generous contributions by British and French investors that were in many ways intended to drive Egypt into bankruptcy, which happened in 1875. And what's happened next was that the creditors, again, principally French and British, but also other Europeans, were actually becoming members of the Council of Ministers of Egypt whenever there would be a kind of a political meeting of the Council of Ministers, etc. Then there would be representatives of the creditors. So there would be somebody from England and somebody from France who would be making decisions about how Egypt should run its economy so that it can service the debt. So around the same time, something comparable happened in the Ottoman Empire. Essentially, the Ottoman Empire was unable to pay its debts, and comparable events happened along with turmoil in a domestic setting. So back to the present. Right now, in terms of the connection between global financial institutions and individual countries, there's an interesting phenomenon, which is that you have very complex transactions and a very opaque system for a very simple reason, which is that nobody talks about the financial institutions themselves and the impact on sovereign countries. Instead, what people talk about is an abstraction called the market. So if you are in the field of finance, then every day you're going to try to follow what the quote unquote the markets did today. Did the Dow Jones go up or down, etc. And then you have a number of various players in the global markets, like ratings agencies, who basically grade countries based on their financial condition. So because of that abstraction of the market, it's never very clear who benefits from whatever affects the sovereignty of countries. So here, let's talk about modern Turkey. So there have been a number of financial crises, more recently in the period starting around 2018 or so, where there were a succession of financial crises. And the way in which we hear about that is about downgrades of the creditworthiness of a country like Turkey right now. But more generally, you have all those organizations that have essentially a power of life and death over independent governments through this very complex financial system, which gets, again, subsumed under the abstract notion of markets. So the part that is very interesting about trying to understand that is that you have people who are beneficiaries of the misfortune of countries and the loss of sovereignty and independence. And principally, you have financial speculators. So those of you who recently studied political economy and finance may have heard of the late political economist Susan Strange, who wrote an important book in the 1990s, which was titled Casino Capitalism, which suggested that the world of finance is a bit like a gambling joint, where you have some people placing bets. And typically, those who control a significant amount of money are the ones who can afford those bets. And if you look at the modern financial system, again, it's talked about in abstract terms. And when you take courses in finance, it's a sanitized version of what happens. But the ugly truth is that, again, in economics and finance courses, you hear about how finance creates value. In reality, a lot of finance extracts value. So again, we don't have too much time for me to go into a great deal of detail, but there is the sense that you have people like, and you have had a succession of villains, if you will, in the world of finance. Right now, a category of financiers who would fit in in this world of villains are the private equity companies. So you see the ways in which you have groups of investors who buy companies like, let's say, newspapers or hospitals, things that in an earlier era were considered to be of public interest. And so they've been privatized by those private equity companies. And what those companies do is reduce the costs, hence the services that the public can get just to enrich themselves. So you have beneficiaries of that system that are close to the world of high finance. And all this does affect countries. So this is why it's useful to remember history and go back to what had happened, again, in this fateful year of 1875, and the fact that in Egypt, that was a period that started with turmoil, which a few years later, in 1882, brought British troops to Egypt. In the Ottoman Empire, I'm not going to explain to you, again, what happened in the late 19th century, but you know about all the turmoil. So finance is something that's extremely important in the way in which it transforms the relations between the world of finance and the political world. Now, one reason why finance gets away with it is that you have all sorts of tricks to hide the reality. You probably know the notion of Potemkin villages. So that's a reference to the fact that the Empress Catherine the Great used to have this minister named Gregory Potemkin. And what he did was he created artificial villages of peasants that were very happy. And those constructions would be moved from place to place when the empress was visiting her empire or when foreign ambassadors were trying to look at the state of affairs. So in the world of finance, you have a very systematic way of beautifying the ugly reality of finance. So for example, let's say you go to your bank and then you get horrible service. And then when you get out, you get a smiley-faced employee who asks you to rank the service of the bank. So you always have fictions that tend to project an image that's very different from the reality of like the ways in which like people, namely in this case, the bank clients who feel that they've been ripped off by their bank, but at the same time you have the smiley face that covers it up. So there are a number of those artifices that exist, and the current book I'm writing, I'm going to just give you the title, and hopefully in about 6 months or so, you'll be able to read it. So the title is Lipstick on a Pig, and the subtitle is Ethics in the Age of Financialization. Because the bottom line, after everything I've talked about, the interesting question is the so what question. Well, I think you have an impact of this situation on morality and ethics in the sense that reality has been completely deformed by the dominant discourse. And so this is why I think this is an important topic to really understand the way in which finance has the means to present a completely deformed image of what it really does. So I could talk for much, much more, but I'm going to stop here. If you have questions later on, I'll be glad to answer them. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim. In fact, you reminded us the historic examples of the Egypt and Ottoman Empire, Istanbul, in the last quarter of the 19th century. And with these examples, actually, we see that the financial institutions and especially the debt policies shape the decision-making processes of the sovereign states as well. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now we pass to our last speaker, and the last presentation will be on the foreign military forces and interventions. Dr. Sami El-Aryan is a professor of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, and he is also the director of the Center for Islam and Global Affairs. The floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for organizing this panel. The idea of foreign intervention and military bases worldwide are just tools for a particular goal or grand strategy. And when we talk about the international order today, people recognize that it's an international order that was created in the aftermath of World War II, with the United States being the chief beneficiary of such order. It was done with its leadership in order to make sure that it maintains its hegemony over the entire world. The United States has three vital regions. In order to maintain such hegemony, it has a grand strategy that it has been applying since at least World War II. During the time between the end of the Second World War and the collapse of the Soviet Union around 1991, the United States looked at these three regions, basically Europe, East Asia, and the Persian Gulf and West Asia, North Africa, what we call, again, I have reservation on the word Middle East, but we're going to use it just to, because of the lack of time, actually, instead of repeating MENA region and all that. The idea is to make sure that great powers, for a long time it was Soviet Union, then it was weakened Russia, and now China, that these powers would not be a hegemon in their own regions. Because if they become hegemons in their own region, then they can go out and challenge the United States everywhere else. The United States around the turn of the century, the 20th century, was able to go back and pretty much colonize the seas, so to speak, by building strong navy and controlling the trade routes around the world. But the grand strategy that it has been applying since World War II says that no single country or a combination of countries which are allied together become a hegemon over their own region because that would allow them to go and challenge the United States. So what do? In order to prevent this from taking place, they build alliances and they have a policy called containment. So during the late 40s, when the Soviet Union started becoming, after, of course, World War II, more of a competitor and rival of US around the world, they built NATO in 1949, and then other institutions, including certainly military alliances like NATO, but also political and economic institutions. So when it comes to the first region after World War II, and the third region, it was, as I said, Europe and East Asia. But the middle region, the second region, has always been this region of the world, what we call the Middle East, or what, Persian Gulf, basically. And it's because of two main reasons. One is oil. Oil is very important as a commodity. It is the fuel, it is the commodity that fuels the engine of the industrialized world. It's very important not only that you control it, but you also control who has access to it. So the US has made a point, certainly, to make sure that these countries that have these resources are being pretty much in the American camp. And indeed, when you look at the history, that is very well the situation. But also, the other reason to maintain oil is because when the US delinked, in order to maintain the hegemony economically, the US in 1944, with Bretton Woods Agreement, says you can have the dollar, and that dollar can be exchanged at any time with gold, $35 per ounce. But after Vietnam, Nixon had no choice but to delink this because they were just printing dollars without any gold coverage for it. And they had to find a replacement. That replacement was indeed an agreement between Kissinger and Faisal in 1974, which says that oil would be sold by dollars. And if you are an oil importer and you have to bring dollars, then you have to bring it from the US, and therefore you are the true owner of this oil. So that was one of the reasons, or the main reason, why the US also was able to maintain its economic hegemony over the world and make the dollar as the reserve currency of the world. Today, about 80% of the transactions are made in dollars. About 62% of world trade, global trade, is in dollars. That's a huge advantage with a country that keeps printing with no cover. Today, we're talking about $34–35 trillion. Just imagine, think about that. In the second Reagan administration, around 1985, that's when the US reached $1 trillion. During Carter, 4 years prior, it was about $500 billion. Reagan's second term, $1 trillion. Now, move forward, that's less than, what, 40 years? Less than 40 years, we're talking about 35. That's 34. No other country can afford that and still has an economy except the US. The question is, how can they maintain this? Of course, the other reason about the importance of this is not the topic of this panel, it will be the topic of the next panel, which is the protection of Israel. I'm going to skip that. But now, the question is, how does the US maintain its hegemony? Basically, through, Dr. Bazian talked about $869 billion of defense budget. It's an unbelievable number, but how do they continue? Through these military bases. The US has about 8,000 military bases, about 7,200 or so in the United States, and about 800 around the world. These 800 bases are pretty much everywhere. I counted actually 63 bases in our region, that includes Turkey, but it's about in 12 countries. They have about, in 12 countries, they have actual military bases here. That means that's a lot of money. And by the way, one of the main reasons why the US had to delink the dollar from the gold was because of this, the spending on these bases. What happened is that all this spending that they did in Vietnam, who was collecting these dollars? It was France. France goes back and asks for the gold, and that's how part of how they got. And Nixon got tired, America got tired of de Gaulle telling them, where is my gold? So they just, okay, forget about it. We're going to de-link. The idea is that these are very important basis in which they can maintain their hegemony. And we have to understand that the US has this mentality that it has to be the so-called, quote-unquote, indispensable nation, the nation that can lead the world, in their own mind actually can also put the rules of this world. Everybody has to obey the rules. They don't have to obey any rules. Just you have to obey the rules because they are the indispensable nation. Now, when you look at how this military structure has been put in place, you'll find they have 7 different command centers, actually 8 with the strategic command. Strategic command is North Dakota that has to deal with the space command, nuclear weapons, and so forth. But you have the Northern Command for America, Southern Command in Panama for South America. You have the NATO for Europe. You have the Pacific Command. And then they created this central command in our region that spans through 21 nations. By the way, Israel is part of this. It was added by Trump because now Israel is integrated into the structure, the military structure of how to rule this region. This region extends from Egypt to Afghanistan and Pakistan. And you will find about 12 different Arab nations, Israel, and 8 non-Arab countries. Turkey is not part of it. Turkey is part of NATO. And you will find that this structure is pretty much dictates the different policies of how to maintain hegemony over this region. All the things that you see as diplomacy, politics, all other movements, they would have to come to serve this purpose, how to maintain this hegemony. We really don't have time to talk specifics about this, but it's very important to understand, just to give you a couple of examples, how they use this. Again, go back to the policy. I said the United States has a grand strategy. That grand strategy is not to allow any country to become powerful in which they can have an independent policy. Again, we're talking about independence, and also to extend its power beyond what it is allowed to do. So what happened in northern Syria? Has anybody thought about why does the US, at one point they had 13 military bases in Syria. Now they have less. They have about 900 soldiers because Trump decided to partially withdraw. But the question is, why is the US in northern Syria? The standard answer you get from the Pentagon, from the National Security Council, all these politicians, because of ISIS. Nonsense. Has absolutely nothing to do with ISIS. It had to do with Turkey under this current government. Turkey under this government trying to extend its power to become regional, not necessarily a hegemon, but regional power. It has bases outside Turkey, in Somalia, Libya, other places, and military presence. It has also other interests. And the US doesn't like any country to become powerful enough in which it can be outside the control of the US. So what do they do? Again, going back to the grand strategy. What is that grand strategy? You build an alliance, or you contain it, or what is called balancing. Balancing is a term, it's a misnomer really. Balancing means that you have a powerful country or entity, so you build around it a series of countries or one country in which you balance that power. But when you look at Turkey's neighbors, they're all weak. Bulgaria, Greece, Syria, which was basically dysfunctional until recently. Now it's even more dysfunctional until they rebuilt themselves. Iraq, which has been broken into 3 separate countries. So what do? They have to create something. Of course, Iran is a different story because the US cannot control Iran. So what do? They occupy northern Syria, where you have a substantial Kurdish population, because they know that this is the vulnerable thing about Turkey. Turkey will immediately go 180 degrees and go back and try to see how you're going to deal with this threat. It will no longer think about how I can expand, how I can do this or that. It wants to maintain its territorial integrity, because a powerful Kurdish state on the border of Turkey actually can break up the system. So for the past few years, Turkey has been concentrating on this. I've been asking the U.S. to withdraw. U.S. does nothing. In fact, it spent over $5 billion building this army, 50,000 people, building them in northern Syria, arming them with heavy weapons, has nothing to do with ISIS, giving them control of the oil field so that they can develop an independent economy. All that is to check Turkey. So in 2018, if everybody can recall, what was the biggest issue in the world between October 2nd and November 30th? Do you recall? Every day we hear Khashoggi, Khashoggi, Khashoggi, Khashoggi, right? Every day. And the narrative was controlled by Turkey. So on November 30th, Erdogan and Trump meet in Buenos Aires during the G20. And then Trump is trying to save his body and says, when are you going to stop this nonsense? You did enough. Erdogan ignores him and said, when are you going to withdraw from Syria? Now that is Turkish interest. That's what Turkey wanted because it knew that this was going to be damaging. And what's happening today, by the way, in Syria, to a large degree, would also be explained by this. So Trump gets the message. 12 days later, on December 12th, he calls Erdogan and said, we're going to withdraw from Syria. What happens in the United States? Hell breaks loose. Remember what happened to the Secretary of Defense? Mattis? He resigns. Tells you about the deep state. He resigns over this issue. Those who live in the United States will find it very strange that somebody's going to just resign because of difference in policy. But this is deep into what the Pentagon is committed to. It's in their grand strategy. Trump is playing with fire. He never consulted anyone on this decision. And then the Secretary of Defense resigns. The Republican Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who rarely talks about, those who live in the States, rarely talks about foreign policy, has an op-ed piece in the Washington Post saying this is endangering American national security. The point I'm trying to make is the importance of how military bases are used to rob the people of their independence and impose on them the control and hegemony of the United States. My last point is how does the United States deal with sovereignty issues? It depends whether you are a rich country or a poor country. I think Professor Warda talked about one of these that was used back in the 19th century. It's still used today. If you are a rich country, they dictate on you to put their money, the excess money, in their own economy with very little ability to actually use that money. I have many stories, which I will spare because of time, is how they do that. Today, just about the rich Arab countries have about $1.7 trillion in American economy, and it's all under control. They can't do much in terms of impact American economy. Some of it is in treasury bills, others in different companies. But when one of the countries was under severe strain, I'm not going to name that country, you can guess, and they wanted to get American help, the price was that you have to invest in America $150 billion without the ability to withdraw it. That's the type they use for rich countries. What about poor countries? With poor countries, they just give them money and money and money. It's like a rope that you put around your neck until it is long enough that you can't get it out and they can pull it. That's how somebody mentioned about Turkey in 2018. So what does Trump do? With one minute left, with one tweet, I can destroy Turkish economy. What happens the second day? 30% down. How is that possible? Again, they just give you debt. Turkey took about $400 billion by that. Today it has $500 billion debt. Not the government, private sector. But the government guarantees that it will be paid. So what do? There is not enough money for Turkish economy to pay these foreign currencies. That's why we keep saying this lira going down and down and down and down. That's the issue of independence. So we talked about political independence, economic independence, military independence. My last word here has to do with our first priority should be, as people who value the region, the people who have projects, who wants to develop this region, is to eradicate foreign influence. That should be our real project. Everything else should come secondary. Don't talk about Islamic State, Renaissance, Nahda. All these things will not happen. They will never allow you to happen. They will never give you the opportunity, actually, to even experiment until you get rid of that foreign influence. How we do that, that's a completely new panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim. Unfortunately, due to the time limitation, we will not be able to take the questions. 8 minutes later, there will be the Gaza panel, Gaza Tribunal. It's an important panel. Therefore, there will be a break. But I kindly ask our panelists to stay one more minute here for gift presentation, and I invite Abdullah Zerrar to the scene, the chair of Cihan Numa in Istanbul. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, and thank you very much once again, dear participants.
planned a session to be held in English yesterday, but we realized something. When done in Turkish, less people will have to wear headphones. That is why we said, let's do it in Turkish. So Salman Salim also had a session previously. He also had it prepared in English, but he did it in Turkish. He had it prepared in English, but he did it in Turkish. So I will do the same. But just like yesterday, my presentation is going to be in English. This way, those who speak and understand English will also have the chance to follow the presentation better because the presentation is in English. But I will be speaking in Turkish. This way, more people will be able to understand it better. Interpretation is helpful, but it's never as dense as the original version, of course. That is why, if you are going to be following this in English, please get your headphones. You will get the chance to listen to the interpretation. Thank you, first and foremost. Today, on this podium, I'd like to say the main logic behind 24-minute speeches in this event is to speak about relevant, important projects about the Muslim world, Islamic world, and present the case. We do that in these 24-minute speeches. And we did similar 24-minute speeches in yesterday and the day before. So today, in this 24-minute speech, I will be focusing on the Gaza Tribunal in this 24-minute spotlight speech. Gaza Tribunal. And I have been involved as an executive person who is involved. And we're going to have a special panel about Gaza as well, and they will be feeding each other actually. So Gaza Tribunal is, what kind of a project is this? Gaza Tribunal is basically a humanitarian tribunal, a project. And these previous examples were there since 1960s in other subjects other than Gaza as well. Basically about important crises in the world where international legal mechanisms are either slow or ineffective. People come together from various regions around the world. Intellectuals, experts, scholars, politicians, academicians come together in this tribunal, and basically they conduct their own legal tribunal, basically. In 1965, for example, there was Russell Tribunal about the U.S. invasion of Vietnam. Bernard Russell, Sartre, the leading philosophers of the times had started it, and many intellectuals had taken part in that tribunal. It was a very popular one. The 60s generation also made it popular. At the time, of course, they didn't have social media. Many people didn't know what happened in Vietnam. So this tribunal, organized by Russell and others, actually became popular. They presented a lot of proof, a lot of things about the case, and it actually became very popular. So of course today Gaza is visible to everyone. Everyone knows about it and sees it. And Gaza Tribunal is a similar approach. There was also another one recently about Iraq War Tribunal, which was started after the U.S. invasion of Iraq in more than 8 or 10 countries. This took place. And the last one of those actually had taken place in Istanbul back in 2015. Mr. Blair and Mr. Bush was actually deemed guilty at the end of those tribunals. Mr. Arun Tedro was one of the leading figures in that tribunal. And there was also Uyghur tribunal, which took place recently about the China-Uyghur issue. So these are basically humanitarian tribunal organized by people in situations where international law is slow or ineffective. And Russell Tribunal Palestine is actually an organization that they have been active previously, but in Gaza Tribunal they haven't been as active. So some people got together in Istanbul and other places, and they talked about if we can start a tribunal on Gaza, and then things grew and it became something big. In November, with about 100 people, the Gaza Tribunal was started, and Gaza Tribunal will continue. The chairman of the project is someone you may know, also a previous Richard Falk, a previous also rapporteur of the Palestinian case in UN. They have a steering committee consisting of 11 different people in this Gaza Tribunal. It consists of people like UN representatives, intellectuals who are closely dealing with this subject. So their main goal in this tribunal is to support current existing ongoing legal mechanisms and also act as a humanitarian initiative. And we have actually reached about 300 people so far, saying that we have a project, explaining it, and asking if they want to be a part of it. And almost everyone reacted positively. They said this is an important project that needs to be done. A lot of them said that this is something that needed to be started even before, because many people actually know about this tribunal. Many people ask why this tribunal wasn't there previously. And a lot of people actually say they want to contribute to efforts. So that's been the background information about People's Tribunal. Again, why does this happen? This is when international legal systems are ineffective or inefficient. So when we're building Gaza Tribunal, we looked at ICC and ICG, not to go against those processes, but to support those processes at ICG and ICJ. And just recently, there was a very important decision made in terms of the detainment of Netanyahu. A warrant of arrest was published. Again, the need for Gaza Tribunal is there because it's also independent. Some of the international courts, there are some questions on their independency. And it's also helped with swiftness, so faster effort, because some things need to be done with fast. So tribunal helps with that. And the Gaza Tribunal could also be serving as a tribunal where the judges that need to be judged will be judged. And it's also important to be a voice for those Palestinian people and Gazans. And because this is not an international official tribunal, it can look at it from a more comprehensive approach. And it's also because it is a humanitarian effort, it can also touch upon many different aspects of it, like philosophical or ethical side of it. And Gaza Tribunal is set up as such to deal with all those issues. So it's not just about what happens in Palestine, about war crimes or how many people are dead. On top of these things, it actually this tribunal also looks at philosophical and also ethical root causes of this issue. And that exists as a separate committee in Gaza Tribunal, History, Ethics Committee. There are many important historians, experts, philosophers are involved in this committee, and they only focus on that aspect. They currently focus on the history of the Palestinian issue. They also focus on colonialism and post-colonialism, basically looking at history and what happened. And another thing is that there's this issue of genocide, of course. In 21st century, in the eyes of everyone, a genocide takes place. So what are the factors that cause that? What are the factors that make that kind of thing possible? We actually claim that humanity is reaching to an sort of an end. And also seeing this kind of genocide, basically everyone can witness it. Women, children being killed, but we can't do much about it. So a lot of the intellectuals and philosophers who is going to be taking part in this tribunal, they're going to focus on how this kind of thing can take place in 21st century. You see, these are the goals of the tribunal. There are also some concrete approaches, like documenting evidence, collecting evidence, etc. And another important thing that separates this tribunal from the other ones is, inshallah, this is something that's going to start in January, and all of the hearings, all of the procedures are going to be open and public, and there will actually be a TV channel, satellite TV channel, Gaza Tribunal channel, and this channel will publish live in a lot of different languages. So you will basically be able to turn on your TV and see the experts speaking, or maybe witnesses or other involved people speaking. If done well, this can be something really important. Just a month ago, UK Parliament actually listened a Gazan father as a witness, and this actually got huge in the mainstream media outlets. This was reported. This is just one example. So in this tribunal, in the first stage, starting in January and going until the March, the hearings will be published and they will be public, and about 300 people will be heard, and it will be all broadcasted. So at the end of the day, these are humanitarian courts, and of course they don't have jurisdiction legally, and they can't take binding action, but it's all about raising awareness. And in the Gaza situation, we actually realized a lot of people want to speak up. They don't accept what happens. And many people who were not sensitive about this subject before, even those people, they look for something, and they need bigger platforms to speak up or take part. Sometimes you see small efforts like on TV or on YouTube, etc., but it's always small. But with Gaza Tribunal, we aim to create this kind of concrete platform. The heads of states could come in, intellectuals, people can come in, witnesses can come in, those people, victims can come in as well. And again, this tribunal is going to go up on open call. Anyone who likes to speak as a victim, witness, expert, whoever, they will get the chance to go live. So this is international. I was in Doha just 2 weeks ago, just last week even. Then this is a project going on in many different places. In the US, for example, people will talk about this project in conventions. So this is completely international. Out of these 100 people that I mentioned, only 2-3 Turkish people are in there. So it's completely international. everything. So it's not a Turkish initiative. There will be a domestic platform as well to raise awareness. But this way, of course, people went through and their victimhood will be documented. You see, there in detail, some parts are not visible, but there are three main chambers. One of them is international law, the other is international politics, and the other one is history, ethics, and philosophy. All of these chambers have 10 or 15 different people, like judges. And all those judges will collect all the data, documents, etc. And everything will be prepared for them in terms of documents and evidence. About 20 to 30 different rapporteurs are going to be working on to prepare all that evidence. There's also a legal department as well, a legal committee as well, and they are already working on this internationally. So it will be based on concrete evidence, so it's not just going to be speech. There's also a communications department, as you can see. They will be responsible from live streams, satellite TV, etc. We also have administrative bodies, main bodies of the Gaza Tribunal, and supportive committees. Civil society is going to be very important. We try to take the support of civil society. We are in touch with many NGOs. We want to do that globally and involve everyone. So this is the main organizational structure. About 100 to 150 people are going to be involved. Of course, most of them are volunteers. Of course, I don't want to name names, but maybe you know them, maybe you don't, but they are all very renowned people in their field. For example, our media advisor is a British person who has decades, a lady, decades of experience, lady with a decades of experience, worldwide renowned in her field. We also have a lot of others who are similar. Yeah, I mentioned the president, the executive secretary, and it's all coordinated. So this is the process. I mentioned some aspects of it. I said there will be public hearings, live streams. And another thing is that the first public meeting will take place in Sarajevo in May 2025. All the members of the court, all the members of the tribunal are going to be there for a week or so. It's going to be the first public meetup. And after that, we will have hearings, live streams again, witnesses, victims, everyone will be there, including the defendants, the suspects if they come, and we will continue with the proceedings. So this is the stage table in detail. We have stage 1, stage 2, and so on. On November, for example, the team got together in London. Maybe some of you have followed up on the news in London. It was actually mentioned on the press. It's just the beginning, so all the detailed processes are about to start. All of these stages, inshallah, will take place under this calendar. This is a really important project where everyone tries to contribute somehow. So let me give you an example. I was just in a meeting with the higher management executives of Al Jazeera. They said we are ready to provide everything, and I asked why do you do that? Why are you so helpful? And they said it's not just a professional thing. So Al Jazeera wants to help Gaza. Anything about Gaza case, they said they're there. And they actually have a lot of people and groups who work on Gaza since the beginning. So we have a lot of supporters. I also explained it here. So now this is a People's Tribunal and everyone can take part. And now you're also responsible because you witnessed it today. So if you have any opinions and contributions, everyone can contribute. And we are open. It's a big project. So I now let you know. You now know about it. Hopefully, this will give us the best results, and hopefully it will be. Hopefully it will have an impact. This is not. We don't say this is the only way to go. This is the only solution. ICC can do a lot. Nation states can do a lot. Individuals, NGOs, aid organizations, everyone can do a lot. But this is also something that can help. Last but not least, in terms of the aim of this project, in and of itself, this is an aim. This is a goal. But in October, we plan the court tribunal to come up with a reference document. This document is going to be prepared by hundreds of academicians, experts, citizens, everyone will contribute, and it's going to be a reference document. So think of it like a human rights charter or the Helsinki document of the medical doctors. And it will be a document similar to those, like Gaza Tribunal document, where everyone can take reference from in the future when these kinds of events happen. You see our website, always updated. We also have social media accounts. Please follow them. They are all updated regularly. Thank you very much.
Tamam. Okay. Tamam. Okay, hemen diğer oturuma başlatmamı istendi. O oturumunda
We are going to continue with the next session and we are going to talk about Gaza. We are going to have a panel. We have two panelists here and one will be with us through Zoom. And now we are going to talk about Gaza case through a global system, rethinking of Gaza case through a global system. This is our panel, and now we are going to have our moderator, Rukiye Salhiya. Now for our focus panel, Gaza as a catalyst for global reconstitution, Ramzi Barut is going to be with us. Daud Abdullah and Sami Al Aryan also will be joining us.
Today we are going to try to rethink global system through ongoing genocide in Gaza siege. And we have our respected guests, and we are going to start with Mr. Ramzi, right? Okay, sorry. Okay, we are going to start with Dr. Daud Abdullah. He is the director of Middle East Monitor. He lectured in history at the University of Maiduguri, and recently he has been he was a senior researcher in the Muslim Council of Britain, and we are gonna leave the stage to him, please. for sure.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, my thanks to the organizers for allowing me to be part of this important event. I think it has come at a very critical period in the history of this region. And I'm sure that the discussions, the information, the insights that we've had over the last 3 years would help us to formulate policies. Yeah, it would help us, those of us who are decision makers or policy makers. I'm sure that you would find that these discussions were very useful. My subject that was given to me was Gaza and the reconstitution of, Gaza and the global reconstitution. So what I want to begin by saying is that prior to October 2023, Palestine was very much off the international agenda. It was not in any way discussed by decision makers to any useful purpose. The 17-year blockade of Gaza went virtually unnoticed in the West, or indifferent, I should say, on the part of Western leaders and the supporters elsewhere. And throughout that period, discussions were dominated about, let's say, Russia-Ukrainian war, or US-China relations, or the Iranian nuclear program. These were the side issues that were discussed over that of Palestine. Well, that changed dramatically after October the 7th. That was a turning point. And the world now, for the first time, began to seriously consider, you see, what has happened in Palestine. 4 things I have identified as a result of October the 7th. First of all, Palestine was reinstated to the global agenda. It was reinstated at the top of the agenda. People began to discuss it more, in depth, seriously. You see, asking questions, asking for accountability. And at the same time, it reignited a debate about the United Nations, the efficacy of these organizations, its purpose, its structures, its mechanisms. How useful are they? And thirdly, another debate has been reignited about human rights law, international humanitarian law. Who did they serve? For what purpose were these laws codified? You see, questions began to be asked post-October 7th. And finally, Gaza brought to the fore the role of the global South, you see, in world affairs. In the last decade or two, or even more, I should say, everything was dominated by the North, and particularly the United States, what we call the unipolar system. You see, but with Gaza now, we saw a more assertive global South coming to the fore, you see, and asking for accountability on the part of the global North. So these are the 4 areas, I think, Gaza triggered a rethink, a new conversation, a new approach, a new direction to Palestine in particular. So let's go back to the question of the being at the top of the global agenda. When President Biden took office in 2021, contrary to the expectations that there would be change, it was very much a question of continuity. Continuity with the policies of his predecessor, Donald Trump, and in particular with regard to Palestine, i.e. that Palestine was not important to the Americans. The important issue for them in the Middle East was like Iran and its, of course, nuclear program. So if you remember, President Biden, when he was vice president to Obama, he actually supported the Joint Cooperation Action Plan for the Iranian nuclear program. And one expected when Trump had withdrawn from that, Biden would reinstate the U.S. commitment to that agreement. Nothing of the kind happened. It was a continuation of Trump's policy. And despite the blackout, the attempt to deny the world opinion of information on Gaza, people found out. They saw it unfold, the genocide unfold on their television screens in the evening. They had access to information in spite of the murder of over 200 journalists in Gaza and even some in the West Bank. And not since the Vietnam War in the 60s and 70s did the world witness this amount of protests and outrage with a Western power engaged in war. You see, students, trade unions, civil society organizations turned out on streets in capitals across Western Europe, Asia, Africa, and indeed in parts of Latin America. So what came to the fore in all of this was the hypocrisy of these liberal democracies, you see, who have been championing the cause of freedom and democracy and human rights. Here they were now being exposed to the world as people who have been paying lip service to these values, these principles. But I should say that even in the West, countries like Spain and Ireland and Norway, they have, in a sense, broken the trend, gone against the trend by taking a more critical stand on the issue of Palestine and Gaza in particular, which we should recognize that there is no homogeneity in the West towards Palestine, in the sense that they all support, what is dictated to them by Washington. No, we see now countries are being prepared to take a different stand. Not all of them, but a few. And as I said, Spain and Ireland stand out in this regard. In fact, 2 days ago, Ireland has decided to join the ICJ, the South African case of genocide at the ICJ. But if this, if this initiative, So, if this a pouring out of support from the world in the global south is to develop and have a great impact that it should, then there must be some support and input, a greater sense of assertiveness on the part of our Muslim countries and Arab countries, they should play a part, you see, in this. But so far, we have not seen the type of response that is necessary to galvanize what is happening in the global south. How many countries in the Middle East, in the Arab world, for example, have joined South Africa in the case against Israel's genocide? In fact, they should have been the first to make the case at the ICJ. And even now, they're hesitant on whether to support. But we know it's a question of independence. In the previous session, we heard about, political independence. And sadly, most of these countries are not politically independent. Now, let me turn briefly to the reconstituting of the United Nations. Because no other country has violated UN resolutions in a manner that Israel has done throughout the years of its existence since 1945. And in fact, Israel is a country that was created by the United Nations, by a UN resolution under condition. But it has shown a great disdain and contempt for the world body. Sometime in May of 2023, just before the war started in Gaza, the Israeli ambassador actually stood on the floor of the General Assembly with a shredder and shredded the Charter of the United Nations in front of all the world community. You cannot perceive, you could not think of a greater insult to the world community, the community of nations that have committed themselves to this charter for global governance. But this is the disdain, the arrogance, and the contempt that they have shown. And they've continued this attitude because of the support that they get from the United States. Okay. All right. Yeah, so we saw it also demonstrated after October the 6th, when the same ambassador called on the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres to resign from his post, simply because he said that Gaza, the attack on October the 7th did not happen in a vacuum. There's a background, there's a context, you see, that led to what happened on October the 7th. They didn't like that. They want people to believe that October the 7th was the start of this whole affair. Of course it was not. So let me turn quickly to the humanitarian and human rights law issue. And to the same degree that you see Gaza had exposed the structural flaws of the United Nations, so too it was accompanied by contempt for international law, gross breaches, you see, and therefore there was this call on the part of many countries, observers, for accountability. Can you imagine United Nations premises, schools being attacked, officials being killed in broad daylight before the world? So all the point here that we have to underscore is that there are certain principles that were adopted since 1949 in the Genocide Convention and the Human Rights Declaration for Human Rights of 1949, that all people are created equal and should enjoy the same rights to life and liberty and freedom and happiness. But this has been denied to some people and has continued ever since. Okay, I'll stop. Let me just say, in concluding that, the issue of universal justice is one that should come to fore in the coming months, in the same way that, a warrant was issued for Augusto Pinochet while he was in Britain by the Spanish government, and he was actually arrested. The same can be done, for Israeli war criminals. We have seen several cases like this, but most importantly, even if the ICC fails or is late in delivering justice, we can look at other models, such as that happened in Senegal in 2015, when a special African court was set up to try Hissène Habré for crimes against humanity. The African Union and Senegal came to an agreement to try him, and he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Such special courts can be set up for the specific crimes of torture, of genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity. These crimes, any court that has, any country that has signed up to the Genocide Convention can implement this procedure. I'm sorry I can't go into the detail of it, but I'm happy to discuss it during the question and answer period. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dawood. Thank you for reminding us the hypocrisy of the liberal democracy, and thank you for reminding us the duty of UN. And ironically, still we are waiting from the solution from the UN. And we have our guests, our respected guest, through Zoom meeting, and he is a U.S. Palestinian journalist, author, and media consultant serving as editor in Palestine Chronicle since 1999. And he has held leadership roles at Middle East Eye, Al Jazeera Online, and the Bernie Times. And Baroud has conducted speaking tours in over 30 countries. And he is an honorary member of the Pi Sigma Alpha Political Science Honor Society. Yes, please, Mr. Baroud, the stage is yours. We can't hear your voice. Could you please raise your voice volume? Still, the voice is closed. Could you please check it first and then start from the beginning? He's in a different channel. I guess there are different channels. Please be sure whether you are on the right channels or not. Yeah, there are a translator channel and the other one. Okay, could you please wait for a minute for they're gonna just solve the problem. And thank you so much, by the way, Mr. Dawood. We will appreciate for your great speech. And at the end of this session, we will wait for the questions, I guess. Okay, now could you please try, Mr. Baroud?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay, now it's better.
Okay, so you can hear me all right?
Yes, please, we can start.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for having me and for organizing this important event. I'm particularly honored to be sharing, although virtually, stage with two of my mentors, really, and teachers throughout the years, Dr. Sam Larian and Dr. Dawood Abdullah. Indeed, great honor. I'm just going to reflect very quickly here on an event that took place a few days ago in Paris. I was speaking alongside many intellectuals from various African countries. namely or mostly from Burkina Faso, Niger, Uganda, Senegal, South Africa, Algeria, and Morocco, among others. One thing that really that I found to be particularly interesting is how the ongoing war on Gaza, actually, let me rephrase that, rather, how the resistance of the Palestinians in response to the ongoing war and genocide in Gaza has already seeped into their everyday kind of nationalistic or regional narratives. I mean, you hear comrades from Burkina Faso speak about Palestine in ways that are not as we are African intellectuals offering solidarity with the Palestinians. No, but reflecting on the Palestinian experience and how it relates to their own nationalistic and regional experiences. I've been to Africa many times in the past, and that's the point I try to make everywhere I go, and to some limited degrees of success. It's like it was such a struggle to create an overlap between the Palestinian struggle and the African or the various African struggles, despite the fact that it should be a no-brainer. Meaning that African countries were the kind of the main platform for Western colonialism and therefore anti-colonial liberation movements. And the Palestinian struggle fits perfectly into that, not just the global South, but Africa in particular. I mean, we know, for example, that it was the African political union in sometimes I think in the mid-70s that actually initiated the conversation about Zionism being a form of racism, and they linked that to what was happening in Zimbabwe and South Africa and elsewhere. And it was that African initiative that actually got the United Nations to adopt that very definition a few months later, until in 1991, the Americans, along with their allies, kind of reversed the cycle on the definition. Zionism remained a very much a racist movement. It's just the world was no longer in the mood of accepting that definition anymore. But it was Africa that actually initiated that. We've lost so much of that strategic depth, if you will, that we had in Africa, to the point that whenever we went to any African countries and we spoke with politicians and intellectuals, the argument has always been kind of more or less, if your own people have sold you, if the Arabs have abandoned you and they are normalizing, if your own Palestinian ambassadors in our own countries are saying everything is good and fine, that there is nothing, that Israel is not an apartheid state. Some of these Palestinian Authority representatives have been telling people in Kenya and South Africa, and you come and tell us we need to sever ties with Israel. It just did not make sense. And in many ways, I understand why it didn't make sense for them. Thanks to the Palestinian resistance in all of its forms in Gaza and beyond Gaza, we are beginning to see the return of the anti-colonial, anti-imperialist narratives in Africa and the global South being embraced and being unified around Palestine. Not as we are doing Palestinians a favor by offering solidarity with the Palestinians, but rather we need that narrative for our own causes as well. For example, you have this new formation that's taking place between Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, this new confederation after they kicked the French out. How many Palestinian delegations went to meet with the representatives of these governments, trying to advocate a unified Palestinian political position? Have we taken any advantage of the opportunities presented to us during this particular period in history to actually expand beyond the begging and pleading, of Western governments and Western countries and at the doors of the White House, as has always been our habit? Why haven't we done that? And we are still stuck in this mindset that unless America agrees, it's not going to happen. There are numerous opportunities being presented to us, and we haven't taken advantage of that. Rather, we are going, as the PA is doing today, as we speak right now, attacking the resistance in Jenin, killing children, raiding houses, and arresting people. I find it surprising, to be honest, sometimes when I see people talking about we need a unified Palestinian position that includes the very Palestinian Authority in Ramallah that is doing so much harm to the Palestinians. No, what we actually need is a unified Palestinian position around Palestinian resistance. And I'm not talking about guns and bullets when I say resistance. When I talk about resistance, is the culture itself, the idea that we Palestinians must resist to obtain our rights, and we must unify the world around that resistance. And by the way, that unification process is already happening. I just concluded the speaking tour in several countries, French-speaking countries in particular, including France and Belgium. And it is incredible how people are now finally, speaking about resistance in an open way. They are not looking over their shoulders, they're not scared anymore. And we need to take advantage of that. We need to build on that. For a long time, as Dr. Dawood Abdullah has said earlier, we've been told that Palestine doesn't matter. It wasn't part of the international agenda. Well, it turned out that not only Palestine, but that tiny little space called Gaza, 181 square miles, 360 square kilometers of land, it has no natural resources. I know that there's gas in the Mediterranean, but that's not why Israel is doing what it's doing in Gaza. It's not about natural gas. This tiny little space has proven to be the most vital geopolitical spot on earth. And who has done that? The Palestinians have done it. The people of Jabalia, Khan Yunis, Beit Hanun, Beit Lahia, Rafah, Nusayrat, Burej, Maghazi. These are the people, the refugees and the descendants of the refugees of the Nakba have done that. If that is not enough to tell you that the power of the people is not a cliche, I don't know what is. So now we need to expand that existing movement. We need to take advantage of this. This movement is very, very important, not only for us Palestinians, but for human history as well. Antonio Gramsci, the Italian anti-fascist communist leader, used to say that there is a period in human history called the interregnum. The interregnum or the interim. It's a period, he said, when the old refuses to die and the young is yet to be born. And that particular period, that interregnum, is referred to as the age of monsters. Horrible things happen during this period because there's massive paradigm shifts that are happening globally, from Africa to the Middle East, to Europe, to South America, and so forth and so on. And Gaza has become a catalyst in this interregnum. Who knew? Who knew that Gaza could, in fact, has the potential of being the main catalyst of major changes happening in the Middle East? So we need to understand how significant and important this moment for us Palestinians, for the region, and for the world, and take advantage of it. And, at the end of the day, I'm a writer. We are all here intellectuals and writers and journalists. We don't carry guns and we don't develop military strategies, but what we do is we develop language. And language is the most important component in this fight worldwide right now. For a long time, Israel has depicted the Palestinians to be a bunch of terrorists who are hell-bent on destroying the state of Israel. That was the idea. Now that understanding has been reversed. People talk about Palestinian people right to defend themselves. They talk about Israeli war criminals who are now being wanted by the International Court of Justice for the crimes of extermination that is taking place in Gaza. The language began changing. And we cannot, kind of cower back into our little spots and start, kind of be selective about language. We need to take total advantage of these changes. And we need to start talking about the Palestinian people as people not only with historic rights that are enshrined in international law, but people who are also have the right to have political agency, the right to defend themselves, the right to resist. We need to take advantage of it. I don't know how this can be done because it is really quite troubling, this kind of political situation we Palestinians find ourselves in. You have a Palestinian Authority that is recognized internationally as supposedly the representative of the Palestinian people. But this authority does not speak the language I'm speaking right now, and the language I'm speaking is not my language. It's the language of the Palestinian people and the language of millions of people who are unifying around Palestine right now. So how do we do this? How do we start by creating a unified and centralized Palestinian message to tell the world, including our various solidarity movements around the world, what the Palestinian people want, what is the language to use, and how to fight against or to counter the Zionist narrative and the mainstream narrative on Palestine and the Palestinian people, especially those in Gaza right now. This is a very important thing, and I feel like we are still kind of missing this opportunity to develop this platform, this committee, this organization that would allow us to actually start speaking not as Fatah and Hamas, not as socialists versus secularists versus Islamists, but rather as Palestinian people. And when I say centering Palestinians or speaking as Palestinians, well, I'm not talking any Palestinian. I am talking about people who represent the collective Palestinian experience. And that collective Palestinian experience is being witnessed as we speak in Gaza right now. The Palestinian people are unified around a set of principles. They refuse to compromise on the issue of justice that is situated around international law and backed by international law, but they also refuse to be treated as an exception. Every national liberation movement in the world resisted, but when it comes to the Palestinians, everybody kind of backtrack and say, well, maybe there's an exception here. Why should we be the exception? One of my events in France was canceled by the university because I speak about resistance. And when I speak about resistance, I'm not even talking Yassin 105s and Shawal bombs. I'm talking about the right of the people to defend themselves against aggression. That was too much for the French university, so they said, no, we're not going to have him come and speak to us. So what is the point? What is the point of solidarity if you refuse to truly stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people and deny them the most fundamental and important right as human beings, standing and fighting back when they need to do so? And it's not like I'm promoting resistance in the sense that I think that this form or that form of resistance is going to resolve the issue. I am just saying that if you take away agency from people, you turn them into victims. And I refuse to accept that the Palestinian people are victims. Gaza has done more damage to the Israeli army than all Arab and Middle Eastern armies combined since 1948. So you can't tell me that people who behave in that way do not have agency. They have refused to accept ethnic cleansing. They are being starved and they are still standing and fighting. They are people of exceptional kind of powers that should be a driving force to the rest of the world to liberate itself from the shackles of oppression and colonialism and neo-colonialism and injustices that happens in every society.
Thank you.
They are not victims in that sense. They don't see themselves as such. I think I'm exceeding my time, right?
Yeah, we have last 1 minute. Could you please conclude your words?
Absolutely. So this is really what I think the issue is that we need to go back to our strategic depth. We need to discover the opportunities that exist in the global South. We need to build a real relationship with the solidarity movement in the global North, not as a movement that puts conditions on us as Palestinians, but listen to us, engage with us as Palestinians, and again, center the truly representative Palestinian voices anywhere, whether in Europe, in North America, or anywhere else.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Baroud. Thank you for reminding us the Gaza's resistance, how it taught all of the world who are Zionists and about their coward actions to all over the world. And thank you for reminding that how Palestinian people separated resistance to all over the world where people live under suppression. Thank you so much. And thank you for reminding us still there are a huge duty from us from men of Ummah, from the humanity, that we need to take more serious actions because we are talking about more than 15 months ongoing genocide. Thank you so much. Now we are going to start with our last respected guest, who is Sami Al-Aryan. Sami Al-Aryan is Director of Center of Islam and Global Affairs and Public Affairs Professor at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. And he has a lot of awards for sure, but I would like to say that he is also the author of the Arab Awakening, Unveiled Understanding Transformation and Revolution in the Middle East. Yes, this stage is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I would like to take you back to 15 days before Tufan al-Aqsa. This is September 22nd in the United Nations General Assembly. Netanyahu stands up before the assembly with a map in his hand and a red pen, and he starts drawing a line that starts from India, going through the Indian Ocean, then to the Gulf of Oman, and from there he goes to the United Arab Emirates. He draws a line through Saudi Arabia to Jordan, and from there to Haifa, and then through the Mediterranean to Europe. And he calls that the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. And he boasts in that speech that Israel is going to be at the heart of this project. It's a project that's going to counter the Belt and Road Initiative of China, and it's going to be at the heart of the world's progress, economic progress and prosperity, and Israel is going to be the major player. This basically was the plan, that Israel is going to become the nation or the country that's going to be leading this part of the world. It's going to be the hegemon of this part of the world. It's going to be subcontracted by the United States, that is afraid that its rival China is going to surpass it. It's going to reorient itself in this region and subcontract its security and to protect its security and interest to Israel and Saudi Arabia. In March of this year, there was supposed to have been a normalization pact, a ceremony at the White House, in which Saudi Arabia would recognize the Zionist state, and along with it would come later Pakistan and Indonesia, and that would have been the end of the Palestinian issue, now that you have the land of the two holy mosques signing in addition to two of the most important countries. That was the design that came, or they thought it's going to come at the end of last year and this year, and then Tufan al-Aqsa takes place. Tufan al-Aqsa takes place at this time where the Palestinians themselves have been suffering tremendously. Not only that the world has passed the Palestinian case, the Palestinian issue, but also they have been suffering in all spheres. Not strategically that no one is talking about Palestine anymore, but also if you go to Gaza, Gaza has been under a suffocating siege for 16 years. Nothing goes in or out without Israel saying so. A whole population is under siege. There are whole generations that have been born and living under siege. Everything is being counted. In the West Bank, with the empowerment of the new government, this right fascist government of Netanyahu with Smotrich and Ben Gvir, is trying with it at the essence of its project is not only to annex 60% of the West Bank, but also to settle as many Jews as possible in this part of Palestine, and also try to deport as many Palestinians as possible. Smotrich even said so publicly that Palestinians have three choices. One is to submit to Israel, that they will never be an equal citizen in their own land, or they can be compensated and leave, or they could be killed. These are the three choices that the Palestinians have to make. Looking at the Jerusalem has been under tremendous pressure to be Judaized, to split, time and place with others, and to build the third temple. That's what they have been propping up for years, but particularly in 2023. Look at the prisoners in Palestine after Ben Gvir became in charge of the prisons in Palestine. All the privileges that they have gained throughout decades of struggle was being taken away. The visitations, the education, the different things that they're able to make have been taken one by one. 5,700 actually Palestinians were under detention at the time, with over 2,000 in administrative detentions without any charges. When you look at all these combined, the West Bank, Gaza, the prisoners, Jerusalem, in addition to the strategic situation where they want to just bypass the Palestinian issue, certainly Tufan al-Aqsa was one way to call the whole world that this is unacceptable. Now, many people have been talking about a two-state solution, that somehow this struggle will end when we have some sort of a state for the Palestinians. And I'm here to tell you that this is an illusion. There's nothing that the Palestinians are going to get with the Zionist ideology and the Zionist state. This was actually one idea that came and left. The train has left the station. There is no longer any scenario in which there could be a viable so-called Palestinian state. Assuming even the Palestinians, I'm not talking about the PLO or their officials recognizing Israel on 78% of the land, I'm talking about the people. But even this idea is no longer viable. Israel is there, committed to its greater Israel. If we had any doubts whatsoever, just look at what happened the past year. This is the essence of Zionism. It is there as a hegemon. It is there as a settler, colonial, racist, supremacist, aggressive state that is trying to replace some people with others, replace the Palestinians with other Jewish communities from around the world. This is how they define themselves. So anyone who recognizes or acknowledges or believes that any part of Palestine should be taken by other than the Palestinians, should be taken by Jewish communities, then he is by definition a Zionist. And therefore, we need to look at whether this is actually an acceptable solution to have such an ideology in the midst of this region, an ideology that does not care about the human, ideology that is willing to kill tens of thousands of people, including 70% of which are women and children and elderly, that is willing to erase completely from the face of the earth any sign of civil life, like what we are seeing in Gaza day in and day out. Not only tens of thousands have been wiped out, but also the suffering of the lack of medicine, the starvation policy, the destruction of universities and schools and clinics and healthcare facilities and mosques and churches and markets and streets and residences, every single one of them, every single day. Not a day that went by for over 400 days that we haven't seen this. This is the ideology that wants to control and to be in charge of this region. This is what Netanyahu was talking about when Israel is going to be in control of this region. Israel is a threat to every single country. If you think that you are immune because you live in Turkey, then you're living in an illusion. If any country in the region thinks that Israel is willing to let it survive without being dictated to, then you're living in a different world. That's what the essence of Zionism is. And if that is the essence of Zionism, then our goal, our objective should be to dismantle such a system. In the same way that the apartheid system in South Africa was dismantled. Dismantling a racist, supremacist system should be our goal, not to somehow coexist with it, not somehow to accept it, not somehow to normalize it. That is not the case. And to do this, then we have to look and reframe our understanding of the Palestinian issue. Why is Zionism dangerous? because of these facts. The centrality of the Palestine question has nothing to do with the suffering of Palestinians, even though they have suffered so much, particularly in the last year in Gaza. Other communities suffer: Syrians, Afghanis, Iraqis, Libyans, Sudanese, Somalis. Other people have suffered, but that does not give them the advantage of making Palestine the central case. And not even that, because it has sacred and holy places. That has its own place. The reason Palestine should be the center of politics, of movements, of any projects in this region is because of the nature of the enemy. It does not want to accept the hegemon in this region. It will not allow Turkey to become powerful. It will lobby every single country in the world to make sure that Turkey will always be not powerful, but under them. It will not allow any unification project because that's a threat to it. It's not going to allow any economic prosperity because that could be a threat to it. It's not going to allow any scientific advancement because that is a threat to it. Look at how many scientists and scholars have been assassinated throughout the years in every place, in Iraq, in Egypt, in Palestine, in Indonesia, in Tunisia, in Morocco, why? In Iran, why? Because these could be a threat to it. That's how they look at it. That's why they are willing to destroy Gaza, destroy the West Bank, destroy Lebanon, destroy Syria, and whoever else is going to say, I would like to become independent, I'm willing to stand up to it, they will try to destroy. That's why Palestine becomes, or should be, the central issue for all those who care about this region and care about justice and care about freedom. In that case, then our goal should be to dismantle this regime. I'm not talking about killing people, because that's not what this is about. Actually, when Jews had to leave Andalusia back in 1492, where did they go? They came basically to the Muslim world, including here in Istanbul, because we recognize them. This culture recognizes Jews, and if Europe is so racist against them, and they can't withstand them, and they export them to this region, we're willing to take them as immigrants, but not as a sovereign state, not as a hegemon in this region where they would like to control every part of it. Today in Syria, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to divide the divided. They try to keep us weak, fragmented. They want to have a Druze state, an Alawite state, a Sunni state, a Shia state, a Kurdish state. This is how they can control the whole region. This is how they are manipulating the great powers such as the United States to make sure that they support such a plan. That's why it is so dangerous. Now, to dismantle this regime, I can tell you right now that the Palestinians will not be able to do that. The Palestinians are too small to be able to achieve such an objective. This is a project that everyone should be involved in because everyone is a target. Our task should be two things: to make sure that the Palestinians will stay on their land, because if they leave, as they're trying to expel them, there is no issue, there is no land to fight about. So we need to keep our support of the Palestinians to remain on their land. But the second objective, the second task should be to engage the Zionists everywhere in the world in order to dismantle this regime. We need to engage them politically, diplomatically, economically, commercially, socially, culturally, in human rights, legally, every sphere, in the media, in sports, in every sphere. That means that every single person will have a task in this. This is not left to some people who are in the field fighting militarily and not left only for the Palestinians. This is a project for the whole ummah. Because if you want to make any kind of progress in here and you leave this alone, they will not leave you alone. They want to make sure that you are unable to achieve this. That's why they control many of the great powers in this world in order to make sure that they are capable of pressing you. Today, have you asked yourself, when the Palestinians, when the Arabs and Muslims, OIC, met on November 11th, 2023, that's almost 5 weeks after October 7th. They disagreed on many things, but they agreed on one thing. We need to bring about aid to the suffering people of Gaza. 57 countries. And they were aided by another 160-something in the United Nations, with UN resolutions, with ICC rulings. and they're not able to bring about one bottle of water to a thirsty child without Netanyahu saying so. What does that tell you?
Mr. Al-Aryan, we have lost for 1 minute.
What does that tell you about that power? So to conclude then, our goal is to dismantle this regime. This cannot be done with the formula is very simple. Cannot be done without the Palestinians, cannot be done with the Palestinians alone. That means everyone has a role to play. That means we need to build a global movement that could be mobilized and galvanized to achieve this goal. What do? We identify the imperatives, the sources of power of the state. I have a study that shows that they depend on 12 pillars. It's like a house standing on 12 pillars. If everybody can see where they can make an impact in any of these pillars, like everybody is having a hammer and hitting one part of that pillar, when enough pillars are collapsed, this whole state would collapse. And then the whole region can reconstitute itself and start being truly independent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Aryan. You had reminded us the general situation in Gaza and what's going on, and what is the duty of not only Muslims, for all humanity. It has been for last 7 years I have been in Gaza, and people in Gaza, they have a serious message to men of the Ummah, because they had sacrificed good enough until now. We are talking about more than 14 months of genocide, and it's ongoing, unfortunately. And in order to do our responsibilities, we have to leave our comfort zone, okay? Once we leave our comfort zone, we are not just gonna save Palestinian people, we are gonna save humanity through keeping justice and peace in the Middle East and all over the world. Thank you so much, thank you. And I guess we are out of our stage, but if you have any question, do you have any questions? We may, yes, please.
معذرة أنا أسأل سؤال بالعربية إلى أستاذ سامي العريان. هل يكفي المحاولات yani o zaman Türkçe sorayım yani en azından siz tam Türkçe sorayım o zaman. Siz
So I will ask this question in English to Sami Al-Aryan. Turkey's initiatives, like similar to those South Africa's initiative in terms of legal initiative. So can Turkey do something maybe together with South Africa to carry this case to Swedish courts or other courts? Can Turkey do something also with the support of other Islamic countries in terms of legal case that was started?
South Africa to the ICC? Of course, I mean, it is significant because it is very important that this criminal regime is exposed. It has been exposed. There are many strategic losses of this regime at many levels. At the strategic level, that plan, at least for now, is frozen to integrate it into this region. Its narrative has been severely disregarded by the whole world. On the media level, you could see what's happening. In the ICC, it has been labeled as a genocidal state. Its leaders have been on the ICC list to be arrested. And in military terms, they have suffered. I didn't have time to go over this, and the intelligence and so on and so forth. So it has been severely damaged in terms of what happened October 7th, but also there are other things that is happening in this region. It will require me to analyze more the strategic losses and gains, but it's very important to understand that this state has been at its lowest time since it was its creation in terms of its global status and global public opinion and reputation, and that's very significant. And I think Turkey could certainly do more, and I think they'll try to do more, but we need also to make sure that the public in Turkey is behind such policy. I mean, there is so much misinformation. We need to have a public awareness program for people to understand that this is a very dangerous state for the national security of Turkey, and unless people understand that, they will not be able to back policies that can actually expose the state.
Evet, kıymetli katılımcılara, konuşmacılara yapmış oldukları bu güzel...
We thank our distinguished panelists for this fruitful panel. I would like to invite Mr. Ebu Bekir Ceylan from Cihanuma to the stage to present gifts. So Istanbul Forum is going full speed ahead. Also, young people have conducted a futurist forum. We will have a presentation and winner announcements of it soon. We now take a short break for prayer, and after that we expect you to come back to see the Futurist Forum award ceremony.
Distinguished guests, we are going to start with the presentation of the futurist competition and with the awards ceremony. We invite you all to take your seats, please.
Ayakta bulunan misafirlerimizi de yerlerine davet ediyoruz.
Please take your seats. If you're standing up, our distinguished guests, if you're standing up, please take your seats. Thank you. I see that there are still people entering the hall. If we have any people outside, please lead them inside, and we are going to have the presentations of futurist composition, and jury evaluation is going to be done afterwards.
Dr. Jakub, let me call him. I'll bring him.
Mr. Jakub.
Is the technical team ready? We are having the last preparations before moving on to the presentations of the futurists competition.
Sunumlar esnasında YouTube yayınına devam edeceğiz. Ödül kısmında. Tamam, sunumlar canlı yayın olsun çünkü online takip eden jürilerimiz var. Tamam. Hazır mıyız? Bir dakika. Tamam, son sayım. Fuaye alanındaki misafirlerimizi salondaki yerlerine
I will invite all of the guests that are outside to join us in the hall before we start with the presentations. Distinguished Chairman, Professors, ladies, gentlemen, we are at the final night of Istanbul Forum with the futurist competition. I would like to invite you all to this event. I would like to welcome you all to this event. Of course, there were many sessions, and the goal was to carry the message to tomorrow. We have our youth here with their extensive programs. We are going to share a video of them, and in our program we also have Meryem Hoca, who led the futurist program, and we have 9 teams with their presentations. We are going to listen to them. The judges will evaluate them, and we will talk about the winner. First, I want to show you a video clip, futurist video clip of footage of futurists. Please, let's have a round of applause for our young friends.
her bir yarışmacımıza, her bir
I want to thank every mentor, every competitor, every judge. Of course, we watched a couple of seconds of the video, but there was a marathon and a lot of effort behind this. Futurist Knowledge Marathon or Futurist Ideaton. I want to thank Meryem Hoca, and I want to invite her to talk about this process. She has been leading this event. Hello everyone, I want to welcome you all. Where did the futurist ideaton idea emerge from? We are going to give a short brief. While planning Istanbul Forum, we wanted to include the teenagers with their energy. We created a different team for Futurist after the long discussions. We wanted to turn it into an interactive activity instead of a panel or a lecture. We created the Ideaton activity. This had a month of labor behind it. You will see our team members, our friends who planned the whole process. Why did we decide on it? Because we bring people with similar ideas together. Second, we also want to encourage youngsters to think about certain things in relating to society, and we chose Ideaton because of that. And we also wanted to show how to turn an idea into a project to the teenagers. This was such a step. We have these friends who organized Futurist Ideaton. All of them contributed a lot. First stage was the application process. They were supposed to find a problem in the Islamic world, and they needed to suggest a solution with a summary of their idea in 300 words. And then from 10 in the morning until 6 at night with mentors, our friends worked. They wanted to turn their idea into a concrete, a practical thing, and they wanted to see where it would apply in society, and they presented their documents yesterday. Now they are going to present their ideas, and mentors had a huge role here. They are all experts in their fields with their own studies. You see very many professors from different areas, different fields, and they worked together. They collaborated with teenagers. So the mentors try to make the teenagers see the faults and the positives, and all features, all dimensions of their idea. And we have our judging panel. They analyze the documents of our friends, and now we are going to. We also don't know who are the winners, who are the runner-ups either. They are going to present their studies too. We had some people who just started high school and some people who had PhD students as well as master students or college students. We had people of many ages, many members of youth from different levels. And we put that into consideration while judging. I don't want to take up too much of your time. All of these are just a spark, an idea. They are a spark that is going to start a fire, a bigger fire. It's going to ignite everything. Of course, you cannot have a spring with one flower, but every spring starts with a flower. So hopefully these ideas will help us flourish, and they will be little blossoms, that are going to take us to the future. I want to thank Cihan Numa for allowing this content, for them facilitating this activity. Thank you. I want to thank Meryem Hoca for her efforts. Hopefully we will see the fruits of their labors. I want to talk about the judging system. The judges looked at the project documents and they had a blind judging system. They didn't see how they graded the projects. With the presentation, they are going to make the give their last decisions. We have Abdullah Özdemir from Switzerland. We have Ibn Haldun University faculty members, Cambridge University members, Kızılay Academy, Ibn Haldun University. We have a lot of scholars, faculty members. And we will learn about the winner and the runner-ups. Let's go. Without further ado, let's move on to our presentations. And these are going to be broadcasted on YouTube too. Now with the Baraka or shelter projects, our young friends are going to present their projects. They're going to introduce themselves, and the representative friend is going to present their project. Of course, let's keep the energy high. My name is Abdullah Arif. I study computer engineering. I also study AI and data management. My name is Abdullah. I study machine engineering. My name is Mustafa, and I also study machine engineering. Thank you. Now we see the shelter or Baraka project. Selamun Aleyküm. As AGS team, we created a project called Baraka, shelter in Turkish, and we try to ensure the security of children in the digital world with the AI's support. This is such a program. And the goal here was to have a more secure, a more safe digital arena, digital field, to make sure that the newer generation is aware of its responsibilities to create such an ummah. And we need safe, secure, focused on education. We need such a digital platform for children to ensure they meet their capabilities, personal capabilities. Why is it important? Because digital platforms possess many dangers through people, and these can infiltrate the private parts of our privacy of our family, and families don't know what to do about this, and as the AGS team we took up that responsibility. We try to create a better and more secure world for children with a digital platform that is only safe and focused on education. This program works that way, and for parents there are guidance to teach them about digital platforms and digital security, and we try to create an aware, a conscious future. And the target audience here is children with different age group, 0 to 6, 7 to 12, and 13 to 18. We have kids before school who haven't gone to school yet. They need to access filtered content considering their cultural and religious needs. And we also have kids who have started school and they are more curious. We need to have a more diverse program for them to see what they are interested in. This program is monthly and weekly, and it's going to have reports given to the parents weekly and monthly, and it's also going to teach children what they are interested in. And we also have adolescent 13 to 18 years old. With the increase of social media usage, children encounter bullying on digital platforms, and for that we need a system that is going to show what the dangerous or places are, or if there is such a message that includes bullying, AI is going to notify the parents, give a notification, and they are going to be aware of what their kids have to deal with. So we have this program targeting parents who are away, who don't know much about technology, or with a simple platform design, with its simple interface. It also has an information library that teaches people how to manage internet. So we have our shareholders, our stakeholders, Turkish Republic Family and Social Services Ministry of Family and Social Services, and also because it's a digital software, we also need TÜBİTAK as a partner. We also get their support for software and AI, and with education content and dissemination support, we get the support of Ministry of National Education. And our program was tested and developed with specialists in January to March, and then with TÜBİTAK's support, we are going to try to figure out how do we transfer it into a digital arena. And in May, we are going to develop the program, and in between October to December, we are going to have a pilot test, and in January 26, it's going to be launched to the public. And from February, with the support of Ministry of National Education, we are going to disseminate it. Thank you for listening to our project. Thank you for your efforts. Now we move on to the next group, next team, if they are prepared. Nizamul Fazla team is going to present their project. Let's give them a round of applause. Very quick introductions, very quick presentations, and very quick evaluations, and then we are going to conclude this nice evening. My name is Muhammed Güler. My name is Zahid Sahar Atar. I am a college student. I study economics in Istanbul University. My name is. Thank you. And we are going to start with the presentations. Welcome all. We had an initiative in 2022 with 15. We went to many competitions and we were in the final. We were among finalists in 15 different competitions. But after moving on to the workplace, we didn't have a lot of time and we needed money. And in that time frame, we had a status of trying to find money. We tried to look at different projects, different programs, and we couldn't find money. There was only one option: to get loans from banks. Because of the interest sensitivity, we didn't borrow loans and we just suspended the project. So when you have an initiative, you cannot just go back. It was hard for us to take a short break. We had friends who focused on Islamic finance, and we discussed how do we do this. We looked at Mudarabe, Mushareke, and looked at different systems and tried to figure out what could we do. And we looked at the market. There is a business-to-business system. And how does this work? You bring the investors and the people who take initiatives together. The entrepreneurs and the investors come together with business to business. And what's the current situation? We need to focus on SMEs because it's hard for them to make money and there's less financial support for them. 40% of the SMEs have difficulty to access the funds, and there are also high interest rates with bank loans, and the investor doesn't know where their money goes with the banks. And what did we do? We solved, it's like the Sahibinden website. You have a platform with the investor and the entrepreneur can be a SME. They make a profile with their taxation systems, registration and all that stuff. And they also they make an announcement. And then they meet with the investors, they have meetings, and then finally they receive a fiqhi consultancy from us, a theological consultancy. Why do we need P2P finance partnership? Because we have the investor and the entrepreneur. The goal here is to reduce the dependency on the banking system. So they don't actually need us. They can not ask for consultancy from us. And we also have a building of trust. In the traditional systems, you need references or someone that you know, some network to find funds. But when you talk about commerce, someone that you know, the relation you have with people you know can be put at test. So we have our website, which is transparent with its profit and all the taxations and registrations, accreditations. So in a normal process, you either have to take a loan from banks or you need to take investment from capital partners. You don't have many other choices. But now because people can be entrepreneur as individuals, the money in the market increases and the investment pool also grows. It also allows employment and there is a cumulative growth. The numbers I'm going to mention them here. Here are some figures. SMEs are the 19% of the businesses in Turkey, and also 70% of employment, and the revenue of businesses in Turkey is more than 60%. So we have such a huge amount of money with the SMEs capital. And what's the difference between us and our competitors? This is very similar to crowdfunding or mass funding, but we don't have such a system in Turkey. This is the systems that we have are global, and it doesn't make sense a lot for us because it also includes interest, and you also have a digital trace because of the blockchains. These are my teammates, Zahid, Sami, me, and Ibrahim Erdem. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your nice presentation. Now the next team is going to make their presentation.
yerlerini alabiliriz. Evet kıymetli misafirler,
Distinguished guests,
sunumumuz da ekrana geldi.
now we have our
Erkan
second
takımımız
presentation.
alkışlarınızla sahnemizi
Team
alıyor
Erkan
ve
is going to
sunumlarına
present
gerçekleştiriyor.
their project
Hızlı bir
idea.
şekilde kardeşlerimizi tanıyoruz.
Let's know about them. Let's get to know about them. I am from Macedonia. I also study Islamic finance and Islamic economics. I am from Uzbekistan. I also study Islamic economics and finance. I'm also from the same university, but
Kardeşlerimizi yerlerine alıyoruz.
let's have you on your seats.
Süreler de önemli. Jüri birçok şey
Time is very significant with your presentations.
İnşallah şu an için 3. sunumumuzdayız ve 6
We are
sunumumuzda kaldı.
at the third presentations. We have 6 presentations left. We ask for your patience. Now I am going to present my project, which is related to public infrastructure and the need for it. We try to use Islamic crowdfunding to fund public infrastructure projects. Projects are needed to support the economic development of our countries and to ensure vital growth. And we also agree on that. While realizing the public infrastructure projects, we have the funding problem all the time because they require big scales of investments, and we depend on foreign investors or debts or loans. But this causes some problems too. What are these problems? First one is that in terms of Islamic law, this is not allowed in Baqarah or in many other surahs. Interest is banned, and also it also crushes the interest burden, and this does not allow enough resources to support growth and investments. And because of that, growth and investment doesn't happen, and social injustice takes place. And also, countries with low credit scores are unable to borrow money and attract investment. And to get rid of these problems, we need Islamic crowdfunding platforms, and equity-based crowdfunding method was our suggestion used for the projects. And this platform would be built by the states, and we would have equity-based crowdfunding. I'm going to talk about the different phases, and we would need to determine the project according to the needs of the public, and then we are going to make the feasibility of the projects, look at economical, financial, and legal sustainability of the project, and then we are going to gather pre-demand collect demand from the public, and then the project is going to be offered for investment, and we are going to collect the funds. After the project is realized, the revenue is going to be shared between the investors as well as the state. So, mudarebe is the name of it in Islamic finance. You share the effort and you share the revenue. There are many outputs of the projects. Firstly, you don't need to the investments that will provide growth and development instead of interest payments, and also money that is an investment tool instead of money kept under the pillow will stimulate the economy, and also is going to ensure that the society, the communities take the ownership of projects and engage in solidarity. It will ensure national welfare and social equality, and the income earned will stay within the Islamic societies instead of foreign investors. Finally, we used blockchain integrated in this to ensure transparency and trust, and blockchain records all transactions in an immutable manner, and collection, distribution, and expenditure of funds can be monitored transparently, and this will ensure the trust of the public. And blockchain-based platforms reduce transaction costs, and smart contracts ensure that funds are released only when certain targets are met, which keeps the risk of fraud to minimum. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your efforts. Now we have the next team, Bronets project is the second project that we have. Please introduce yourselves and make the presentation. My name is İlyas Kolçiğit. I study architecture. My name is Muhammed Enes Günaydın. In Yıldız Tüneksin Teknik University, I study computer engineering. My name is Necmettin. I also study computer engineering. Now, we listen to their presentation. As a team, we have taken part in many NGOs, and one of them was Türkiye Gezi, which we led. We had many students from high schools of Turkey, and we visited more than 60 years. The goal was not just to go visit a place, but to know about different cultures, different experiences, and to see and meet and network with other teenagers that are working for the Islamic cause. For example, we have a person called Enes, a young volunteer studying history, interested in Roman history. For example, if he finds a cheap ticket to Rome, he's going to get excited. He's going to buy the ticket. He gets his backpack with his books, and he has an excited heart. But behind that excitement, there's an anxiety too. In Rome, how can he stay in a hotel or somewhere else for one night for 50 euros? He cannot. So the goal here is to ensure he meets with other volunteers of other NGOs. Now our app works with 3 pillars, with the project commission. And how does that commission work? It's going to bring NGOs, leading NGOs of Islamic world together, and they are going to be accredited by the project commission. So if there is a volunteer or NGO in the program, they need to be trustworthy, which is ensured by the commission. After that, the NGOs are going to enroll their workers, and they are going to put their houses, or if they have other facilities, other resources, they are going to register them to the app. And the most important part here is the volunteers. Volunteers are going to apply or register to the app. And let's give the example of Enes. He's going to enter the name of Rome, and then he will see many other vacant places, dorms of NGOs or similar places where he can stay for the night. Another important part here that you can call NGO representatives. They try to look at the calendars. They don't know about the process, so it takes a lot of time. But with this app, you can just control it on your own, so it's going to equalize the memory among NGOs. They're going to have a common memory, common knowledge of their capabilities. Of course, budget here is a significant aspect. If you want to stay somewhere, you need a lot of budgets. So accommodation is a serious expense for people visiting other places, and we try to minimize that through this app. You can access many NGO facilities, NGO accommodation places through the app, which is going to foster solidarity, cooperation, collaboration that stands on mutual trust and mutual respect. And it also allows volunteering movements to go all over the world, and experience is also going to be shared among different NGO members. And when we look at the results, these NGOs are not working individually, but they will be to work. They will be working together, collaborating and inspiring each other. This is not an utopical idea, but it's also going to be getting its momentum through the field, through the experience, and people are going to learn about the hospitality of different NGOs, and the dynamism of volunteers is going to foster collaboration. So when we have a volunteer wanting to visit some place or going on an adventure, on a journey, with a heart full of hope, they are going to be feeling more comfortable and more going to be feeling at ease.
Evet, çok teşekkür ediyoruz bu sunumları için.
Thank you for this great presentation. The fifth group, the Sari team, is invited to the stage now. Hava Karakoç, Chair in Environmental Engineering, fourth year students. This is Zeynep from Bahçeşehir University, Political Science. Hanife Yılmaz, Anadolu University, International Relations Department. Hilanur Küçük, Yıldız Technical University, Math Engineering. So we are actually focusing on these four aspects of sustainable development goals, focusing on sustainable agriculture approaches, Islamic ones. So Fusilet 41.6 says, don't cause destruction on earth. That's what we are getting our inspiration from. We focus on respect to environment and nature, food security, preventing waste, etc. Here is our mission and vision. Our mission is to incentivize people to do sustainable agriculture, to ensure the continuity of urban agricultural processes, and we also want to convey this knowledge to others. We also want to instill with people sustainability and zero waste principles. These are the main aspects of our project. You see, urban agriculture, vertical agriculture, is an important aspect of urban agriculture, and these are some of the other areas that we focus on in this project. These are the four main issues that is addressed by our project. Lacking aspects in education, research, security, good food security, and agriculture issues are some of them. So these are our solutions. We want to implement land allocation for people for vertical farming. And we also have an international internship program. So a similar project is actually currently applied in countries like US and Singapore. So we also want to send exchange students to those places so that we can learn from them. Also, our interns are also aimed to receive training and consultancy. So in animal husbandry, we know that the government currently has some supporting incentives, both animal support and also land support. We believe that the government can help us similarly in this project for land allocation and also equipment allocation for usage in this project.
İş modelimizde başvuru sürecimiz, eğitim ve sertifikasyon dönemimiz yine sürecimiz var. Başvuru döneminde devletimizde dijital
So this is our business model. So we plan to have digital applications, education and certification, and also starting the production process with the help of our consultants. People can do this kind of vertical farming in their own buildings that they might have, or in the buildings that are allocated and given by the government. So this is a SWOT analysis that we did. We have a lot of strengths, such as water and energy efficiency. We're not dependent to the earth, the ground. We can actually produce more in a specific area when it's vertical rather than horizontal. In produces like tomato and lettuce, you can actually get much more return in a vertical farming. We know that we are an earthquake country, also in a conflict zone, since we are close to Middle East. So there are also these kinds of risks. But in vertical farming, in situations like disasters, earthquake, or conflict, our agricultural products will not be affected. And in vertical farming, water usage is also less, so you save on energy and water. We reduce the pesticide usage to a minimum level. Currently, the pesticide usage is 90%. Pesticides is a problem that we face, but in the vertical farming, you can actually reduce pesticides usage, and this ensures our food security. Our main stakeholders include local administrations, ministries, and other government institutions. This is a prototype. This is done by individuals at the İstinye shopping mall in the car park. They are actually doing this vertical farming, and they actually produce about 200 tons of plants a year. And they can actually sell these products to supporting restaurants, and this way they facilitate individual income. This kind of project also allows individuals to take part in that sense as well. And if this project is implemented, this is how it is going to look like in an urban setting, just as an example. Thank you very much. So next team, I am going to invite the next team. So dear guests, we will also be here for the closing ceremony afterwards. Keep that in mind. So with that said, I invite the next team, Symphony. Good evening. This is Beyza Tepeyurt, psychologist consultant. This is Melda Onur Aksu, science historian. This is Süheyda Yılmaz, a clinical psychologist. Hello, this is Fazilet Alçık. I'm a philosophy PhD candidate. Hello and welcome. Thank you for still being here at this late hour and listening to us. Our team is called Symphony, a symphony. This is our team. My name is Fazilet. You now know all us. So we are coming from different backgrounds, and we all ourselves also make up a symphony to solve the same issue. Our issue is the same, and we worked on this issue together. This is the idea of our project. It's actually a sad story. A Syrian high school student called our Vakıf Foundation to apply, but he actually said because he is from Syria, he couldn't apply to a lot of institutions, and she actually asked us if being a Syrian is an issue for us. And we were actually really sad to hear, and we said, of course, that's not going to be a problem. She came with her mother to meet with us. They actually, they almost cried. They said they were being bullied. They said they had to hide that they are Syrians. And they actually asked us to hide the fact that they are Syrians. And we were really sad to see that. And we actually realized a lot of students, high school students, do peer bullying, peer pressure, and also use hate speech and do racist activities towards these communities. And we decided that we want to do something about it. So this is a general issue, unfortunately. Our research showed that, especially in the last 5 years, hate speech increased significantly with the refugee situation. So according to a media hate speech watch, in 2019, they actually identified 1,575 different examples of hate speech on 46 different media outlets, mostly targeted towards Syrians. So we set the Syrian students as our target audience, high school students, because high school students are going through a very critical stage in their lives. We chose 10 pilot high schools. We picked the 14 to 18-year-olds, and we actually want to assign mentors to these groups of students, 10 of them in a group. And mentors are Muslim students coming from various locations from the Islamic world. These are students who came to study in Turkey. And we want to basically bring these two groups together for this mentorship effort. So at first, before bringing our students together with mentors, we actually established a small experience center in our foundation, and we designed labs that look like these images. One of them was a room with mirrors where people could see each other. In another one, we have another science history lab, and in another example is going to be about Islamic arts. So students will go to these locations, have a shared experience, and realize how similar we are already. And then we want to bring students together with mentors. They will do various activities together, and at the end of the year, we will do this event. We call it the festival, where different people from different backgrounds come together and they take part in this festival with contests and awards. If it was a symposium or a workshop, it would be more official, but we thought a festival would be more applicable for high school students. These are our stakeholders: Yunus Emre Institute and Türkiye Marif Foundation are international ones. So we will ask for their support. And Harmony is also another institution, another project that does serious work against hate speech. We want to get their support. And Esselam is another foundation that works in African region. We will ask their help when it comes to working with African continent. This is our timeline. In the first and second months, we want to pair and match the students and mentors. We will do scaling work. We will work with schools. And on the third month, we will facilitate lab work. People can come together and basically warm up. And around third and fourth months, we want to bring together mentors and students for the work. So between fourth and eighth months, we will actually come together to eat, including Ramazan iftars in these unofficial settings, where they will be working on things and coming up with projects. And at the end of the year, as I mentioned, we will have a festival. And after the 10th month, we want to send these students to other countries where they can volunteer and travel. And at the end, we will upload everything in a video form to YouTube. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much.
Emeğinize, ağzınıza sağlık ama o bize lazım. Evet, çok teşekkür ederiz. Evet, sıradaki takımımızla devam ediyoruz. Süre de tabii bir faktör. Jürimiz bunu da göz önünde bulunduruyor. Atlas takımını
Next team is Atlas. Hello, this is Betül Şeker from Istanbul University, master students, religious philosophy. This is Beyza Tuca, Istanbul University master's student. Hello, from Marmara University, sociology department graduate. Hello, this is Betül. We together designed a game called Traverse. We actually focused on various issues while creating this game. Our issue was that we believed that young people didn't really connect with Islamic artwork, Islamic art, and we want to change that. Secondly, in this digitalizing world, we actually realize there's a lack of any games that takes Muslim youth as target audience. So what about our goals? Our goal is to help Our goal is to take these young people to a journey through playing a game. This way, we also want them to get to know a cultural Islamic artwork and go into a cultural journey. And thanks to the
öğrenmeyi de teşvik
group
ediyoruz.
play or individual
Yine
solo
oyunun
play options,
içeriğine,
we want to
oyunun
also
en önemli özelliklerinden
incentivize
birisi
socializing.
dünyanın neresinde olursanız olun
One of the
demin
important
kısmında
things
ilk
about our
başta
game
biraz daha bölgesel düşündük ama
is
uyarlanabilir
that
olduğunu da aynı zamanda
this
hedefliyoruz.
the thing about it is
Dünyanın
that this
neresinde
can be
olursanız olun, örneğin
scaled
Semerkant
wherever you
olun,
are in the
Endülüs'te olun
world,
ya da İstanbul'da
Endülüs,
olun ya
Samarkand,
da
or
Mardin'de olun,
Istanbul,
hiç
or
fark etmez.
Mardin. It doesn't
Oyuna
matter.
ilk açtığınız zaman ilk
When you first open up the game,
aslında belirleniyor.
the game will show you different routes depending on your
Aslında bir takım
location.
öğrenme süreci sağladığının
And
açıklaması
these
gerekiyor.
routes are going to be a
Öncelikle
learning
gittiğimiz
opportunity.
yerlerde bize sunulan bazı
In
özellikler var. Yani
these
3D
locations that we
görseller
go
düzeyi
to,
geliştirilmiş, eserin
they will
uçuk açık
see
göründüğü ya
3D
da belki internetten
footage,
erişemeyeceğimiz bir takım
bird's eye
görüntüler
view
ve
footage,
buna
or
ilaveten
certain
artırılmış
footage not
gerçeklikle
accessible online about
serginin
the
restorasyon
pieces.
öncesi ve sonrası
And we will also
süreçlerince
have
aslında oyuncunun
before and
tecrübe
after
etmesini
footage of
hedefliyoruz. Yani ekrandan
the art
bakınca bu
pieces
karşılaştırmayı da
using
yapabilmelerini hedefliyoruz. Bunun
augmented
dışında
reality.
bu oyunun içerisinde bir görev ödül düzeni var aslında.
In this
Yani
game,
örneğin
there is
mesela
also a
birçoğumuz eminim ki Süleymaniye Camii'ni
mission
ziyaret
and
etmişizdir.
reward
Fakat Süleymaniye
structure. Many of
Camii'de
us have
detay
visited
olarak
Süleymaniye Mosque,
değerlendirebileceğimiz
but
birkaç mesela detay var.
there are
Oyunun
few important
içerisindeki
details
görevlerden biri de örneğin şey
about the
olabilir diye düşündük.
architectural
Süleymaniye
aspect
Camii'nde
of the
baykuş
mosque.
figürünü bul,
Or
fotoğrafını
we know
oyuna
that there
yükle
is a
ve bu görevleri tamamlandıkça da
figure of
bir
an
takım
owl
ödüller düşüneceğiz.
built into the
Şimdi
mosque. For
ödüllerden
example, we
biraz
may ask
bahsetmek
the
istiyorum
people
sizlere.
playing the game
Oyun
to
içinde oyun dışı
take a
anlamda bir
photograph
ödül
of the
elde
owl and
edilmekte.
upload it
Ve biz
to
oyun
win
içerisinde
and earn points.
puan yarışmaya
We have
acemi
certain
seyyah olarak başlayan bir oyuncu rotaları
we have certain
tamamladıkça
awards and
sonuç olarak
titles
da örneğin Berat'ın
awarded
kaşif rütbesine erişiyor. Bu aslında biraz
given
teşvik
to
edici.
the
Oyun dışı olarak
different
ne
ranks
düşündüğünüzü soracak
given to the
olursanız da
players depending on their
bunu
experience in the game.
paydaşlarımızla aslında ilerletmeyi düşündük. İstanbul'daki
We
özelinde
want to
öncelikli
do this
hayalimiz
with our
olacak.
stakeholders.
İlk olarak
Firstly,
aslında
in
Kültür
the
ve Turizm
Istanbul zone,
Bakanlığı ve gerekli belediyelerce bulunan
ministries like
paydaşlarla birlikte belirli rotaları
like
tamamlayan
culture and
oyuncuları
arts,
müze kart temini ya da
culture
ders
and tourism
bütçesi
ministry could be one
olabilir.
of the
Bu bölgeden
stakeholders,
bölgeye senin
or other
geliştirilebilir elbette.
local
Kart
administrations,
ve
including
dondurma
municipalities.
ya da müze kart
We can
temini olan
also
eserlere ödüllendirildiğini
cooperate with
söylüyoruz.
institutions such as
Aynı
Beltur
şekilde
and also
turizmin
museums.
avantajları ve dezavantajlarından da kısaca bahsetmek isterim.
In terms
Yani
of
zayıf yönleri
advantages
olarak
and
turizm nedeni
disadvantages of our
uygun
project,
tasarım olduğu için sorduk yani
in
ne
terms
kadar
of
sürer? Mühendislere
disadvantage,
danıştık ve
we actually talked
1,5-2
with
yıl aralığında bir
engineers
süre sonucu
in
çıktı.
terms of
Ve bununla
design.
birlikte de bizim
How long will it take
hedeflerimiz
to design this
arasında
kind of game? And they
mimar
actually said
fedaileri
it will take
işbirliği
up
yapıp
to
yani
2
yurt
years.
dışı bazında söylüyorum. Aslında biraz daha globale taşıma potansiyeli olduğunu düşünüyoruz.
And we think this could be a
İslami
global project, so we want to
STK'lar
collaborate
olabilir
with
ya
other
da üniversiteler
international
olabilir.
universities
Tabii
or
kurumlar ya da kuruluşlar
NGOs,
olabilir.
Islamic NGOs
Bu
or
kurumları
academic
aslında anlaşma
institutions.
yaparak
We want
bunu
to
globale taşımayı hedefledik. Fakat bunun
agree
süreç
with
olarak biraz
those
uzun süreceğini,
kinds
kısa
of
sürede
NGOs and
yapabiliriz. Bir
institutions
yandan
to
zayıf
make this project
olabileceğini
global.
söyleyebiliriz.
But
Fakat güçlü
again, the game
yönlerimiz de
design is
bunlar.
going to take time, and
İnsan
that's a
araçları yani
disadvantage.
seyahat konusunda birçok uygulama
In
var
terms
aslında.
of
Yani
pros
TripAdvisor
and
gibi ya da başka uygulamalar var.
of and
Fakat
advantages of
hem
our
seyahati hem de
app,
özellikle İslami bize bu
we
şekilde
looked
bir
it up
rotalar
and we
bize
actually realized there are a
internet
lot of
üzerinden öğrenmeyi sunan bir
travel
uygulama
apps
yok.
or
Yani şu an bize
games
hitap eden.
similar to
Bu
this. But
açıdan da çok özgür
when
bir
it
proje
comes to
olduğunu
Muslim
düşünüyoruz.
and
Ve
Islamic
son olarak da gençlere yönelik hedefler
focused
arasında
apps, there's
bu
nothing
network'ün
similar to this, so
kurulması
it
eğer
might be useful.
sağlanırsa da bu ümmet bilincinin
And
de
if we can help with
gerçekleştirebileceğini,
something
aramızdaki
like
o
this, and
bağın
if we can do something like this, we can
güçlendirebileceğini
actually, we
hedefliyoruz ve
think
düşünüyoruz.
we
Çok
can raise
teşekkürler.
awareness and increase solidarity among the Ummah in general. Thank you. Thank you. Now the eighth team will be coming up, and then we will listen to the last team.
Alkışlarınızla Journey takımını sahneye davet ediyorum.
Journey is invited to the stage. This is Amine Gülareleri, second year psychology student at Boğaziçi University. This is Beyza, psychology second year student at Boğaziçi University. Hello and welcome. This is Zeynep Dilara, Boğaziçi Üniversitesi Sociology department, first year student. Welcome again. The name of our project is Journey, also known as Universal Muslim Travel Map. Our aim is to actually help Muslims around the world in line, in accordance with Islamic sensitivities, to make their journeys around the world easier in terms of food and also cultural activities. This is a recommendation app to Muslim travelers. Our focus was on user experience and also being able to access local Muslim communities. Our story actually started at a cafe we went to together in Üsküdar. We were actually looking at this painting. We are all social scientists, social science students, so we actually focus a lot on Ummah awareness. So this painting was our starting point. So our content is made up of 4 different parts. We have the map section first of all. In the map, we can see the Islamic centers, mosques, and also Islamic restaurants and accommodation centers that are in close proximity to you. There we also have a guide on halal food. We have detailed filters provided. For example, we have people sensitivities. For example, some people they don't consume alcohol, but they can go into a restaurant where alcohol is served, while others don't consume and won't go to a restaurant that alcohol is served. So we have filters, very detailed filters to facilitate all that. We want to basically establish Muslim-friendly locations. And we want this project to be long-term. And we also have male and female filters as well. Also accommodation services depending on Muslim belief or not. And on the long term, we want to do collaborations where people can earn financial income as well. Accommodation centers can earn from it. So lastly, we have Islamic and local activities, a very important category. Safety is really important. For Islamic activities, we set up 2 different calendars. On this calendar, we will add Islamic activities coming up. Our aim is when a Muslim goes to a place that they don't know, they will get the chance to make use of this app to find Muslim communities or make Muslim friends. We also want to bring them together with NGOs to give them a safe space. Also, when it comes to local activities, again, we focused on safety. Those people who go on the app, after they register, they will be able to organize events such as festivals. Festivals or cultural activities. Of course, our team will check if the events that they're proposing is applicable for Islamic sensitivities. They will be added to the calendar. So what makes us different from similar applications? First of all, we have websites like Helal Booking, but where they're limited is they're focusing on accommodation. In Japan, for example, there's a website called Navito, again giving us support for restaurants. and accommodation centers, but only in Japan.
Kısmı yok aslında.
And
Dolayısıyla
then
biz
they
de
don't
buna
provide any
yolu
service for
ayırmadığımız için hatta
Umme
farklı
activity.
kısımlar
So
olsa
we
bile
want to do
birlikte
this
değer
global,
verdiğimiz için ayrışıyoruz.
and we also focus on
Burada
Ummah
yine
building. So
adreste
that's what
kurumları
separates
kullanarak
us.
aslında kurumları, kuruluşları
We
kullanarak
also
bir
want to
belirli
work
bir
with
seviyeye çıkarmayı
accredited
hedefliyoruz. Yine
institutions
denetleme ekibimiz
to
de lokal
increase our
olarak
credibility.
gerçekten orayı tanıyan, bilen kişilerden oluşuyor olacak. Dolayısıyla
Our
düzenlemeye
user
hiçbir şey
experience team
eklemiyor olacağız.
will be
Ve
made up of
kullanıcı deneyimi
locals.
odaklı olduğu için
This way we
kişiler
will
doğrudan
proceed with
hassasiyetlerine uygun
caution.
şekilde diledikleri yeri seçebiliyor
And people will be
olacaklar.
able to directly choose
Peki bir
locations depending
sorunun
on
tabii
their
de şeyi,
sensitivities.
ailemiz bunu kullanmaya izin
Another
verir mi?
issue for us
Ebeveynler,
was
Ece
that
Bey burada
would
gerektiğinde.
my family,
Dolayısıyla aslında
would
kendimizi
our
ifade
families
edebileceğimiz en iyi
give us
platform YouTube
permission
ve
to
Instagram
use these
olacak.
kinds of apps?
Özellikle YouTube'da
So
eğitim videoları,
we actually want to use platforms like YouTube and Instagram to explain ourselves, what kind of a project this is and what our sensitivities are.
güvenini kazanmayı
This way we
istiyoruz.
also want to earn the trust
Instagram
of
ayağında da
families.
özellikle gençleri çekebileceğimiz
And
ve
on
aktivitelere
Instagram,
teşvik edebileceğimiz ve Müslüman komitelerin
we
ilgisini
want to attract
sağlayabileceğimiz
the
bir ortam
attention of
oluşturmayı
young
istiyoruz.
people and also help
Bunun
with
en
Muslim
önemli kısmı marketing
activities.
kısmı aslında. Yine bu
Marketing is the most
ayaklarda
important
farkındalıklarımızı
aspect.
sürdürüyor olacağız.
We will be doing that.
Dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much. This is all. Our last theme is Solidar. Hello everyone, this is Mihriban, studying master's studying at Yıldız Teknik University on sociology. This is I'm from Marmara University, auditing and licensing. Hello, this is Mücahit, working currently in psychology at in Istanbul. Also working as a youth coordinator in our association. Thank you.
Teşekkür ediyoruz.
Hello everyone again. So under the themes of the program, we focus on youth engagement and youth leadership, and we started this Insha YouthNet project. And it's a global network where young educators will be coming together. So this is our team. We are coming from different backgrounds, different fields. We focus on religious education studies aimed at youth. So we decided that there was a need for a global network for educators working in these fields. So our main issue was that, and our main idea is that this is aimed towards the younger people who work with children when it comes to religious education. Here, on a platform like this, we wanted to bring inexperienced educators with more experienced ones. This way they could get access to educational material and also help with local becoming global. This is basically the deficiency that we identified. There aren't a lot of programs for young educators to learn and develop themselves. What we can do is basically build an extensive educational material library, archive. And I said we also want to include more and more mentors. Also, internationally, there are good examples from different projects, and we realize that they are not as widespread. We want to make them more widespread. For solutions, we want to build an extensive solidarity network. we want to be available on digital platforms, also in face-to-face efforts. We want to do matching, pairing. For example, a student who just graduated from high school can actually, let's say he wants to or she wants to organize educational programs for younger students, children. Of course, this person has to go through certain formation, certain education and certifications, and this person will require a professional team to help her guide, help her with how to proceed. So the mentors will provide mentorship and training to young educators. We also want to do a material archive, both physical and digital educational material archive, both design new material and also organize the existing one. Also we want to do this digitally. We of course want to do local and also international cultural exchanges and collaborations between different cultures. These are going to be our stakeholders, young educators first of all, secondly the mentors who will be supporting them, third platform managers, fourth content creators who will actually create the content, educational content required for something like this, and also lastly sponsors and supporters. Our aim is to reach religious educators aged 18 to 30. We want to do online and also face-to-face educational activities. In addition to online educational activities, we also want to do face-to-face meetups, local workshops, maybe also international conferences in the future. This is the timeline of the project. First stage, of course, getting together the project team, getting and building the digital platform and testing it, and also identifying first participants and mentors. In the second stage includes first mentor sessions, local workshops and seminars, and also uploading educational material to the digital platform. Third stage includes activities to make this more international, sharing good examples and increasing international participation, and also make this kind of project available in English-speaking countries. Also in the upcoming stages, 2 years after the project started, we also want to do regular checks, audits, and also get active in Arabic-speaking countries. This is our project. Thank you very much.
I want to thank our youth for their efforts, for their labors, hard labor. And when we're listening to their presentations, we see some commonalities and some differences. And I see that the youth wants to go international. They want to, and they also want mentorships. They need guides that are going to facilitate the path they have in their futures, and they also need the investors to help them with this project. That is going to make these things easier, and of course as a reward they are going to receive monetary reward as well as a trip to Bosnia as well as iPads through our sponsors help. And we had such a collaboration. These three awards are going to be like the winner is going to choose whatever award they want, and then the first runner-up is going to choose whatever they want, and the third runner-up is going to take what's left. That's the idea out of it. Of course, everyone may have different needs. Because of that, we they may pick and choose different awards.
Şimdi jürimiz değerlendirmelerini yapıyorlar.
Now our judges have been evaluating and they're
Konuşmalarına geçeceğiz.
and
Jürimiz tabii ki saygı
while doing that we are going to
web sitemizde Futurist sayfasında görebilirsiniz.
continue with our closing ceremony, and of course our jury has to evaluate the projects on their YouTube or on the website application too, and they have many criteria to deliberate. And now we invite some people who have put a lot of effort in this program to make the closing remarks. Afterwards, we are going to get the results from our judge. We have three important names. First, I want to thank Istanbul Forum Administration Chairman Dr. Ahmet Köroğlu, the executive board member of Istanbul. Hello everyone again. How are we a bureau? You know, there is a song, one side of us is very sad while other side can be happy. We are happy because we have such a program and we have the rightful honor, rightful pride of finishing this program, but we also are sad because we built many friendships, many things that we carry to our lives. Of course, tomorrow we are going to wake up with lots of WhatsApp notification from the people who we have met from here. Of course, as the days pass by, the notifications will be less and less, and we have that sadness. But we know that the work has not done. We know that there are three main categories of this organization. So we have the preparedness, the cognitive side, which is three part of this project, and then the second part is this project coming together. But the most important part here is to realize this. So we have 1/3 of the project left. So we haven't finished yet, and we are going to continue our work. I here represent many boards of Istanbul Forum. I came here to give my gratitude, but there are many people I can thank individually, but of course I can't remember all of the names. So to represent these people, I want to thank Cihan Numa Association Chairman Roza Yorulmaz. Why? Because he led the board, he guided us, he motivated us. When we wanted to postpone things, he said that we should keep pushing, and I want to thank him because of that. And I also want to thank our boards with Şener Kızılca. I want to thank the science board, executive board, administration board, many people, and I want to thank all of you for your motivations. They were like almost secretaries checking on what we were doing. They were like managers, managing many things. I was excited, I was anxious sometimes, but they were such a relief to me. So I want to thank him for his labor too. And of course, we have the science board member, chairman, İbrahim Halil Ülcer Hocam. We see many concepts like knowledge, will, and order. There was this background. He was the architect of this structure with the executive board. So he has the ownership of the organization as an executive board member. I'm not going to thank myself, but there are many friends like Mariam Chapol Hoja. So we have many subgroups like Futurist or some other groups. I want to thank all of the executive board. There were press members, media, communication organization, lots of groups, lots of sweat, blood, and tears. And I also want to thank the background heroes. Ayaz Asado also deserves my thanks because in the executive process he helped me. He was such a great help in those processes. I want to thank you all for your contribution, participation, and for your efforts. Thank you very much. I want to thank you for your kind remarks. Now we are going to ask Cihannuma Association General Director of last period to make his remarks. The General President Mustafa Şenay is going to give his remarks. Thank you. I didn't know that I would need to make a speech. This was a surprise for me too. I'm going to give you a surprise too. So I want to thank our General President, our professors, scholars, participants, guests. Thank you all. In the history of Cihannuma, this is a pivotal moment. Now we had Cihannuma before this and Cihannuma after this, so we have a lot of things to do after this pivotal moment. Thank you, distinguished President, for his short and sweet remarks. Now we want to Cihannuma Association General President, current General President Özer Yorulmaz, the host, the guide of these events. Selamun Aleyküm to all of you. As Ahmet Köroğlu mentioned, we feel many feelings at once. After 1.5 years of labor, this proud moment is full of emotions. We are happy to have been here for 3 days, and everything exceeded our expectations. It was a lot of beauty, a lot of nice things, and we feel the joy of finishing and the sadness too. I want to touch upon some things, two main things that I want to express. Today Mahmut Taşit Selçuk talked about Selçuk Bayraktar. So you think that we are the world champion in baklava making, but we could not be world champion in plane making or manufacturing planes? This was a proud moment. And also, Numan Kurtulmuş said, these are the nice days. These are the days that you are going to look back on with happiness, Israel. These are your good days. A lot of bad days are coming to Israel. So I heard about Futurist project, and I had the chance to see it, and I'm very proud of everyone who put the effort in, and I want to thank you all for your efforts. This also grows our responsibility. I was excited while watching. So we focused on mentorships and internationalization. So these are parts of Cihannuma's principles too. So these the projects found their rightful place. I want to thank you all. when I received the general presidency 3 years ago, I took some notes. For 3 years, the general boards are from working 3-year periods. I had some notes about the upcoming 3 years. I had thought about 3 symposiums. This is the 24th symposium. So we asked for 3. Now we have 24 symposiums. So we also had workshops too. And if we count all of them, maybe we had hundreds of symposiums or other events. And this is the barakah of Allah. And we had 2 important meetings with Halil Ibrahim Soy Hoca. To convince him, I fought a lot for 1.5 years almost. Finally, he gave up and he participated in this event with his heart, with his soul, with his efforts. So there is a significant output here. I want to thank Mr. Halil Ibrahim for his efforts again. And the second meeting I had was with the High Consultancy Board, Şenal Kızınca. I know that in the 1.5 year, he was very hardworking. He was the person who saved the team, basically. He was the star player. He talked about his responsibilities. He didn't want to take up this responsibility before. But when I told him, either you take up this responsibility and we continue with this project, or you don't and we give up the project all totally, he took up the responsibility. So his added value is very significant. I want to thank Halil Ibrahim Üçer and Şenal Kızınca, and let's give them a round of applause. And with that, I want to thank all the other boards, other teams of our existent. I want to thank Şenal abi as well as the Enes Güneyli, who have been participating all the dimensions of this event with media, communication, working day and night, hours of labor here. And Ebu Bekir Ceylan, a brother and a hoca of mine, with his business morality, business ethics. I want to thank him for participating with his heart. And Yusuf Eren, he was the most giving person I was sure that he would gather all of the relevant people here. And I also want to thank Abdullah Zeral, in the head of Istanbul organization, with the districts, with Anatolia. Thank you for your efforts. Serdar Akça, although he was not an executive board member, he acted like one and put a lot of effort. And Kemal Tekinbaş, I cannot see him right now. He's always working in the backgrounds, as always. You cannot find him in the forefront. I want to thank him for his efforts in the background that made all the things go smoothly. And also we have a lot of people. Mervan, is he with us? Mervan and Ibrahim, some youth dynamos who work with us, the youth dynamos, the youth power generators. And this was a successful event for us, but the success here is to gather and practice those outputs to real life and to apply them to real life. Of course, we have a lot of responsibility on our shoulders. We need to take these ideas to the practicers, and we need to transfer them to the public as well. I want to thank the General President for his word about a pivotal moment in Cihannuma, a turning point in Cihannuma history. Of course, we are going to continue with the second period with all of you guys. I feel the excitement when I was chosen, elected as the president. Now we have a similar pride here, and I hope that these outputs, this can be practiced in real life, and in the further work that we do in the future, we exceed this event. We do more, better work, and Allah helps us and guides us in that direction. I want to thank you all for bringing your heart, your soul, and yourself to this. Thank you all, and may Allah be with you. Thank you for your kind words. Now we have the results. Our judges continued their deliberation, and now I'll remind you how the judges scored. There was a blind judgment, meaning they didn't know what other judges pointed for, how the other judges scored other projects. So there was a total, and then the average was taken. So this was an honest and fair judging. I want to thank all of the other friends, and after that we are going to present the runner-ups as well as the winner of this competition. I will invite our teams, and I also will invite some of our elders to present the participation certificates to our teams, and one of our teams are going to be awarded a trip to Gaziantep province. With the Baraka project, we invite the team to the stage. And we invite Cahit Ablu to present the participation certificates to the teenagers. Thank you all. Thank you for your efforts. Let's have you take your seats. Of course, we had another offer for our digital teams. We have a company with its platform that brings the projects together with the investments, a bridge. So Mr. Halit is here. You can go to the Startgate company and learn about this further. Now, with the second participation certificate, we have other team, the team Erkan. Let's have them on the floor. Give them a round of applause. And Kemal Tekinbaş is going to present them their certificates. We also gifted a 500 Turkish liras of gift card to buy books, as well as pens to remember this night.
Sırada yine ilk üç dışındaki bir takımımızı, Bronet'i sahneye davet ediyoruz.
Now let's have Bronet on the stage to receive their participation certificates. Now, Devran Selçuk is going to present them with their participation certificate.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you.
Bir diğer takımımız
Another
Sari
team,
takımını katılım belgelerini almak üzere
Team Sari,
davet ediyoruz.
is going to
Katılım belgelerini
receive
takdim
their
etmek üzere
certification.
Bilim Kurulu üyemiz Orhan Koçak hocamızı
Orhan
davet
Koçak
ediyoruz.
is going to present them with their certificates.
ediyoruz.
Thank you.
Katılım belgelerini almak
And
üzere
for the
Journey takımını
next team, Team Journey is invited to the stage to receive their participation certificates by Istanbul Cihan President, Mr. Abdullah.
Teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much. We invite Team Solidar to receive their participation certificate and their gifts by Ahmet Köroğlu, the head of the chair of executive board. All of the participants receive 500 gift cards to buy books.
Çok teşekkür ederiz. Şimdi üçüncü
Thank you.
takımı
And now
bahsetmek istiyorum.
the second runner-up of the competition.
Yönetim kurulu ve
We want to
üyemiz
invite Associate Doctor, Professor Doctor, Mr. Ceylan. The second runner-up is Team Atlas. They are going to get their participation certificate, but also they are going to contact Mrs. Mariam about their gifts.
Evet, ikinci takımımız.
First runner-up,
Cihan Mimar Derneği Teşkilatlanma Başkanı Yusuf Eren.
Yusuf Eren, the organization chair of Cihannuma by Yusuf Eren, is going to present Nizam Fasıl with their gifts. Now the winner of the competition, they already know who they are. We invite the chair of the administrative board, Celal and Yılmaz Yorulmaz, to present the gifts. The winner is this Team Symphony. Let's give them a round of applause. We congratulate our sisters for their work. The symphony of the Ummah, we are at the end of Istanbul Forum, and I want to thank all of the participants as well as everyone who has put the effort in. We are ending the night here. Don't forget to follow our social media accounts and share your experience here. I wish you all a good night.